both of these cases in 2023 and 2024. Like 2023, I remember tracking Carrier's support picks as this bot lane just was running absolutely demonic, pushing 2v2s that really caught everyone by surprise. So now with Fearless, I actually am really curious to see what their meta read is going to be coming into today, and if they can warp it to something that they're really comfortable on.
It's one of the questions going into today. We know that Owner, if he plays as usual, he will be on point, and Lore was able to catch up with Owner in Beijing in the Verizon game interview.
Howdy Giver!
Honor, thank you for joining me after Swiss stage. You just drew Anyone Legends. What was the reaction from the team?
방금 막 이제 스위스 모든 여정 마무리했고 대진이 끝났잖아요. 방금 AL 뽑혔는데 반응이 어땠나요? 첫 반응.
안녕하세요. 하이.
어떤 상대는 어쨌든 다 잘하는 상대라고 생각했기 때문에 그냥 AL이구나라고 생각했고 또 이제 반대편 조가 젠지 하나가 걸려가지고 그게 좀 재밌는 포인트였던 것 같아요.
I mean, every team is really strong.
반대편이 젠지 하나.
We got AL, and then we looked at the
반대편이 어떻게 젠지 하나냐고.
So that was pretty interesting.
Were you able to sleep?
Get to face off against an LCK team again.
I barely
slept. T1, it has been a pretty rough Swiss stage for you guys. Any specifics that you guys want to work on to get ready for AL in quarters?
이제 스위스 스테이지를 좀 놓고 보자면 T1이 많이 고전하는 순간도 많았다고 생각합니다. 이제 8강 준비를 위해서 어느 부분을 가장 좀 나아지게 만들고 싶으신가요?
그래도 뭐 저희가 초반 뭐 설계부터 해서 나아지고 있다고
가장
생각하지만
어려운 산이라고.
그래서 중반에서 저희의 집중력이 좀 더 올라오면 좋을 것 같다고 개인적으로 생각이 들어서 그런 점을 조금 더 보완해야 될 것 같고 그리고 뭐 라인 수업 단계에서
오늘's got an
발전할 수
injury
있는
nowadays,
것들이 너무
guys.
많다고 생각하고 있기 때문에 그런 부분들을 좀 더 잘 고치면 좋은
carry
성적이
us
나오지
today.
않을까.
Oh, I think we have been
So
improving on the early game setups. I think we still need to focus on our mid to late game kind of focus and how we play.
My heart is not
out the
ready.
map. And also, I think we still have a lot of room to improve
Yep.
when it comes to the
No one is.
lane swap meta.
Let's
So,
go!
yeah,
Thanks
we
for
are
9
working on
months for
those.
the push.
Talking a bit more about you, something that we've been saying on the desk is that you've been pretty consistent the whole year. How do you reflect on your performance at Swiss stage, and what do you want to work on personally for quarters?
올 한해 또 오너 선수 굉장히 안정적인 경기력을 1년 내내 잘 유지하신 것 같거든요. 본인의 스위스 경기력을 놓고 봤을 때 어떻게 생각하시는지 또 여기는 조금 더 내가 좀 정진하고 싶다 하는 요소가 있을까요?
뭐 그래도 제가
He wants AL
월드
to
꽤나 많이
win.
온 걸로 아는데
Bro,
이번
I'm
연도가
wearing
그래도
red
뭐 아픔
for
이슈도
T1.
살짝 있었고
What do you
그렇다
mean I want
보니까
AL to win?
폼이 왔다 갔다 한 적도 좀 있고 그러다 보니까 이번 연도가 제일 아쉬운 것 같아요. 개인적으로 제 폼이. 그래서 이 부분을 8강에서는 좀 보완해서 좋은 모습을 좀 보여주고 싶은 마음입니다.
Well, yeah, I believe I was pretty consistent throughout the time. But this year, especially at Worlds, there were some like injuries going on as well, so I had a little bit up and downs in my performance. So I hope
아니 근데 다들 컨디션이 안 좋았어. 만리장성은 비 오는데 만리장성 오르고 막 추운데 비 맞고 막 촬영하고 그래가지고 지금은 좀 더 좋아졌다고 하네요. 그래도 선수들이. So if you guys don't know, T1 players climbed the Great Wall of China while it was raining, and they filmed there for the trailer. And they were a little bit sick. They were a bit sick, by the way.
Thus far at the tournament has been performing better than
Well,
Owner, which
apparently
for me
they're
comes as
better
a
now.
surprise, 'cause
That's
Owner
good.
not only
They're better
domestically
now,
has been
guys.
a really big deal for T1.
Levy is
but
wearing
also
the iconic
internationally, if you look back
Nongshim
at the
red.
last 2 years, right? Some of the most iconic plays, the Rel flash over the arrow. But thus far this tournament, Tarzan to me has been the consistency, and if he can keep up the level that we've seen of him both domestically and at this international, he should be favored in his matchup going in.
Yeah, the big thing is, can he
Nongshim
show up like
red.
domestically, right? Because he's been such a huge part of this kind of
Nongshim.
AL glow up. I talked about how important it was for him to join this roster, and he and Kanavi have kind of been those
시즌 줄
top
알았는데
two
진짜 올라간 거
junglers
레전드.
across the entire year.
And now I'm really gonna
물론
ask
다른
you this
팀들도
about
다
the place,
올라가서
because we've talked so
T1만
much
힘든 건
about
아니죠.
anyone's
다른
legend
팀들도
and
다
their
찍어야 돼서.
strengths, because they should come
참
in here
이게.
sovereignly off that 3-0
이게
with a T1 who
맞나?
had to beat FlyQuest, 100 Thieves, and Koi and didn't even look that good. Is this history of Faker versus the LPL
What is
is still prevalent today? Are you willing to say that AL LPL should be the favorite.
Attack on
This is
Faker?
the stuff of nightmares. When you look at
Attack
this,
on
I'm
Faker.
dodging your question, Abe. I'm putting it forward because I want to draw attention
Cinema.
to the numbers here. Specifically,
Rip
look
Xiaohu.
at how many of these are starting at 2022.
Xiaohu.
Xiaohu
Xiaohu lost 2016, 2017, 2020 to 2023.
Took place. So
Hold
many
up.
of these are in the current era of League. And if you go beyond the current era, if you go to Faker, he has always made it to top 4, which is still to me one of the most ludicrous stats ever.
So what's the answer?
Okay, I'm gonna go. You're gonna go. Let me go first, Emily. I find it impossible.
Best mid,
despite
that's
all
our
the
GOAT,
evidence
guys.
in front of
That
my
is
eyes
my GOAT.
to predict
Let's go.
against T1. I just think that this team
Baby,
gets it
please
done
tell me
when
Faker
it
is going
needs
to win
to.
today.
There it is.
Did you
Let's
guys see
what the
Nvidia
fans voted
CEO?
for so they can bail out
Nvidia
Emily
CEO
for
shouting
Saturday.
Faker?
Our MasterCard fan vote
Yeah.
of the day. You can vote every day at MasterCard GG on X. And usually they do call the vote for T1 because the fan
Look,
base
look,
is
look,
just
look,
so
look.
big. And it's the same today.
Nvidia CEO?
71.3%. Since that went relatively fast, Emily.
Faker,
Yeah.
Faker,
I mean,
Jensen Huang, Jensen Huang, the CEO
with
for Nvidia. Look at him, look at him, look at him.
Because it's you
Look at
want
him, look
to
at
go
him.
into a matchup being like based
Faker!
on everything we've seen here.
Look at him,
and
look at
based
him.
on the analysis, right? It should
Faker,
be well. I
Faker,
am wondering if
Faker,
they're able to
Faker,
overcome
Faker.
that 3-0 curse, right? And also this T1 curse. But I'm still calling it for T1. I can't go against them.
Oh my.
Okay.
Doesn't make any sense.
I see it. It's too strong. We've been there 2 years in a row. We've seen
Gold,
it happen
recognize
in front of
gold.
our eyes, and that's so hard to dispel. But anyone's legend, they want to dispel
recognize
it.
gold,
They are the
guys.
hope of the LPL. They want to make it happen, and what better place to do it better than
T1
on home
중국
soil
팬 개 많다고.
here
아,
in
전 세계에
Shanghai.
팬이
Let's get into
많습니다.
our last quarterfinal.
전
T1
세계에
versus
팬이
AO.
굉장히 많은 팀. 특히 근데 중국에 T1 팬들이 좀 많이 계시죠, 그래도. And there's a lot of Chinese T1 fans. Where's the sound? I don't hear the sound. Dragon versus Tiger fight. 소리가 안 들리는데? Guys, the sound is on my side. It's not me. It's the broadcast. 제가 그런 게 아니라, 이거는 방송 송출 쪽에서 소리가 안 나오는. Oh, there it is. It's on.
아무래도 올해 시즌 초에 좀 힘들었던 것 같은데 이제 교체 과정이 있으면서 좀 옛날로 돌아간 듯한 기분이 들었는데
Oh my gosh, Gumo leveled up. People can say what they want, but honestly, at the beginning of the year, he was looking really shaky. Really kind of like zoned out and kind of off. But then when he got like subbed out and then he worked really hard to get back, he leveled up. He leveled up, became really consistent, right?
모든 것이 막다른 길처럼
Doran
보이기
leveled up and then
시작했습니다.
this world was so far Mr. Doran has not been performing too well, but 2,000원 감사합니다. Thank you.
하지만
스시를
막다른 길의
감사합니다.
끝은 항상 T1 팬들의 응원이었습니다.
And then of course we have Flandre. Hi Femi, hi. Doran needs to lock in, yes, 100%. Faker is locked in, exactly. Faker locked in so hard last series.
你如果一个赛段打得好的话，我觉得是黑马嘛。但是如果你一直都是保持在前面的话，这样才能够称之为是一个强队。
AL 委师一役，承载着 LPL 的另一半希望，而对手 T1 虽跌跌撞撞，但5冠加身，
Who
谁敢
dare
小觑？
who would dare underestimate them?
우리는 작년에도 사시드로 월드 챔피언십에 도달했었습니다.
Every
그리고
T1
그곳을
fan
떠날 때는
underestimating T1
트로피를
every
전해주고
single time.
있었죠.
Expectations are at an all-time low though, that's a fact.
之前
The expectation for T1 is at an all-time low, guys.
外界的舆论不管怎么样，我们都是不会在乎的。
Are you wearing red for T1? Yes, we are. Wearing a red.
只要来到世界赛，就想着怎么样才能够
피콘 진승원 CEO한테 샤라웃을 받을 정도로 버프 잘 받을 거예요. 버프냐고 아니면은 부두술이냐고. 그게 문제거든. 아, 2,000원 감사합니다. Only rain 61. Thanks for the sub for the push. Thank you.
很多人说它是英雄联盟最高的山，最长的河，
Welcome to the Maple family.
但我觉得它只是我们下一个对手。
Thank you, Fallen.
플랑드레 선수
Laundry.
우리를 단순한 상대라고 생각하신다면 이미 패배하셨습니다.
You've already lost. You've already lost, Chad. Huh?
In the new T1 Dynasty.
We added
Holy moly, bro. Cinema.
Thank you, everyone.
Prove your legend
There.
and earn your legacy.
He always has the best lines, though. Who actually comes up with the script here? Like, what? Carry on! Come on! Baker, Owner, and Doran! Doran. Holy. Here it is, guys. Lock it in. Lock in.
In Shanghai, before we proceed on to the semifinals. 3 challengers have already taken their places in those matchups, and today, Anyone's Legend faces off against T1 for that 4th spot in those penultimate showdowns. I'm Captain Flowers, joined by Dagda and Kobe to bring you the action here between the reigning world champions and China's most powerful team at the tournament thus far.
Everything points to this being an exceptional series.
Please.
When you look at the 2 titans that are taken to the stage, when you look at the series at MSI, when you look at what is on the line here, everything must be left on the rip here today.
Have to win here, guys. Have to win here.
For the latest
Do or die and
episode
lose
of
equals
T1
knocked out,
versus
guys.
the LPL. Daniel Dracos told me that T1 liked those odds, but AL have been looking better at this tournament so far. They are undefeated for a reason.
AL, the last time we saw them play was October 17th, 2 weeks ago on the dot, because they cleared out their opposition
AL is fucking scary.
so swiftly. And let's not
Kobe,
think that
Dagda,
opposition
Captain Flowers.
was an easy road. Remember that their best of 1
뱀픽 좀
victories
잘하자.
were against powerful
뱀픽
opponents,
잘하자.
were against powerful Korean teams. It's Genji
Okay.
and HLE that AL has already proven that they know how to get through. They took down CFO then after in the best of 3,
no,
dropping a single game, but still winning the series.
Please.
Anyone's Legend is looking powerful
Good
coming into
draft.
this quarterfinal.
Whereas when you look at like
Good
T1,
draft.
the fact that they end up being pushed towards those elimination ones, games by CFO, it really does start to raise those questions. Where do T1 stand coming into this? Because they don't look as strong as they have in the past coming into these quarterfinals.
They certainly don't, and a lot of people are looking at the
Carrier
support
Bard
matchup with
incoming,
Kyle
Carrier
having
Bard
that
is
big
permaban.
performance, especially versus Genji.
Carrier
The
Bard
Poppy putting the grounding down on
permanent
Ruler,
ban.
and Carrier not looking like himself, having some mistakes here.
Carrier not looking like
Baker,
himself.
the oldest man at the tournament, carried them here. The thing is with T1 though, they can just play
Uncle
better
carried,
on
Uncle
the
carried.
day.
And it's about time
아니
to see
진짜로
who's
여기
going to
온
lock
이유가
in here as
대상력이
our teams
캐리하는
prepare
거를
to enter
캐스터분들이
Champions League,
얘기하네요.
powered by Omen and HyperX.
나머지가 좀 해줘.
For the first time, here
Look
in
at
this
the
best of
Bardo
5,
and
it's
the Steelers
Bard
already
and Azir
fell
banned out
out.
by AL.
No.
Bard has been banned against T1 for every game except that FlyQuest best of
No.
1 so far. Carrier earning a lot of respect on the pick, while T1 will ban away the Trundle and Yunara.
Yeah, unfortunately, the West has become the experimentation chamber here because it was the Bard against FlyQuest. It was this Azir against MKOI that really made teams take notice and go, okay, we don't want to give these ones across. So
아재를
AL making sure that both those champions aren't going to go across.
다들
But
아재를
with Trundle
봐봐요.
banned away, are they trying to bait Flandre into this Sion first pick?
I mean, very well may be the case. I feel like with, Ambessa and everything up, maybe not worth the investment, but we'll see. Talia also here, pretty big pick up and available. The Rise as well. A lot of things to choose for as far as the priority.
Okay, Nico and Orianna, the last two bans here in the first half. Both, of course, very high-tier picks in their respective roles. So no Zir, no Orianna. First pick of the entire draft is going to be the Kiana here for Tarzan.
My gosh, Tarzan, Kiana, no way.
Continuing on towards Worlds, Tarzan has already won on this champion at Worlds as well. It looks like they're going to try and focus on, okay, let's get some early aggression here, see if we can snowball off of early skirmishes and really take it in those objective fights later.
Yeah, the team fight is so big for it, the execution so big. With the Trundle ban that you're looking at, though, of course, the Scion does rise in priority, and T1 are happy to grab it for Doran. You know, Flandre, we'll see what the response is, but there are plenty of options for him to still go into it.
Okay, I don't really mind this. Wait, hold up, guys. We're cooking, guys. Into Kiana, Talia E is so valuable, and then you also have a Scion to lock down Kiana if needed. Oh, 괜찮은 것 같은데? And plus, they can't really play Trundle. Trundle is a counter to Scion, by the way. 트런들이 Scion 카운터인데 키아나를 이미 했기 때문에 너무 좋은데? 이거 트런들 픽을 못하니까 너무 좋아요. 괜찮아 보인다, 진짜. 뽀삐가 살짝, 뽀삐는 근데 상대가 띠꺼워할 것 같은데. I think they're gonna, we could actually take Poppy here, no? We could take Poppy, Poppy counters Rek'Sai and Kiana. It depends though. Carry is really good on Poppy and Owner is also good on Poppy.
And back on the
they want to secure the Pantheon. Talia come first. I have a feeling that top is going to be banning Poppy then.
Already at Worlds, by far his most played, considering
we could ban it too. We could ban it too. If we're trying to cook something else in the bot side.
But it is not the Wukong on the T1 side. Instead, going for the Pantheon, most likely for Owner, of course, still could have a support angle there, so we won't rule that out just yet.
Yeah, the guaranteed point and click for the seismic shove setup here, and the double, almost triple globals with a Scion ultimate as well. So lots of ability to try and answer Rise split push, but we're looking at the
draft is not so bad, y'all. Predictions going on, guys. If you're gonna bet your chimes or channel points, go ahead and do that.
If anyone's legend want to try and shift and take those two priorities away, instead focus on towards the support role, taking away the Poppy, maybe looking towards an Alistar
상체 선픽은 좀 찜찜하라고. 왜? 상체를 이미 밴되기 전에 이미 뽑아야 되는 거잖아. 여기서 안 뽑으면 밴이 된다. Yeah, Poppy's banned. Tabe knows. The only thing is like R3, could we have Poppy instead of Pantheon? Yes or no? I don't know. I mean, I think Owner's Pantheon is really broken. We're gonna trust Owner with the Pantheon pick here. And it's really good combo with Talia, right? Point and click. Point and click.
Okay, so alongside the bottom lane carry bans of the Sivir and the Ziggs from T1, it's going to be double support bans from AL, looking at the Alistar alongside that Poppy. Poppy, of course, we know the power of the pick and being able to
is really bad right now, Mango Juice. Ash is super bad right now.
Alistar just giving you so much dive opportunity,
yeah,
so
Varus
much
makes more sense.
to start things off.
Varus skin tweet 등장! Varus skin owner! Mr. Guma Yushi is gonna be carrying Copium, hopefully. Oh, there is gonna be an Ash. I think Ash into Varus is kind of bad though for Ash. No, I think Jhin makes more sense. Ash is like way too easy to kill. Ash is way too easy to kill. Ezreal? Bro? Bro. Nice hair family.
Something that can follow up on plays that are pretty far away from you. You know, if you're looking at Kiana and Rek'Sai dive, or Rise plays there as well. Gonna need something that can follow up and cover some distance.
Yeah, I wasn't sure.
태빈이 할로윈 이벤트 뭐 해보신 적 있냐고? 할로윈은 별로 한거 안 하니까.
In that realm, but I know we haven't really seen a huge amount of Jinx, and I think again you're just going to struggle here.
So final's gonna be Cinema. Yup. It's gonna be amazing.
Kind of posing that question of, well, AL, what do you value most here?
Right. If you're saying you want that Kiana, that powerful LPL assassin jungler like you were talking about, Dagda,
no
you're
way.
Gonna have to trade the meatball.
No way.
For it. You can hear the arena
getting
excited at this hover, but we're not gonna be baited here. We'll see exactly what they want to go for here. Most likely for Carry.
No. Okay.
Carry is Rakan as the final pick of the draft.
Breathe in, breathe out.
Pretty good matchup into the Braum, all the extra movement.
Ballista support is so bad right now. Halo Blades, range Halo Blades got nerfed many times.
Very heavy here for T1, opening up with a pretty standard draft.
It does feel to me though
Almost
that if AL
cooked,
get off
guys.
to a good lead early, they are
Absolutely
really
cooked almost.
Gumayushi can
Overcooked, I
towards the
meant.
on-hit as there's not a huge amount of threat in that back line apart from the Kiana. But either way, you have a beefy front line. Great engage for T1, and on AL side, no one who can really get through the likes of this Sion. So if T1 just set up for
T1 팬이신가요? 네, 10년. 롤 e스포츠 보기 시작하는 게 SKT 페이커 선수 제드 클립을 봐가지고 그거 이후로 팬됐죠. 10년째 응원하고 있습니다. I've been cheering for SKT for 10 years now, guys. 10 years, ever since I started watching esports. Mr. Faker, the Z clip in the mid lane, yeah.
Focusing on the mid lane early will
The
feel
goats.
great, and then if they can get the
Faker,
ball rolling, like
what
you
was
already mentioned,
that?
the double semi-global
Look at the
ultimate,
cleanse, look at the
any sort
moves.
of lead you can get allows you to
Faker.
apply that pressure to the side lanes, to the objectives, to make
Okay,
picks,
Unk.
to force fights that
Hey,
are not
hey, Co.
fair, even if AL might
Little
originally
sheep
believe
trying to
they
talk.
are so. So for AL,
You don't even know
particularly
about
if you fall
Faker back
behind,
in
it's so scary
2015,
when you're
then
trying to
don't
set up these
talk.
plays.
Yeah, and you know how aggressive AL is going to want to play this. Like the last time we saw Tarzan play this
Little
champion,
babies
he
trying
was
to talk
diving
when
mid
Lion's
lane
trying
turrets
to
just
when Lion's
set up
trying to
a kill for
watch.
himself.
Come on.
They really want to invest in getting this Kiana ahead. So all eyes are going to be on Faker to make sure that he does not fall prey to it.
All right, we're on to the rift for game one
guys ready?
in this quarterfinal.
Are you
best of
ready?
five.
다들
AL
준비되셨나요?
versus T1 for the last spot
하나,
in the
둘,
semifinals
셋.
and the opportunity
T1
to play top
fighting!
esports for a chance at the finals. Runes coming up on your screen right now. We can see comment on the Varus, means lethality and poke.
I'm
Double
stressed
summoner
and
spellbooks
best.
here for our supports for the extra opportunities, utility, and playmaking.
And they
We're all
they
stressed.
sweep out with the early Oracle's lens here to grab that ward, take down the possible
I hope
lane
I don't go
swap
bald,
ward
guys.
there, and it's going to be the regular reset. Sign back up to the
I
normal
hope I don't go
lanes here.
bald.
Remember, this series was exciting at MSI, so I hope that we can just continue right off that full 5 games.
And so far throughout this tournament, 100 Thieves and Imkoi pressuring T1, I think more than we expected them to in those best of threes that T1 had to play, where I think a lot of people were expecting these gold graphs to be just straight up into the right.
Yeah, we expected T1 to come out all guns blazing and being able to find those early pressure, find those kills, and suddenly skyrocket in towards their objective control where they like it the most. But when it came towards, especially that series against MKOI, there was a lot of picks going across, there was a lot of skirmishes that ended up going in favor of MKOI, and it really relied on those late game fights for T1 where they were able to excel, at that objective setup that really made the difference.
Yeah, I mean, we were seeing individual mistakes from members of T1 as well as
I like your style,
team
thank you.
mistakes with like some
Thank you,
fights you would have
There's
Doran
nothing
engaging
happening in the
a
beginning.
completely
That's good,
different
that's
direction
good.
from where owner was going, and so it has made
Okay, Q is
people a little
connecting
bit
from
worried
Carrier.
here as to the form of T1 coming into
Carrier
this
vs
series.
Kyle.
And of course, that does mean
Okay,
that
nice,
T1
nice,
has
nice.
had more time
이랩
to
타이밍
practice.
때
They've
브라운
had more
큐를
stage
피했다?
games, right? Like
Okay,
I
good.
said at the top of the day,
Level 2
anyone's
timing, you have
legend,
to be
because
careful.
of their success,
And,
it was
they
2 weeks ago
were
that
able
they
to
played
play
their
safe.
qualifier match in that 2-0 bracket from the Swiss stage. So although that does give you extra time to prep, it gives you extra time to plan, look ahead, and try to figure out the meta, figure out the things that other teams might not be wise to just yet. It does mean that you haven't had as many games under the lights.
And that's why I think this matchup in the top side is super interesting, because T1 off of that extra games played, if not,
I'm like, I have a cold or something, I don't know.
ourselves, which is their
Off
big
the Chroma
investment in the
door,
draft. AL, at least off the games they play, believe that the Flandre is going to be good enough on this rec side to outperform it. So I think that's where, when it comes to these team fights, how both these top laners perform is going to be the focal point of who comes out on top.
Yeah, 100%. Plus, we haven't had to show anything
Kyle used to
extra
play with
here
LCK.
from AL in the
Yeah,
opening
yes,
game.
Kyle played
A
on
lot of
LCK
people
before.
looking forward to what AL
카일
have been
선수는
able
이미
to put
LCK에서 우리가 많이
specifically
봐왔던
top A
선수인데
as far as the draft, with
요즘
all
그
of the
AL에서
extra
폼이
time
진짜 말이 안
that AL
됩니다.
have had, to observe
겐지
the
상대로
other
그거
teams.
뽀삐
In game number 1,
W
though, they're not
빠.
showing anything new at all. You know, these are the
Because remember into
normal
Genji,
priorities here
AL
with the
beat
Kiana,
Genji.
with
That's
the
because
rec side
Kyle
that
and
you do
Tarzan
mention.
popped off like so hard.
As we have Tarzan making a quick stop in the enemy jungle here just to place
Hey,
down
Durun.
the common
Oh,
ward
this
near the
matchup is
enemy
really
raptor
bad for
camp.
Sion,
Keep
by
an
the way.
eye on what's going on
저
there.
근데
As
1대1이
Owner has secured the
사연이
bottom side,
불리합니다.
Scuttle Crab
진짜로.
drops off a raptor ward of his
렉사이가
own.
이겨요.
Both junglers will pass through the mid lane. Tarzan going to see Owner, who was coming around maybe for the play onto Shanks, but as soon as he knows it's a 2v2,
Both junglers
he
are
thinks
just like
better of it.
chilling.
Yeah, first clear, very easy to track for both of them. Both of them
Okay,
having
but Rakan and
information,
Varus has
and as we were
priority.
looking
Look at
forward
Ezreal.
to from
Ezreal's
the
not
draft,
moving.
It was going to be a
That's
an
fine.
early convergence towards that mid lane because you
Nothing
really
happening.
can snowball
But
it.
if you actually look, Kiana's
either
actually
way
going
there
back to
with the
doing
extra
Raptors,
pressure.
meanwhile Pantheon
So
resets and
far,
going
though,
cross.
just clearing out the extra ward and the slight
이게
roam up from
키아나가
Kyle.
저
Again,
캠프가 딱
another use of
다시
the sweeper.
돌아가지고
He's gotten a couple out of the early oracles, and keeping this pathway between mid lane and bottom lane clear is huge to be able to get those roams off.
Yeah, especially like Owner will get the information that the Raptors were just about to spawn, so we'll be able to track where Tarzan
She
is
reads
going for the moment,
50%
but
of
I think it is
20%
a
of
case
messages?
trying to make sure you can also keep Tarzan
What do
safe
you
in a lot
mean,
of this,
bro?
because Pantheon early matching into the Kiana, if you have the support
What
from
do you
Faker, you can
mean?
very
If I
quickly
read all
burst
of the
out this Kiana,
message,
and
I'm
she's
gonna sit
nullified
here
entirely
reading
these
every
research.
single message out loud.
Taking a
Well,
look
you might
down
as well
here
just
in
get a
bottom
TTS
lane,
bot
you can see the
to
farm
stream instead
even
of me.
here, as it is pretty much everywhere thus far. We don't have any of these
Pempa
lanes
15.
pulling out to a major advantage early on. 4 seconds
Very
left on the clock
TP,
before
interesting.
the Drake spawns. Is a Kimtech
I
Drake,
mean,
which often means you're not going to
TP
have
Varus,
as much
I
early
have seen
priority
him
on
in
it
solo
from
queue as
junglers
well.
and bottom laners as it could be for
It's
something
kind of
more
interesting.
valuable,
I
especially
guess you get
considering, like I
faster
just
tempo when
mentioned,
you're
the neutral state of the lanes.
You play like a
Nobody's got
mage.
Bio over the nearby
You're playing
lane.
lethality
I think if
Varus.
you're T1 though, you can try and look for Paguma. It might be caught.
Yeah,
Force the flash.
Gumayushi losing the flash there, especially on Varus with the no innate mobility. That could be an opportunity for AL.
And what I was about to say was that Gumayushi and Kerry have actually had a decent job of pushing in this lane on the bottom side.
When your
And that
support
should
isn't
open
there,
up then Owner
you
to
have to
actually
play
go
safe,
for this
or
dragon,
Mr.
especially
Gumayushi
if
knows
the waves
that.
crashed and they
You
get
gotta
to
lock
bounce
in, I
back
think.
out. But now, down a flash, it makes
아니
Gumayushi
근데
a little more
서폿이
vulnerable if
살짝
AL
위에
tries to
가서
contest any
미드
sort of early
미드에 와드 박아주고 있었거든요. So Rakan was actually up getting vision for mid lane. You have to play a little safe. Okay, nice tank a tower. It's okay,
Extra
Mr.
tower
Faker.
shot here
Good
for
job.
Shanks, but not too big. I was gonna say, Keria there was coming out of base off of his reset and had hovered towards mid. Now we're
okay,
seeing
guys.
another hover towards
As long as
mid.
nothing happens for the
but it
next
is
like
spotted
4
by
minutes
the warding
and 15
here
seconds.
from AL. So good vision around mid lane.
Happening.
AL have known, yes, Shanks is going to be a target on this rise. We know that T1 want to be able to compound off of this Talia. But the other side is not warded.
Owner with the flash into the stun going after Shanks.
Nice
but he
try,
flashes to buffer
Owner.
through it. So no
Good shit,
seismic
good
shove
shit.
there for the follow-up. You even saw Owner
No flash.
using his spear on nothing
Do it again.
beforehand to charge the passive.
Yeah, really good
Hit
job
level
by
6
Shanks
and
there
go
with the
again.
preemptive flash, because if that flick
So
goes
Kiana
through,
actually
you're in a lot of
takes
trouble.
it, and he's
But
actually
now
rolling to
Faker
the
having to
Raptors.
escape.
Rakan
She'll be able to walk out on towards this bottom
maybe needs to
side.
go and
And
help
it should just be
Pantheon.
Owner picking up
Pantheon actually
Raptors
backing out
for
because
himself.
he realizes he doesn't have flash, and Braum is coming up. Kiana and Braum could actually flash on him, and he's dead.
So Kiana
Right.
very threatening with access to the ultimate, but nobody finding actual blood quite yet with all the focus towards mid lane. But Flowers, your _1 goal when you're trying to kill a mid laner is first step, blow their flash.
Yes.
So Shanks no flash here.
저거는
Very
전멸
good trade
쓰는
for
탈리아점을
Owner to just
쓰는
go
건
in,
에바지.
and trade that even
지금
though
템을
Faker
보시면은 딜이
was
아직 안
unable
나옵니다.
to follow up with the close seismic shove.
My eyes are drifting towards 50 seconds until that next
그러니까 예를 들어서 다 라이즈가 전멸을 안 사용해서 풀 콤보를 꽂은 다음에 전멸을 사용해. 그러면 전멸을 쫓아가면서 이제 스킬을 더 맞추고 죽일 수 있는데 애초에 초반 콤보를 전멸로 하려고 탈리아가 전멸까지 사용하면은 개손해입니다. 그냥.
And we mentioned the leeching of EXP to get Tarzan to level 6 there on the Kiana. Owner now level 6 on his Pantheon. Whether they want to use that to try to make a play on the now flashless Rise or make a play for the Void Grubs that you mentioned, Dagda, I really want to see some value out of this for Owner and T1.
Meanwhile, the lane's going pretty well for AL besides that
Cat
Gumayushi
ganked your
lead,
keyboard. Yo, what are you
that
typing in the
see.
chat?
Flandra, we kept on talking about it, but he has put so much
What are you
time
typing in the
into
chat?
this Rek'Sai. You know, looking at the solo queue accounts, spamming this champion, and he's gotten results because of it. And so they feel pretty confident in that matchup.
Sometimes I feel like people also watch from bed or something and then they fall asleep. They fall asleep on their keyboard and they tap some random stuff.
They're trying to shift the Talia down to match, but this opens up Shanks to
Okay,
move
can we do
quicker
like
with
bot
that
lane
realm war.
dragon?
And
Like,
AL should
we're
be
just
able
gonna
to
give
keep
it.
T1 at bay. I don't even think T1 can test here.
Yeah, for sure. With how much pressure Flandra has in the 1v1, the Rek'Sai has a sign under tower already, and you see Flandra proxying even, so T1 looks
Yeah,
very good
I mean
for
this
them.
Rek'Sai has a
Excuse
field
me,
day into
AL
this
is
Zion.
very good for them.
God
to
damn
grab
it.
the grubs. Will T1 even try and answer anything on the other side of the map?
Exactly. You don't really see any movements immediately towards the Drake or anything like that.
The
you
dragon
saw
is
ping
pinged
right
by
now from
AL.
AL onto the Drake pit, expecting that T1 might be trying to make
Captain
that
Flower, stop
counterpunch
quoting
there.
me. What do you
but
mean?
3 grubs for the side of AL.
Captain
when
Flower?
you already have
Hello?
all of this pressure, particularly in the top lane with your Rek'Sai having the lead over Sion
should be
and
the Dragon
proxy
Pearls.
farming him,
Yeah,
feels
okay,
really
that's
good to secure that this early. Now it will be T1 heading over to the Drake. A little bit delayed compared to the exact timing for the taking of the grubs, but they're still going to secure it without a fight, and that means it's 1-1 in the objective count as Doran heads back into lane here with the Sion ultimate to continue trying to farm.
This is a much slower early game than I was expecting. When you glance back towards MSI, there was so much activity in the early stages of that series across almost every single game.
0-0.
But both teams now
0-0.
at the World Championship,
No kills for either side.
out and see
I don't
where
know,
they can
guys.
get that small little advantage in this game number one.
이거 봐,
For
구마유시
so
선수
many of
이제
the
플래시
players on the
돌았죠?
Rift, it
구마유시
means
got
so
flashback
much,
up.
especially on
Fine.
AL side, if they can take down T1.
And I see one of those advantages already manifesting. The gold that we were talking about for Flandre, the lead that he
Nice
had,
game,
the pressure, it has turned into the item here. Titanic Hydra. This thing feels so good on Rek'Sai because auto attack resets really enable you to stack up your Fury even quicker so you can get your true damage bite. And it gives you massive wave clear. So again, pushing the extra tempo here, if he's able to annihilate the minion wave, move into proxy again, you know, him plus Tarzan
유정 바루스인가? 네, 맞습니다. 요즘 바루스가 다 그냥 그 공소 평타 바루스로 가는 건 아니고 유정으로
on the Varus. He is the 1 point of power right now for T1. He's the one role with an individual gold lead, and Rek'Sai and
So
Kiana
Varus is
want
played like a
nothing
mage
more
now.
than
So a
to
lot of
embrace
Varus,
him
even
at
in
the
solo
very start
queue,
of the
are
fight.
going
And that's why
TP
both
now.
supports are
They
doing
play
a
as
really
if
good
they're
job
playing a
of steering
mage.
through mid into bottom side
They
as well.
spam
You
their
can see all
skills,
the
they
vision
TP
that
back, they
Carry has
spam
set up
their
on this
skills.
bottom side of the map, and it's now been slowly cleared out by Kyle, essentially trying to keep both of their mid laners safe.
Look at all
and
that
those
vision in
vulnerable
the
AD
top
carries
side
in the mid
river.
safe as well.
They have 3 pink
And we
wards.
know
AL has
when
3
AL
pink
at their
wards.
best, it is when
Top.
both Tarzan and
That's
Kyle
crazy because,
are
like, who
controlling
cares?
vision
Like,
and
T1
oftentimes
doesn't wanna go
linking up
top
to
anyways,
work with
right?
each other to apply that pressure. I remember the interview that we had with Tabe where he was talking about the close relationship of those two players outside the game as well.
Flandre
and how
Rek'Sai has been
Tarzan
winning him a
really
lot of
opened
games.
up,
I think Flandre
Kyle's
has the best
confidence with
understanding of
communication
Rek'Sai in the
in
tournament.
game.
He definitely had the best
Tarzan's
Rek'Sai
Chinese is
performance
so good. He kind of came in
compared
and
to
acted
like
as this
other
older
top
brother
laners trying to
figure
pull off
for
Rek'Sai and
Kyle.
like looking kind of confused.
So we'll see. At the moment, Kyle has been kind of like handling the vision on the bottom half, while
The
Tarzan
pink word
by himself
triangle,
have been
yeah.
handling the vision on the top half.
Actually, though.
But if you see
Okay,
them
Mr.
link up
Faker
here with
driving away
Braum
Shanks
and
is really good.
Kiana, that is so much CC
We thought
and possibilities for big
no,
plays.
carry out, everyone is there, we'll tell.
T1 trying to set up on this bottom
Pokemon.
side. Carry has to walk out from underneath the turret as AL moving towards him.
Carrier with the grand entrance back over the wall. TP coming in now for AL. Shanks arrives right into the seismic shove. Doesn't take a whole ton of damage there. Going to back away. True Shot Barrage fires through. Back from all the way over in mid lane, but not going to find any targets. Owner also hanging around the area. But again, gentlemen, it just seems like nobody wants to be the one to force something that doesn't have to be forced in this first game.
Well,
I mean, Riot's TP is back up as well. Okay, good poke, good poke. They don't have TP. 텔포 없는데 이거 완전 피 없는데? Pantheon can maybe look then. But we gotta remember Shanks has flash. 라이즈가 플래시가 있고 근처에서 애들 다 있다는 거 기억해야 되는데 이러면은 AL이 기분이 나쁘죠. 아무래도 텔포로 복귀한 라이즈가
And they will be
한피가
able to do
빠졌으니까.
just that. Faker collects the money.
60%
Carrier still
HP.
just trying to distract
Yep.
Tarzan and Kyle. Shanks at 40% HP on the rise, but
Action
can
is
still
coming,
clear the
yes,
wave away as
100%.
Gumayushi applies pressure over in the mid lane. Going to secure the second plate on that turret as well as T1 tries to claw back some of the distance from this.
And look at that champion!
Flandre is constantly running the
Look
show
at this
up here in the
champion,
top lane,
Rek'Sai is such
finding
a
third
cringe
plate for
champion.
himself.
렉사이가 진짜 저런다니까?
So good,
I
so
literally saw that
comfortable
same
on
thing
this
happen in solo
champion.
queue too.
Again, though,
Solo queue I saw the
everybody's
Sion
always
Rek'Sai
really
matchup.
happy to have a
This is
Sion on
literally
their
what
team
happens. So
later in
Rek'Sai
the
just
game.
picks
As long as
Demolish,
not
and he's able to proc
significantly
Demolish
behind, will provide
every
a
time, just
lot
ignoring the
of
Sion
front
completely.
line presence. Doran,
Sion을
though,
아예
has had
개무시하고
a rough tournament
저
thus far,
포탑을 그냥
and so people are
타워를
definitely looking for him to step up
때려
as it
부실 수
progresses.
있더라고요.
Yeah, and I think a lot of that will be now at the next, or the Rift Herald in a minute 45.
굉장히 사기입니다. 저게 사용이 할 수 있는 거 아무것도 없습니다. 저 상대로.
You've already got a lot of
Because
your
like
tops out of the map
Sion
rail
hits
in the
him and
decent
then
spot.
he just
So I
like
think that's
becomes
where
fully
they'll be
free
looking to
again.
play. And with
Sion
Dragon
doesn't
40
do enough
seconds as
like
well, you can continue
damage
to put that pressure down as well.
to
So
deal
I
with
think
the
it's more on
sustain.
T1 to find picks with Owner and Faker right now to disrupt the
We
opportunity
love
for
Lee.
AL to hit these spikes and play for this dragon.
I was playing some games off stream, by the way, and
you see Keria at the moment through mid, through the control ward here, trying to go get some.
I may have lost game with Narinat. I played with Narinat and I lost my game.
The Flandre attacks up here is almost an entire turret already. Now Faker under tower.
Okay, Mr. Faker gonna get both Pokemon.
Okay, Faker throws out the unraveled earth. Wants
That
to
tower
make sure
is
he
gone.
Can find his escape
The
route
tower
here.
is gone.
This is
Look
also
at the location of Recon and Pantheon, nowhere near to back him up. Faker has to back away.
This hard. This is AL. There's not a kill on the board, and Flandra's forcing down.
Okay,
the
well,
first
we can
turret,
do this.
14
We can
minutes
do
into the
this.
game. Now T1 starting up the second Drake. They want to try to keep stacking here.
Okay.
Keria
Chill.
disengaging as AL's on the approach.
We
T1
싸운다,
grouped up as
싸운다.
4. The Drake is
First
down
fight
to
of the
2000 HP. Faker
first
joins up
fight
with
of the
everybody. It's a 5v5.
There it is! Doran goes in! Oh my gosh, wait, hold up. Okay. Okay, Keria! Recon! Okay, we're winning! Okay, we're not winning! Okay, we are winning! Oh my gosh, Doran goes on, but it's vulnerable. And they all have to run, and Mr. Faker has all these chasing! Oh my gosh, the W connects it! The Warlock gets a kill! Mr. Faker alone! Oh no, Faker 진짜! Oh my gosh, Shanks is actually taking them down in the backline though. Hold up.
And Shanks is on the run. Faker and Guma looking for a little bit more with the piercing.
Faker's just flashing forward! Giga chance, Mr. Faker! 대성력도 강림한 거야 오늘! 대성력! Oh my gosh, Faker's back! Yet again! The ghost of League of Legends! Oh my gosh, he saved that fight so hard, Mr. Faker. Holy. 와 진짜 잘했다. 근데 다 잘했어. Everyone played super well. Everyone played super well. Look at that. Doran engages for us. That's his job, right? And then look at Rakan. Seismic shove into Rakan. 4-man charge. 여기에서 그리고 대상역 와 궁으로 진입하는데 여기에서 뒤에 타잔 선수를 이 W로 그냥 앞에 있는 거로 할 수 있지만 아니 이 크로 W는 guy in the front but no Kiana no flash he knew
T1 team fighting, man. 14 minutes into the game, we're at 0-0.
Oh my gosh, wait, hold up. T1 is actually just locked in.
With a 4-2 lead. Damage dealt to champions in the last fight. It's Guma, it's Faker, it's Shanks, it's Hope. The carries on both sides.
This is why we all love Faker. Like, I don't even know. He's actually just so crazy. Okay, let me stop glazing. I'm gonna curse. I'm gonna be cursed if I go this red thing. If I keep glazing. Everyone I keep glazing, they're always like...
important games.
They always die in game, of course.
This is Rift Herald. They're going to grab this one. No Guma around to steal it.
Yeah, it looks like instead T1 going to try and push in mid and collapse onto this bot tier 1 to see if they can pick that one up for themselves. Match the top tier 1 that AL have already
Don't jinx, yeah,
so
exactly. I gotta stop talking. Oh, Faker's actually sorting damage though. Faker's doing damage. Hold up.
Flandra still
Owner's hovering around Faker is good.
Here for T1, individual gold lead of 1.3k is the
Mr.
reason
Faker.
why T1 is not ahead in gold despite winning that team fight 4-2. We do also have a very
Can you talk about how good Flandre is playing, please? Oh my gosh, Flandre, Rek'Sai just insane. Look at him, 1.3k lead and has a 36 lead. As well as taking every single turn playing gold, he was able to get the first full tower. Crazy guy, like holy.
Decides who gets the better shoes.
You know everybody loves an Otacon fight. Yeah. You know it. These things are always exciting, and it is about the setup for those fights. So we'll see if
He's
you can
gonna
control
shave
the
the
area
head
first
if
and get
T1
the
wins.
perfect engage.
What do you
The
mean?
thing
I was gonna
is,
shave
with
my
the
head if it was a
Rek'Sai lead
G2
there,
FlyQuest
that is not a lead that
finals.
just like wins you a game. This champion does a lot of setup.
FlyQuest didn't even make it to quarters.
But it
Oh
in
my,
itself is
like
not a
Western
win
fans are
condition, so they
delusional,
actually
yes
have
or
to
no?
find, you know, like a flash
Genuinely, people were
knockup
actually
onto
believing
Kubu
G2
or
was gonna make
something,
it to the finals.
to actually put a stop.
And even FlyQuest, people were saying like FlyQuest was better than G2.
And look at this, the river control for T1 is pretty early.
Yeah, for AL, it has to be a way of finding a bypass to Doran.
No, Mr. Faker's so flashed. Okay,
He wants to
run.
try to find Faker here, needs a little bit more damage. Ulti to drop the aggro, and Shanks gets the kill. TP coming in from T1.
Never glazing faker again.
A little bit of a problem. No, Doran has the ulti. Guarantees he does not get locked up, but still, that's T1 getting caught off guard. That's Flandra making the flash play that you wanted to see.
Yeah,
never glazing Mr. Faker again. Holy! I told you when I glazed the player, the player is dead on in-game of course 30 seconds later.
No flash now.
How does this happen every single time?
How crucial it could be, or the next Adicon. So although it's a nice pick, they don't actually get much more out of the back of it. So for AL, we'll have to keep track if they can still find that moment in the next fight. Sans flash.
Yeah, exactly.
부주술 너무 강력한데?
It's not like it led into a
부주술 너무
turret take. It's not
강력하잖아
like it led
이거.
into a dragon or an Otacon or
3명
anything
먹자.
like that. It
3명
feels
먹으면
good to
그만이야.
get the extra money in
I
the
mean, Dragon's
pocket,
coming up in
but
a minute
still,
30.
AL are going to need every
We already
tool
have
they
2
can possibly
dragons.
get. These big fights come down to the carries, to the positioning. We saw the damage charts from that first big team fight, from the only big team fight, and both sides, it was mid and AD doing all the work. If one of those dies instantly, that's going to completely warp the landscape of the battle.
And that's why I want to see AL still going for these pick plays. And you can kind of see Kyle and Tarzan are linking up to try and find ways where they can get some deeper vision down, find these moments they can play into the jungle of T1 and use those tight corridors.
진짜 선수가 선수가 보통 선택팀 입장에서 노리고 싶다 보니 보통 똑똑한 얘기를 하고 계시네요.
Along with those resets, we're seeing second purchases.
그래, 칭찬하는 선수가 왜냐면은 칭찬하는 그 순간에 막 플래시를 엄청 화려하게 사용하고 막 그럴 거 아니야. 방금 한타에서 그리고 이제 막 킬도 많이 먹고 딱 상대 팀이 잡고 싶어하는 그런 선수일 것 같은데
Everybody's hitting these big power spikes, and I expect that to also be a huge factor.
AL 칭찬을 하자. 난 플란데르 선수 칭찬을 했기 때문에 곧 이제 좋은 소식이 들지 않을까.
Again, the flashes will be critical here.
Okay, there it is, there it is. Okay, Cleanse and Mikhail's used their all dead now. Let's go, Kyle and Hope that in-game cards. Oh my gosh. Oh wait, hold up. They're going for crazy plays. It's 2v4. What are they doing? Owner, why are you flashing forward?
Now he's trapped. Shanks with a little bit more damage kills off the T1 jungler. The realm warp's ready to go in, and Shanks wants another.
It's fine. Doran is here. Doran. Okay, well, hold up. Doran was there. Is he okay, he just runs. Oh, he runs away. Holy.
Hold on. We've got a respawn from Kyle. He teleports back. And now it looks
honestly,
like
Owner's flash makes no sense, but we do get the mid tower.
AL have to try and rush this. They know that they've only got a couple of seconds until Owner's back up, and he has that ultimate available. The interrupt is huge because that will stop T1 responding with the dragon.
Exactly. Big interrupt there on Gumayushi, and
We just come in for the third dragon, guys. Honestly, Atakan's not even worth it. I'm not even. Yeah, they did get better strength, but like, if we can get third dragon, I think we take that trade. 아니 바텀이 이즈리얼이 미쳤네 그냥. Ezreal just eating forward like that, immediately punished by Carry and Guma. But then Owner's just flashing forward here is insane.
Here is the counter engage though. They popped down the Rift Herald and they got the big Kiana ult, as you know, but back to live. The dragon is important. T1 already starting it out.
Crucially, Tarzan had the Axiom arc, so his supreme display talent is nearly back up.
아니 근데 진짜 아타칸에서 게임을 너무 많이 던지는 판들이 많아서 차라리 그냥 주는 게 나은 거 같아. Okay, nice, huge, good smite from Owner, good smite. Oh, hey. Soul points now for
but
T1
then claiming soul points and in a position to claim soul every 5 minutes hereafter.
A very tense position in the game, Flowers. Everybody's looking at the next dragon now. With the power of the Otacon, it's not super big at the moment with only the 19 petals being picked up. It's a pretty early one there. It does give the nice on-kill effect though for AL, and this is a team that has a lot of burst damage in it, so you might actually see the use of that extra on-kill effect. I mean, Tarzan, we saw the big Kiana ult just before we went back to live in the previous one, and he might be able to find another.
긁고 이걸 밀린 거 용료가 있어서 이 정도면 나쁘지 않다. 3용이면 나쁘지 않죠. 그리고 솔직히 800원 차이는 밀리는 것도 아니긴 해. 대부분이 렉사이한테 가 있고. Like most of the gold gap is on Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai and Sion. Everything else is like fine. Mid is actually ahead. ADC is ahead.
Full completed items right beforehand, right before that Otacon timer. I'm very curious how much that's going to pay off here for Flandra and Tarzan.
T1 needs to find a pick on the side lane before the 4th dragon. Honestly, we don't even need to go for the 4th dragon. That's the thing. Like 4th dragon isn't even a big deal because yeah, Soul is nice.
For T1 though,
but is it really worth like spawning an Elder Dragon at 25 minutes and possibly throwing the game on Elder? No. Maybe we want them to get the dragon, and then we can actually hover around Baron. That's actually the best macro, I think. Instead of like forcing a Soul for no reason, like they're the one who needs to force out the dragon. We don't really care. We already have 3. So we can actually hover around Baron and get control over Baron. Make it better. They have some really good vision in their jungle. Maybe we can get rid of some of that.
And quickly get those kills. See about the lockdown.
Perfect CS on Faker. 245. 10 CS per minute. Over 10 CS per minute. 분당 10개 이상 먹고 있습니다, 대상이요. 285개. 렉사이는 그 이상을. 분당 11개인가? 그거는?
Somebody from T1 will have to go answer, and looks like Faker elects to go pick up the extra gold.
Still got it.
We do have Faker also. 2 needlessly large rods in inventory means the Rabadon's death cap. He will certainly have enough gold for that 2.5 minutes from now in time for that Dragon Soul fight. And it's Mountain Soul as well, putting that on a Sion when the enemy team already has an Ezreal as the AD carry instead of a tank buster is very scary.
탈리아가 해줘야 된다.
The Inferno Soul with like the poke from Gumayushi is going to be
Faker's going Rabadons, guys.
It's going to be so strong. And
so close,
for Faker
actually.
as well. But crucially, Gumayushi and Faker, Flash is just about to come off cooldown. Same when you look at Owner as well, right? Like, you have so many of those tools now up and available for you for this next Dragon fight, or even if you want to go for a sneaky T1 Baron.
Right, Baron makes his way onto the Rift. I was doubting a little bit that we might get as early of an Otacon as we did. I was proved wrong. We'll see if we get an early Baron in this one as well. The gold lead still less than 1,000 gold for AL despite the slight kill lead for T1. And neither one of the teams has really pulled away any further than that throughout this entire
탈리아가 더 잘 컸지.
I love the way that you bring up the sneaky
라이즈가
T1
아무래도
Barons because as the team with
영겁의
the
지팡이가
soul points, they get the luxury of
경험치는 조금
dragging
더
you
잘 먹은
across the
모습.
map. They can go for either
like
side.
they have
Whereas
lot of
AL,
agents, so they actually
it's much
have
more difficult here to spread
leveling
your
up.
vision resources, keep track of both of these objectives,
Carry is still
and
getting
make sure that
interrupted.
T1 don't sneak the bigger of the two. Yeah. Regardless, though, T1 would still be very happy with just going over to progress here through the
라이즈가
dragon
아니라
area.
탈리아. 나는 왜 라이즈 얘기를 하기에는 탈리아가 너무 잘 컸는데 이거 라바단 나오려고 하는데 라고
Powerful
생각했거든.
items are starting to come online. You can see the Seeker's Arm Guard available for Shanks, especially on Rise when he can use the Realm Warp to put himself in the middle of everybody. This can be a massive,
라이즈는 살짝 그
massive
위치
playmaking
느낌으로
tool
항상
for getting in
빈색하죠.
there and
좀
playing
단단하고
aggressively towards the back line
안 죽는
of
느낌.
T1. Taking count of summoner spells.
지금 근데 탈리아가 극딜이라서 존냐가 없는 거 차이가 좀 나긴 할 텐데
swapped in for Carrier's
조심해야 될
Rakan.
듯.
Exhaust swapped in for Kyle's Braum as AL try to force T1 back from the bottom side river.
Carrier being slippery worm, let's go. He's being a little rat.
And Faker's recalling right now. That's got to be a death cap for him. He has
Death cap
teleport.
Faker.
As you said, all of
we
these
can
summoner
fight
spells
once
are available.
Faker
He
has
has
death
the
cap, we
cap
can fight.
just in time.
All right, Faker's got some headwear, but it's AL with control over
Dragon
the
spawning in
river.
20 seconds,
Owner and
guys,
Gumayushi
but so is
wanting
the
to
Baron.
Step up a little bit here. TP coming in from Doran. He's going to be the one to try to face check. Carrier takes some damage from Shanks. Has to
Okay,
use
no
the
W
grand
on
entrance to get
Carrier.
himself back
Wait
away.
until Carrier has
AL with
W again, I
control
guess.
over the river still for now.
Faker.
Flandra looking around in the blue buff area, but he won't find
Faker's
anything.
starting to do
Kyle
some
down to half
damage.
HP already
Not too
from
bad,
the
despite
T1
Flandra
poke.
having
That's
a lot of
only gonna get
MR.
scarier if T1 secure this objective. Kyle using
Flandra
the
has so much
Unbreakable blocks the
MR.
piercing
Carrier's trying to
arrow.
like
Poke
scout
trading
out
back and forth
the
still between both sides.
Mark
Keep your eyes on the
Kiana here.
engage, keep your eyes on Carrier. Flandra digging into the pit, putting that tunnel down, making sure he has some extra mobility.
캐리어 선수가 지금 계속 키아나가 뒤로 돌아오는 거 마킹하고 있죠. 여기 제일 굉장히 중요합니다. 상대가 이거 돌아 들어올 수가 있어가지고. Okay, Flandre making a little damage for free. Flandre flushes up, but he goes down anyways. 4v5. T1 didn't even connect. Oh my gosh! Wait, hold up. We win this fight so hard. Oh, they're so split. Oh my gosh, that's Baron. We can get Baron too. Oh no. 와 이거는 너무 잘해. Oh, good flash from Guma. Good flash from Guma. That's fine because he can TP back. 집에 갔다가 바론으로 텔포를 탈 수 있기 때문에 방금 플래시는 중요했습니다. Okay, wait, Hope is running, but look at how fast Faker is! Faker's so fast! Faker! 대단해! Faker! Oh my gosh, T1 is so fucking clean. AL is getting absolutely dismantled in these fights. Oh, I mean, like Keria being there and zoning off Kiana and Rek'Sai. In the end, catching out the Rek'Sai with Faker. 와, 이게 근데 여기 캐리아 선수가 너무 마킹을 잘했다. So good, so good. And then after this, look at Owner flying in. Keria.
With Owner, they find Hope. They shut down AL Hope
guys.
as the rest of T1 clears up in the piss.
Oh, Keria is back, baby.
와.
He camped on that control ward.
너무
He
깔끔하다
starts out
진짜.
the play onto Flandra, setting up the seismic shove, and then he continues the play, as you say,
Yeah, that must be
jumping
so
over the
frustrating
wall,
as Kiana.
finding
Like
the
Tarzan
rest of
is so
the members.
frustrated.
Keria Rakan finding multiple.
아 그냥 T1이 겁나 잘하고 있어서 AL이 못하는 건 아닌데 like AL isn't playing bad, but like T1 is just absolutely not giving an inch. T1's not giving an inch. I think Rek'Sai's location is not bad. Like he's not like a Sion or Orion. He's not supposed to stand with a team. Look at his item. He runs Shojin and a gigantic Hydra. He's trying to like look for a flank. Shank is TP, but he's gonna be dying right after his CPS! Oh my gosh, that is a nice Kiana ulti though. Shanks does go down, Kumaishi secures a double kill. And look at the big burning power. Pantheon's looking. Boom. He doesn't have flash though. Come down. What about mid tower?
Back over in the mid lane here at the same time, trying to get an objective bounty because AL know they are not fighting back in the bottom lane. T1 take the tier 2.
Guma Yushi's chains of corruptions, locking down Shanks, making sure that neither him or KL could get out of there. T1, they are in the heads of anyone's legend.
I mean, it's T1 at Worlds.
Bounty Golden Tower is so cringe by the way.
And T1 down here, after they've already gotten so many big objectives, Flowers, you were just talking about how much they won off the previous fight.
that ult from Guma, stopping Shanks ult. 라이즈 궁으로 도망가려고 하는 거를 이제 구만시 선수가 궁을 맞춰가지고 끄는 모습이고요. 그다음 큐를 마무리.
But T1 are not stopping.
Oh, Flandra, he's got to try to get out of there. Rek'Sai, luckily very slippery, takes the blast cone, gets knocked back.
Look at the
to safety,
2.1k goal lead by Faker, and
and
2.8k, 2.7k by Guma. Only one is Adoran's down and 1.1k gold still, but you know.
And that's the biggest issue. We've already seen how
it's not an issue. Like Doran is playing silent.
T1 can find those picks,
He doesn't
and
even
now
need gold.
the map is dark. And T1 continue to push in this top side. AL are attempting to
just
get
have to make sure we don't throw it. Just because we're ahead doesn't mean we can't lose, guys. Right? 던지지만 않으면 되거든요. 그냥 운영을 제대로 하면 되고요. 야 이게 이렇게 유리한 것 같아도 게임이 갑자기 이상해질 수 있기 때문에 조심해야 하는 부분이고.
And it looks like this is going to be the last wave that T1 get to push with. We'll see if
we
they
gonna
want
actually
to try
push
to
for
make
this?
the full break
Yes,
of the
we are.
base. Here's your
Look at
Weaver's
that
wall.
ult!
T1
Baker!
redemption immediately
Beautiful
just
line.
to make sure they can power
Oh,
through
Bryce
this.
is running away
Realm
there.
from Shanks just to make sure he's not caught on the wrong side of the Talia
Okay, inhibitor
ulti.
secure is such a good
And
news,
that's
guys.
T1 using every
Usually,
second
you
of
can't
the
really get
Baron
inhibitors
to grab their
nowadays.
first inhibitor
But
of
the
game.
Elder Dragon! What is the
TP
CP?
here from KL
What?
and Tarzan. Looks like they're going to try and make some sort
Elder
of
Dragon
sneaky
is
play
spawning in 2
as
minutes, so
T1
we don't
are
really
coming
care
back
too
out of the
much.
map and
어차피 근데 장로용 2분 넘게 남아서 괜찮습니다. 시야를 지금 먹는 건데 Where are they going? They're just trying to get vision on the opposite side of the map.
At Worlds?
They're strong, man.
It's
Honestly,
fine. We can clear it
strongest
pretty
thing
easily.
I've ever seen.
The plot armor is crazy, man.
They said it themselves last year, come in as the 4th seed, and they left holding the trophy. This tournament, they came in not looking super strong, and yet coming out in this game, they win that one fight at the Dragon. They win it very heavily, but they get so many rewards. The Dragon Soul plus the Baron, and they immediately just take over the entire
what
map.
is this monumental mix-up there?
Right? Like, you look down the roster of AL, it's Hope in 2022 lost against T1 on
Mr. Faker?
JDG in
level 18 now?
It
아니
was,
라이즈가
Tarzan
영겁의 지팡이를
lost against
갔는데
Fluent
탈리아는 영겁의 지팡이도 안 갔지만 지금 레벨이 더 높아요. 저러면 안 되거든요. 라이즈가 레벨이 이렇게 밀리면 안 되는데 like Rise has a lot of ages, but Talia doesn't. But Talia's actually higher level. She was actually had 2 levels at one
They
point.
have looked a lot better at MSI.
Level
but
18 to level 60.
MSI. All right, T1. Let's see if they can finish the job here. Flowers again. This is
That's
a full
very
best
unusual,
of
by the
5
way.
as
That
well.
should not be
We are
happening.
going the distance today.
Yeah,
T1
Raw
here in
and
game
Otacon, you're
number
right.
1 have jumped out to a very sizable
Could have
lead
been
for
a 3
themselves.
level
Now all
gap,
that's
huh?
left
Could have been a
is to
3 level
push
gap.
in 4-1 split push.
그런데
Since
아타칸까지
they already
뺏긴
have their top
건데
inhibitor down,
레벨링이
they
차이
can
날
just do mid and
정도면은
bottom. Currently, though, they're
영겁의
actually split
지팡이랑
a little bit more with Faker going back using his, I assume, extra teleport being at the ready here. He'll just answer the wave that Fondra's
경험치
pushing
복사보고
and then
쓰는
join
페이커.
at the next cause.
There is some vision
Okay.
behind T1 though. Maybe
Oh my
that's
gosh,
what
look
AL
at
are
this
looking
Rex
for.
site
You
just
can see
secured
they're pinging that
660
ward that's
gold
just
for
over
his
by the
team. Like,
T1
how
blue
cringe
brush.
is this?
And that may be what they're trying to get Flandre onto as
How
Faker gonna match that
cringe
push in the top side,
is
but they need
this
to go very
stupid?
quickly if they want to make this play work.
Exactly. Elder spawning in 5 seconds. This objective, for how powerful the buff is, dies
No,
very
but I
quick.
really don't
And
like
money
the
at this
objective
point in the
bounty,
game,
man.
it becomes
It's
really,
so
really
annoying.
difficult to overcome because you get to purchase all of these like one fight power points. The Guardian
when you're
Angel
ahead,
here
it feels
on
like
Owner
you have to,
just
like,
makes Pantheon a completely
give up,
different weapon.
bleed
you can just ult
tons of
right
gold
into
for
the
no
back
reason.
line. You can go for flash point and click stun plays, and you have so many other defensives. You know, the spell shield here for Guma with the Edge of Night. You've got the arm guard for Faker. So the luxury of creating some more spectacular plays is now afforded to them because of the gold lead.
You can see Flandra's
참로는
tremor
먼저
senses
치면
are
안 되고
tingling.
싸움만
He
보면
knows
되지. We
T1
can try to
is
look
in
for a
that
fight.
fog
I don't
of
think we should
war,
do
but it's so
Elder
dangerous
Dragon
for
first,
AL to step
obviously.
up. Keria with flash, with exhaust. Here on the recon, Kael swapped over to a ghost on his Braum.
Looks like T1 don't know where Tarzan is though. There was pings going over towards their own jungle, wondering if Tarzan managed to sneak his way
Tarzan's
in.
going
but
around,
Dragon
got
now
seen by
started,
Pingwars.
Tarzan spotted as well.
Okay.
Owner's just hitting it a
Keria
couple
are the only
times,
two
have
around
to
the
wait for
Dragon Pit
Talia
core
and
now.
Varus to
TP
come.
coming in. Faker is ready to join back up with the rest of the team after purchasing
Get
the
some
Crypt
vision
Bloom.
back from
AL
Keria.
starting up the Elder Dragon now.
They're
T1
doing it? That's
watching
crazy.
on, waiting for
That
the
is
rest of the team to approach.
crazy.
Elder Dragon down to about
Let
1.5
Varus poke up
HP.
hope a
Hope
little
taking a
bit.
chunk of damage.
Oh.
Dora charging in. Weaver's wall over the top. Kael
Oh, Braum is exploded. Braum is dead. Braum is dead. Tatalia ult is completely missing. Oh, GG.
Pressure onto Tarzan. Triple kill Goma.
Quadra kill! Keria, what do you mean? Keria just hearing the Panther from Guma. And Baker, you're there, so.
For T1
GG. PP.
Great force there from T1. They use their wallets and they destroy AL at the Dragon one more time.
Doran putting the last touches here on the Nexus turrets. The Elder Dragon is claimed, but there's no one left to execute. The game was quiet.
아니,
The game
진짜
was
너무
close for
깔끔한데.
so
Oh
very
my, we
long.
played
But when
so
it
clean
came
this
down
game.
to the clutch, it's T1 who prove why they are the reigning
Goddamn.
back-to-back world champions.
Support gap,
They
AD
out-team
gap,
fight
mid
AL,
gap, jungle
and
gap,
they'll
and
take
top
the
gap.
first game in this best of 5.
I think we had like one mistake where Owner flashed in when he should have been running away,
looking
but
to
after
silence
that, I think
any doubt that was thrown
Holding
their
out.
way. Cool, calm, and collected.
it doesn't matter because Owner secured all the dragons for us and played
If
really
you
well.
think we're a normal
During fights.
opponent, then you've already lost.
I don't recognize them.
Game number 1 goes to T1.
I feel like this has to
여러분
be a
안심하지
team
말고,
that can be
guys,
called
it's just game
anything
1.
but normal.
Calm down.
Desk, what do you have to say?
It's not over yet. We still have a long way to go, guys.
T1 magic all over
Don't
again, but
be
at
complacent.
least it
Don't
was
be like,
only
haha,
one
we 3-0
game,
here.
so
Like,
we
no.
won't
No.
parlay it into something
But it's
bigger
good to
than
know
it
that
is.
they're actually back and
Problem
forth.
is, Mao, that we set up
Do
the
not be a
entire
game one
pre-show
ending, yo.
talking about how
Yeah.
they don't
Okay.
look like themselves.
No.
They've not shown good
감사합니다.
things. Their early
편집을
game isn't
감사.
good. Their top players aren't playing as well. So
아니 어쩌다 감사합니다.
Yeah, we
Thank
do a
you.
little check-in. Welcome to the tournament, Keria. I'm glad you're here.
let's go.
Would you like to hold
I
that?
was no.
I saved that for you.
No. I'm not getting. No, this is just game 1. But What I do like to see is that both Doran and Carrier, with the big token points going in, had a much better performance here today, right? Carrier on the Rakan in particular, 4 bans going his way, by the way, still had an incredible performance.
Speaking of Carrier, I think him and Faker had a game-winning moment very early on, thanks to a reliable Cisco network. The synergy between those two was absolutely on point as a charm comes in hot.
Yeah, and this was kind of the big game changer up until this point. It's been really, really tense. Doran goes in. They blow so much on Doran, and then watch the Rakan.
I mean, this Rakan from Carrier is just beautiful, by the way.
And it's just, it ends up destroying AL. And with this
캐리어 선수가 그냥 너무 근데 안전하고 깔끔하게 잘해줬다.
Playing around Flandra's pressure, setting up vision, getting that top side turret. There was a very clear.
여기에서도 캐리어 선수가 힐이랑 플래시를 최대한 재가지고 라이즈가 라칸을 타겟팅하는 그런 상황이. Any memes, yeah. I'm trying to get a meme of one side, guys.
And when it comes to another fight that AL really should have won about 27 minutes in around that Drake, you see that really they're looking for a way to do a pincer move, right, in terms of AL's comp, because they can't engage.
Yeah, this is obviously, it's unfortunate for Flan, but this is his job. He is the one that needs to find the angle, because this comp, when you start falling behind the
guys, what is that called again?
Is so
you know the one where like the dog acts like he's like paralyzed or something and like crawls on the beach and then he suddenly gets up.
They were able to navigate the early game, gave up a lot of objectives actually. They didn't go for Otacon.
What is that meme called again?
Happy to give up the grubs, and I think that they
you guys know what I'm talking about?
have the knowledge that thus far I think they have been lacking of when are we strong.
Oh my gosh, look at the damage coming through from Gumayushi. Look at the damage coming through from Faker.
He recovered well, but he had a lot of early game mishaps.
Gap, bro.
This game was insane, and the early game team fights on his
end. I love that makes memes so much. That's what I'm trying to find here, but
in conclusion, they were firing on all cylinders in game 1, and that's exactly the thing that we were doubting coming into the series. Now, I'm also not going to be a game 1 Andy or a game 1 if you. It's just
yeah, I don't want to be a game 1 Andy though. I don't want to be a game 1 Andy.
So give me a way in for AL. How do they adapt into game 2?
I mean, I'm curious to see what they end up drafting, right? If they have more hard engage, you saw from that team fight.
Maybe you can use Colin Ambulance, but not for me.
To try to set this up, and
you guys heard that, right?
Because I did think they had what this comp
let me ask the memes to make a meme right now.
And their early game was still pretty good. So
it was, but maybe we just need a bloodbath in the early game from AL if they want to change it up and if they want to beat T1 in this next game. We'll be right back.
Flandra marked on the side, seismic shove onto the AL top laner. Chain CC on the Flandra, he's already down. T1 have found the pick. Supreme display of talent, tries to hold the line, but into the back line goes Owner. Hope is being chased, Tarzan's being killed. Anyone's legend is being crushed as Shanks tries to fight back in a 1v4, but he'll get nothing but an epitaph as T1 kill 4 and take Soul.
T1 fans, let's go. Look at all those T1 fans. Carrot, what are you? Carrot called me out. Carrot called me out asking for the meeples to make a meme for me. Hold up.
希望 LPL 战队能和我们一起加油。大家好，我是 TSI 潘达比。谢谢上海粉丝们你们的支持，后边比赛不会让你们失望。
T1 Kiana, no engage with Ezreal. T1 get Varus, Talia, cat this fair. I mean, I think Kiana pick was fine. What are you talking about? The Kiana pick was fine.
Tools need some work. Hand painting everything in the map itself.
Yeah, I mean the Ezreal bomb just ended in this game. And that's just facts.
Even though it's winter in the northern
Hope was
hemisphere,
eating in
the southern hemisphere
for fun.
And isn't that where Medler's from? He's from New
Zealand. He just
right?
randomly eats in into Rakan with no vision.
You know what? Because you really asked for it.
Instantly gets
punished.
punished.
We're just gonna do it anyways.
Flashes out through flash cleanses, but he's dead.
Winter 2025 and summer 2025 somewhere else. It's winter everywhere on Summoner's Rift.
An update is required. Financial system updating.
Very nice search. It links to the video? What am I searching? Hold up.
Updated. We will dance to get. The future of money.
I want the winter map already. I think we have to. I mean, it's only October, guys. Today is Halloween. Tomorrow, November.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah.
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers. Your setup wants Opera GX, and you're holding it back. Upgrade to the gaming.
Bro, I have to download. I have to download this. Hold on.
In the world are here.
Let me show you guys what I'm talking about.
Burn this one down. You are going to see them like you've never seen them before. Rocket Will as the arcade Genji. They are just going to ace them.
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
2K 간 거였다고. 6K will be my first winter map since I started the game. Yeah, I remember when back like 10 years ago when I started. Winter map was a thing. I remember Bardskin 2016 winter event, winter map. It was huge.
So slow. I told you I was done with basic browsers.
Okay, rune. Here it is.
Your setup wants Opera GX.
I mean, it's just like you just get some. Look, guys, look. This is actually T1. He just gets off.
Upgrade to the gaming browser.
That's actually T1. That's what I wanted to say.
Every moment of your journey, crystal clear.
저게 T1이 아닌가라는 합리적인 의심이
Absolutely stunning.
합리적인 의심이 되거든요.
And full of vibe. Group shots packed with detail. Zoom in on one face, still flawless. Colors so real, every scene, every smile, unforgettable. Oppo Find X9 series, Hasselblad telephoto, zoom into detail.
I got this old thing and the bill from the store where I got it. Figured you could beat it with a better deal on one of these big boys.
It doesn't work that way.
Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal.
You don't know that?
Red Bull gives you wings.
두 판 더 이겨야 된다. 그러긴 해. 근데 지금 저런 거 포스팅하면 안 되긴 해요. 부두술이 작동이 될 수 있기 때문에. 스위스 때랑 다르다고? 근데 그거는 맞는 것 같아, 진짜. 진짜 근데 맞아요. Okay, one sec. Let me generate a meme then, I guess. Let me generate a meme, okay? Add an image. Hold up. Let me cook, guys. Let me cook. Hold up. Okay, I have it ready, guys. I have it ready.
And final quarterfinal here at Worlds 2025 between AL and T1. Game number 1 was close for a very long time, but when push came to shove, it was all about the fight at the Dragon Soul, and T1's immaculate team fighting came out on top to secure them the win. Now we're back, jumping into Champ Select.
Okay, we're back. Azir Barn already banned. One sec, let me show you guys.
After the game 1 defeat.
Azir Barn already.
Back on the blue side. They're going to continue banning
Azir
Bard and Azir, while on the T1
봐도
side,
아질은
it's
그냥
Nara and
계속
Orianna
밴이네.
taking off the table.
And I want to see Tarzan on something where he can be proactive in the early game. It felt like it was a very, very quiet early game from him, and almost every time Tarzan kind of joins a team, he becomes the soul of that team in the early game. How aggressive he can be, how he can dictate how early kills are going.
Nico
But
banned out
weren't
as
able to get
well.
much out of him in the last one. We'll have to see if he can bounce
What about
back.
Poppy? What are we doing about Poppy? Kyle and Tarzan both plays Poppy really well too.
Wukong, the Jarvan as well, and Xin Zhao all really highly prized. Personally, I'm a big fan of Wukong. I just think that team fighting on this champ is so incredible. Although, of course, your pre-6 influence isn't the biggest, but I still think the payoff is definitely there.
Wukong actually has not been played yet by Tarzan at this event. In the 5 games that AL played to get to the quarterfinals, they didn't have to use that champion a single time. We'll see if that changes here.
Oh, there's a
but
Poppy.
No,
I wish we banned it, you know, instead of banning a stupid Alistar. I feel like maybe we should have banned the Poppy, guys. I mean, I'm not a coach. I'm not trying to say, you know, I know stuff. Yeah, I'm just saying, maybe we should have banned Poppy, guys.
That one of Carrier champs. The Poppy definitely pairing well with the Bard as well as the Nico bans that usually find him. But
Nautilus,
very quickly.
Nautilus, no! 아니 뽀삐를 주고 노티를 픽하면 어쩌라는 거야 진짜. Nautilus gets countered by Poppy, by the way. Holy, are you kidding? I'm tilted, guys. Nautilus champion is bait. Nautilus top, I wish.
Again, you can opt in towards more range stuff if you want to here, but it looks like it's going to be the Xin Zhao for owner.
Yeah, and speaking of the Poppy, Kyle had a very good one at this particular tournament as well, as we talked about in game number 1 versus Gen G. But as we say, doesn't have to go into the support role this early on. So let's take a look as we progress. Are we going to get the Wukong? I really do think it is just so exceptional for these team fights. And AL already, these first couple of picks, I think, are setting themselves up with a really insane-o team fight.
I agree, and I think that's where a lot of the focus is going to be now, in trying to deny a lot of T1 any sort of pressure that can go on towards the Sivir. Like, dive is already going to be alleviated a lot thanks to both the Wukong and the Poppy. But I don't think, like, unless T1 will opt in towards things like the Hui and maybe some of these more long-range AD carries, I think you should be fine as AL to just find these big team fights as you start to roll on through.
Okay, clock ticks down, and it looks like T1, alongside that Xin Zhao and Nautilus, they'll go for the power pick there in the top lane with the Rumble.
I guess the Rumble, Xin Zhao makes sense, but
I
feel like this Poppy pick should not have been it. 알리스타 밴을 왜 한 건지 모르겠는데 뽀삐를 밴해야 되지 않았을까? 이게 좀 아쉽네. 뽀삐가 너무 크다. Poppy is so annoying for Xin Zhao as well.
Blind plus protected.
Also, the
Rumble into an Orion ban, yeah, we're banning Orion. I wonder if we're going to be banning Galio. I feel like at this point just ban Galio too.
That was the old school kind of answer.
갈리오도 그냥 잘라버리기.
Those nerfs to his magic resist, but I
Unless we're
imagine
playing
there will still
it,
be a
but
lot of top lane focus.
we could play it too.
Yeah, I mean,
we could play
Andre
it.
also likes Yorick. He could go Yorick into it. Aurora is available. So definitely
우리가 픽해도 되긴 하는데 갈리오. Because like Fake or Galio, right?
Quirky band coming out from the AL side, just trying to protect that Sivir down there in the bottom lane a little bit. Aurora going to be the other band for T1 instead.
Yeah, so takes that one off that we were mentioning. Definitely a good one into the Rumble, a good viable flex pick for the solo laners.
Plus, it's a champion that I think most T1 fans don't want to see Faker on, so you're not worrying about denying it to yourself, you're denying it from AL at the same time. You're pretty happy overall, and Jin will be the other ban here from AL, so double marksman banned out in the second half.
And I do
hey
like
guys,
it because AL, that's what their worst problem is going to be here, is going to be range. Like, if you opted in towards these poke champions, but instead
oh my gosh, look at what you're
Yeah, and this is all confidence. This is all skirmishing from T1.
Oh my god, Hanzama yesterday on Draven was atrocious, and there goes the Galio! I told you, we gotta ban the Galio or else they're gonna pick it. Of course, they just leave it open for some reason. 아니 근데 갈리오 이거 밴을 그냥 하지. 너무 아쉬운데. 그마 드레이브는 믿을만 하다고. 어저께 한사바 드레이브는 좀 아니었어. 빌드부터 해가지고 좀 뭔가 아쉬운 점들이 있었죠. 도끼 죽는 것도 도끼 위치 같은 거 보면은 좀 아쉬운 부분들이 있었는데 오늘 과연 구마이시 선수의 드레이브는 어떨지. Like, you don't want to build Yun-Tao and Draven. Like, it really doesn't. Faker, Anivia! Brogan! Is that him? Oh my gosh, Faker! He was practicing Anivia and solo queue, by the way. 솔랭에서 애니비아를 연습을 하시더라고요. 중국 서버에서. In China server, Faker has been practicing Anivia. No way. Absolutely crazy draft coming through from T1. They were cooking. They leave the Galio open because Anivia wall counters Galio, by the way. Galio's dash does not go over the wall. 아니 근데 이게 그 갈리오가 애니비아한테 그 카운터 당하지 않나? 제가 알기로는. 왜냐면 W가 이 갈리오 1을 멈추기 때문에 W만 해도 애니비아가 굉장히 좋을 것 같아요. 애니비아 is actually really good as well. It's very lame for her. She should be completely fine in this lane.
I love
Faker's birdie, y'all. G2 Anivia, now T1 Anivia, guys. When is the last time Faker played Anivia, by the way? Has he ever played it? Faker 선수가 애니비아를 한지 진짜 하신 적이 있나라는 생각이 들 정도로 기억이 안 나죠. Okay, you guys trust in Faker, like he's popping off, guys.
So much on the line here for AL, going down 0-2 versus T1 as the LPL second seed would not be the way that you were expecting this one to try and start off, but T1 once again looking strong in game 1 versus the LPL. We'll have to see as we get onto the Rift if they can continue that trend.
Faker has a lot of good career win rates for a lot of champions, but Anivia 8-2, another very good one for him.
The only thing is like the Anivia wall could set up for a poppy engage. That's exactly what you don't want.
One thing I also want to point
out, I'm a little bit concerned about the Nonless pick because Nonless can easily get destroyed by a poppy, by the way. That matchup is annoying. Poppy can W the hook and the hook doesn't actually reach her.
Also the phase rush on the Anivia.
카운터를 애니비아 잘 뽑았다고? 그러니까 이게 완전 그 카운터로 압니다. 와, 스킨 없는 애니비아. No skin in 애니비아. You guys ready? 하나, 둘, 셋. T1 fighting! T1 fighting game 2 walk-in.
Yeah, he's also got the Scorch there for the painful lane phase here to apply more and more damage early on
T1 fighting.
onto Shanks.
All right, we've still got a little bit of time before our minions make their way into the lanes to collide. So remember, if you've got a couple seconds to spare, log into your Riot account on lolesports.com and watch Worlds Live to earn some exclusive Worlds emotes, icons, and capsules.
So a lot of Anivia's go
in one of those capsules, so you can play just like Faker
because
does.
Q's better for pushing the wave, but no.
Starting here in their red side quadrants, a little bit of a tongue twister here in the second game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, everybody's going to be thinking about this bottom lane. It is Guma,
okay,
Yushi,
the hook
Draven
landing,
here,
carrier.
Into the Sivir lane, and already they are scrapping, getting some summoner spells really early.
Oh, Guma dropping an axe there.
Axes are finding their marks
방금은 도끼 하나를 못 주는 게 좀 아쉽긴 하죠. 두 개 돌리면서 평타 때렸으면 막 빰빰빰빰 이렇게 될 수 있었어. 그 정도까지는 아니고. 근데 딜 차이가 조금 나긴 하는데 사소해요. 어차피 그냥 11은 평타보다는 훨씬 세긴 해서. I mean, just barrier for barrier, nothing happens. Obviously, Carrier going for Knight, he does want to kill. He's trying to kill things. With Draven, you definitely want to go for kills. Heal doesn't do anything here. Yeah, Palami, thanks for the sub. And 0-0 Pop, thank you for the sub as well. Thank you, buddy.
Was the point of strength
level 3
AL in that first game, but now we can see Tarzan coming down for the
okay,
Wukong
this is bad. This is bad.
potential.
This may be bad. But if Kyle dies here, then yo, Skuma! One more out of time! No. 아 진짜 드레이븐을 플래시가 맞긴 해. 근데 어차피 저거는 좀 I wonder if he could turn it on the Wukong by the way. 뽀삐 전멸로 도망갔을 때 그냥 50 바로 봤으면 어땠을까라는 아쉬움이 있긴 하죠. Because we had all sums, we could have actually just turned on the Wukong instead.
But Tarzan gets down there. Kyle does survive.
I mean, he's level 2, he didn't have move speed. Like, level 3, he has W, but...
Oh,
he does have W.
But Kyle does gain just enough distance.
Oh my gosh, he did W, but he just didn't have enough range.
Came in clutch. The auto attack was winding up. But Tarzan
Poppy
living
heal
up
was
to
a
the
diff?
monkey
Yeah.
trickster name in this one.
No,
Immediately going
it's okay, he didn't have that many stacks, to be fair. 스택을 많이 쌓은 건 아니라서 괜찮습니다. 자, 만약 스택을 만약에 100개는 쌓았는데 막 그게 깎이면은
But now the follow-up there from the Flash Frost as T1 jumps in after the AL mid laner, but Shanks barely survives
Good
the flash.
roam from Carrier, good gank from owner.
After a level 3 gank, because then your opponent has the
저
priority
웨이브
in
미드 웨이브
jungle.
불편하죠? I mean, 갈리오 슛은 DP right away. 근데 갈리오는 템포로서 그냥 복귀해서 나 인플면 되긴 해서.
Into his re-clear. Raptors are respawning for him. The visit towards mid, getting Shanks' flash here is quite nice.
Where is the ban button? What's going on?
Tarzan traverse over to the
I
bottom
broke the
scuttle crab.
rules.
So they will know that he's at least going to get that one.
Mods, ban the mods.
Let's see here.
Mods
Down
breaking,
lane, Kyle and
mods
Hope.
breaking rules.
They're feeling a little bit better than they did earlier, thanks to the Gumayushi not quite being able to secure that kill. But I still
I mean,
feel
Guma
like
still has a gold
Draven
lead.
is going to
Silver
be
is
in the
just
driver's
an
seat in
uncomfortable
this
matchup for Draven, by the way. 11가 근데 드레이븐 상대로 개빡세긴 합니다. 사거리도 짧고 딜량 차이가 많이 나서 절대 평타 딜교환 할 수가 없는 그런. You can't really auto-trade with Draven, by the way. Obviously, you can't really do that with a lot of ADCs, but especially with Silver, because her range is so short.
Top wave wants to try and match a play.
Okay, creeping around from behind, trying to time this so Owner can be in position right as the wave is ready to crash. They don't want to allow Flandre to try to clear
Not
this
level
out.
6 yet. I think this is actually
Here
diveable.
with the start, Win becomes
There it
lightning.
is.
Flandre with the flash away.
The
Doran's
run.
gonna burn it
Auto
down,
attack.
but he needs
Nice.
a little bit more damage with the flame spinner. The turret was so heated up, it makes it a 1-for-1.
Flandre getting one back, and this trend of T1 diving and Bessa and it not working out will continue for a third time here at Worlds.
Very, very critical for Flandre to get the counter kill there. As he turns around and the tower shot does deliver. He's got teleport. He's using his teleport to immediately go back to that wave since it is pushing away from him. Doesn't want to drop any more minions. Does mean
살 줄 알았다고. 타워를 저거 마지막에 맞으면 안 됐는데. I mean, the tower shots on him is so sad at the end.
Might have a big effect.
Did he misplay that? I don't know if he misplayed that.
This is a decent start here from AL. Kill
I
on
didn't
the
actually
bottom
check if he
side.
cancelled
Now
any
also
orders or
Flandre being able to
anything,
cover
but
on the top half of the map. Also, the fact
탑
that you
타워만 안
invest
맞았으면
this
되긴
time into
했는데
T1 as that top
아쉽네요.
gank
그렇다고
means that
오너 선수가 하나 더
Tarzan
탱킹하면
has
오너
actually
선수가
managed to tee the farm up and now match
죽거든.
some of the shortcomings in the experience he had, but Flandre has hit
I wonder
level
if owner
6.
should just
Ida
stayed
Faker
on auto
on the Nvidia in
attack.
this mid-wave.
Like
Looking
flashed.
for that public execution, and he finds it. Faker gets jumped on. Flandre
No,
coming
Faker's
in,
just
trying to
passive,
proc
but
the
he's gonna
Reaver.
die
They
here.
get it.
No, top guy out.
Faker did not respect the ult
다
combination. He tried
뭐냐고!
to dodge the ultimate from
안베스가 왜 미드에
Flandre.
궁을 쓸 수 있는 타이밍이 나오는 거야, 미친.
In the ultimate layer,
What the hell? She gave up a wave for that. 안베스가 웨이브 탑에서 웨이브 하나 손에 보면서 내려온 거긴 한데. She lost like almost
the
like.
Rebirth has a 4-minute cooldown, and Faker is so
Yeah,
much
she
more
lost an entire
vulnerable
wave. I think.
Flandre had to give
That's like
up
the
a
second
lot
wave.
though to make that play happen. Doran was able to shove in that wave topside very,
I
very
mean,
quickly.
it's
You
not
can see
even
it
that big of a
reflected
deal though.
in
Nessa has
the
2 kills
CS
now, she doesn't
difference
care.
there. And the
She's gonna
goal
be pretty
difference.
happy here.
Flandre up a kill,
Not
but
to mention the
bang on
Nivea's
even
flash
when
is
it comes
very
to the goal.
invaluable for teamfight.
The old
웨이브
man on the
버리고
rift,
그
fighting
큰
it out
거니까.
there. Yes, sir. Flandre makes his
아하.
roam down. Gets
괜찮아요.
big value
Okay.
out of it. Let's see though, Anivia does still scale well, but you have to worry about repeat ganks. When you don't have the safety of your flash or your egg, you are definitely a vulnerable target.
Exactly. That passive is such a powerful defensive tool, just at dissuading plays being made against you, and to lose it alongside the flash, like you already said, Kobe, there's now this massive target on the back of the Anivia. 35 seconds until the Void Grubs spawn. The Infernal Drake already on the Rift. You're seeing a couple pings around that bottom side river area coming out from AL right now.
It is a question now of how much do T1 value AL's ultimates being down. Shanks won't have his up and available, which is such a massive tool for these fights, and maybe they think they can actually take the scrap with
윤타를
their own
올리는
ultimates
구마라고.
up and available. It will be a very short window of time where those Void Grubs are up, but at least at the moment, with
피바라기일
the
수도
push
있긴
on top
한데
for Gumayusi and for
솔직히
Keria,
지금 잘 큰
looks like they
드레이브는
should be able to
아니라서
start before drugs on spawn and at least get one for themselves.
킬 먹고 골드 많이 먹은 드레이브는
AL
아니라서
feel really happy
오히려
that
좋나?
because of the early gank on bottom side from Tarzan, you know, Hope got that cull very early on.
I mean,
so
Draven doesn't
keeping the
have
Sivir
many
in
kills
mid and
and
just
not
farming
much
and
gold,
being
so
content to just trade
going for like a
objectives.
Yuntal in
Alright,
this
my
game
Sivir's
maybe
just
is
gonna
actually
mow
better.
down the minions in mid wave and then rotate over the dragon. You know,
It takes you a little bit to stack Yuntal, but once you one stack Yuntal, it obviously has a lot of value.
And so they will go for
Especially
the
when you
dragon,
don't have a
and they will
lead.
continue to farm.
I still really like how Doggo played, but then again, Doggo had a huge lead from lane. He was so fast. So he was able to pull off like a tanky Draven build and still do massive amounts of damage, just because of how fast he was.
Yeah, and Kyle even TPing up to make sure that Flandre could get that wave without having to worry about the T1 dive afterwards. And one of the nice things here for Shanks too is because you're up against double AP solo laners, he gets a very easy build path. You traditionally want to go for the Hollow Radiance anyway, but it doesn't really matter if he ends up against the Anivia.
I mean,
or
Doran
that
still
Rumble.
has a 26
Realistically,
sleeve,
he's gonna get
guys.
value
It's okay.
Either way out of that
Okay,
item,
maybe not
which is
20,
just
like
great
15
for
CS
the
sleeves,
AL
pretty
mid lane.
much the same thing.
Yeah, and we'll see about the control over the mid lane because they're keeping Faker mid to match this.
그러니까 애니비아 대 11이면은 둘이 그냥 누가 오오오오 오케이. Nice, good W usage from Faker.
He's okay. And during that time,
Yeah, I mean the thing is like Sivir has one of the best wave clears in the game, but then Anivia also is very known to have crazy wave clear as well. Past 6. He just presses R. Faker's actually going for Catalyst and going for Tears as well, so it's double scaling items. I think it's not bad. He's basically the main wave clear for T1, so he needs a lot of mana, I think.
Tarzan can go in, and they have perfect information on Owner because of those wards.
You can see the way Kyle is playing though to match these roams from Keria.
Okay.
He's a little late on this one though.
Yeah, Shanks could be in some danger as the axes spin. Shanks
Oh.
forced to flash again, but the whirling death doesn't quite catch him. The angle wasn't there, and Shanks survives.
And Kyle was trying to move down towards this bottom side of the map to cover this play exactly, but thought nothing of it when T1 didn't show Keria on the bottom side.
Feviknight Draven?
Started to move towards mid instead, and that's when T1 pounced.
Yeah, if I'm on
Feviknight
AL, I
Draven?
am calling
Holy,
to gank
hold up,
Gumayusi
hold
now
up.
because no flash
A
on
flash?
Draven, and we've got a Wukong Galio. Shanks, of course, did have to use
Kuma's
his flash to get
running?
away and teleports back out to mid lane, but that is going to be some
제가
decent
드레이븐
threat.
했던 모습이랑 살짝 비슷한.
Yeah, I mean, Shanks
라고 하면
arrives. He
아니겠지?
takes a quick burst there from Faker, but luckily for Galio, he's pretty resistant to that magic damage, so not nearly as punishing as it might be if someone else would find themselves caught in the same situation. We still don't have any neutral objectives to fight over here for quite a while. Still about 3 minutes until
It's
the Drake
over?
spawns,
No, it's
4
fine.
minutes until the Rift Herald
It's fine.
makes its way
Okay, it's not
onto the
fine.
Rift. We do have the
Let's
first major item
do.
completed.
What do you mean
with
Draven
Owner
has 0
grabbing the
kills
Sundering
at 10
Spike here
minutes?
on his
Oh
Xin Zhao,
my.
So I wouldn't be surprised to see him try to find a play.
And
I think
Sivir
if you're,
caught up in
on AL,
levels.
though, I
And
like what Kobe was
not
talking about,
levels,
trying to
but
punish Gumayusi with no flash.
caught up in
You
CS.
can try and shove in this mid wave, Galio has the ult, Tarzan has his ult, try and use that to catch out Gumayusi on this bottom wave and still have that timer for it to cycle through before these next objective spawns. T1 though, starting to set up on this top half of the map. Looks like it's only to see if they can spot out some defensive vision and they'll clear it out.
Yep, Owner does get scouted here, clearing out the control ward. Again, T1 constantly looking for angles to attack this mid lane, but some decent wards from AL.
He's building BT, don't worry, Fevi. Yeah, I was gonna say if he builds Yuntal, I was gonna disown his Draven forever, but then again, I'm like, no, Guma's a Giga Chad Draven main,
Gumayusi
so.
safe. They have a ward.
No offense, Hansama, but Hansama was like
Raptors, and they had a
Hansama
ward
was
as well
like
that was in that entrance into river. They've been trying desperately to make sure
virgin,
that
beta,
nothing can happen to their AD carry on
builds
this bot
Draven,
side.
And
Yuntal.
speaking of AD carries, on the other side, it's Essence Reaver completed for Hope, so Infinity Wave clear from now on. Alongside
Vegan
the fact
Draven?
that he's
Yeah,
already got a
Vegan
400
Draven.
gold lead because of the first blood, and his call is about to cash
Because if you play
in
Draven,
just
you
10
definitely
stacks.
need both theirs
AL's
just
AD
because
carry
your
is set up
champion
to be in a
needs some
great
kind of
spot
sustain.
for this next objective fight.
Yeah.
You get poked, like Hansama was getting poked out like half
like
HP and
this,
couldn't play
where
the game anymore.
Draven has not
You have to
gotten
go back.
cash in, had an early
Or back
death,
out.
and Sivir has gotten a lot of free farm towards mid lane because of
Holmes
their
perma
assignments
goes blood
previously.
first?
It's really, really good news for their
Yeah,
side.
exactly. That's
Will
what I'm
say,
saying.
though, you know,
But like,
we
did you see
are
Hansama
still
was building
looking
Yuntal
towards the
yesterday?
next
I was
big team fight.
molding.
That is going to be the one that actually
I
moves
mentioned
the needle
Holmes
here
as
in
well.
this game. as you say,
like Draven lanes don't go Yuntal for a reason. Like the champion definitely needs some sort of lifesteal. You're flipping axis and you're running on people. You're right clicking and running on people, but if you just pop like a, you know, if you just pop like any other ADC, then there's a little bit of a problem. Not to mention your W gives a ton of attack speed after the buffs, by the way. So you don't even need attack speed from Yuntal. You can literally just press W, and your attack speed is so fast as if you have Halo Blade.
Tarzan identifying that, holding
also, Draven is recalling and losing another wave on the tower and a turret playing gold. That's very tragic. Are we actually setting up and doing something on the map, or are we just recalling for fun? I guess both their timing is kind of important though. Okay, we're the best. Taking a lot of damage. Doran, are you gonna make? Yes, Doran's gonna be committing. Can you do it though? Oh my, Doran. Okay, Doran, calm down, breathe in, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. Unlucky, unlucky. He should have known, but oh my god, it's actually better. Wait, he does. Guma literally got so much gold from that. Remember, he only died level 2. Look, he's been farming and catching access for 10 minutes. 10분 동안 지금 방금 패시브 쌓은 거 먹은 거라서 거의 무슨 얼마를 먹었을까? I don't know if they showed it on screen, but he must have gotten like 1500. Okay, maybe not 1500, but something crazy. That's actually better. Doran actually had it all planned, guys. Don't worry. Great Doran with the 5 hands. Guma is trying to 1v1 Silver, taking damage. Oh my god, Guma's on the wrong side of the fucking fight. Okay. Yes, he did get the kill, but he didn't actually spend the gold yet, so... Oh my god, why didn't we ban Poppy? Why are we banning Alistar? Why are we banning Alistar? Can someone explain to me why we're not banning Kyle and Tarzan's Poppy? 아, 난 진짜 이해가 안 돼. 뽀삐를 왜 밴을 안 했을까? 이게 진짜 이해가 안 되는데? 아무리 봐도. Faker's 0-2-0 as well. Let's see what happened here. Tarzan goes in. Faker's like stranded here. His egg gets fried. Guma is the wrong spot. Trying to 1v1 Silver. And he's trying to run away, but he can't run away into Poppy. He just flashes on your ass.
Guma's got no flash, so he's dead meat.
Guma has to time like the E perfectly in order to stop the
Tarzan's Wukong.
Tabe celebrating as he always does when his team
Call
do well.
ambulance for
I think he's
T1.
gonna be very happy with that one.
Maybe my meme was posted too early, guys.
You got so many kills.
Because why the hell, like Poppy is actually a downfall champion. We already lost.
In a position where
We already lost because we didn't ban Poppy last time. We didn't learn our lesson, I guess. 지난번에도 뽀삐 때문에 말렸고 이번에도 뽀삐 때문에 말리기 직전이야. 이게 진짜 말이 돼요. 아니 도대체 코칭 스태프는 뭐 하는 거냐고. 아니 페비나이트 그냥 방송하는 놈 로랄못이 뽀삐 밴을 외쳤는데 이걸 안 밴한다고? 아니 답답하다고.
This guy's going to be a massive threat in any fight, and right now he's starting up the Rift Herald.
아니 진짜 코칭 실력 알아? 말이 안 나오네. 답답해가지고. I'm so frustrated I can't fucking talk. I'm gonna carry us to flash out. Zero flash. Oh, they're dead. Hold up. Maybe they're cooking.
Guma's already down. T1 are routed as they try to escape from the pit. Keria now focused. Forced back again.
So we don't ban Poppy, we ban Alistar. They first pick Poppy, then we decide to pick Norris.
But it's 2 more kills for Anyone's Legend. It's Rift Herald to Anyone's Legend. It's another fight for Anyone's Legend.
Ladies and gentlemen, dude, you give the Poppy, and then you decide to pay Nautilus. That's a totally great idea, by the way. Not like Nautilus gets fucking countered by Poppy or anything like that. Forget about that part.
Excellent stuff from Anyone's Legend. The setup with these wards deep to try and make that play happen.
천천히 후반 보기에는 노틸러스 픽이 후반에 보는 것도 아니고 드레이븐 픽도 후반에 보는 게 아닌데.
But I think Flandre might be able to stick around and get that top tower.
니코는 벤이었습니다. Nico was banned.
The TP was
There's literally so many champions in the game that you can pick other than Nautilus.
Disengage, it doesn't matter. Able with the phase rush to get that taunt that
I'm not hating on champion. Obviously, there's a lot of in-game mistakes happening from T1. But the comp is just really uncomfortable. I knew this shit was gonna happen, by the way.
From Kyle, getting the double knock up, getting the chase down, And with this Rift Herald,
그러니까 당연히 인게임적으로 문제점들이 있기 때문에 힘든 거는 맞긴 하죠. 근데 이제 조합이라는 게 또 있거든요. 상성이랑 조합이랑 뭐 이런 게 다 있잖아. 두 분이 망했다. 두 분 개망했습니다. Draven is 973 gold behind even after getting the passive prop. 여러분들 애니비아 한타가 자꾸 지분이 앞라인 자르면서 노틸이 집을 잡으려는 거 막으면서 한타 보면 되는데 근데 거기에서 이제 뽀삐가 궁을 막 맞추기라도 하면 어떡할 건데 노틸이 그게 문제라니까? 노틸이 막 뭔가 하려고 할 때 그때 그냥 빵 날려보내면 되는 거야. 뽀삐한테 너무 취약해. 배시가 있는 챔프들도 아니고 다 이제 뚜벅이들이잖아. 뽀삐 궁을 피할 수 있는 수단이 없습니다. 뽀삐가 궁만 맞추면 돼. There's like no way to dodge Poppy ult on T1's comp fight, right? Everyone is like stationary. Anivia stationary, Draven stationary, and also Rumble too. I mean, we have to commit, right? Can we commit? Okay. Okay, we got him. Huge drop plate. Draven's dead. Carry is out too. He doesn't flash. 아 진짜 바텀이 그냥 무너져 내린다 진짜로. Oh my gosh, the bot. I'm not even joking. Something is going on with the T1 bot lane every time, bro. I don't know, man. I look over to T1 and I look at Gumaishi and Carrier, and they're just running it like L9 style. Literally just has to stay on the tower and clear the wave, right? Oh, they're using Herald back up. Go to the second tier tower. Give up the tower mids. Because like, your team is making a topside play. There's no reason to die like that. I mean, obviously it's easier said than done, but let's watch this again. What happened? Like, why are they even here? 여기 왜 있냐고. 탑에서 이미 근데 싸움이 일어나고 있고 이득을 보고 있잖아. 그러면 미드 타워에서 그냥 아무것도 안 하고 웨이브 클리어만 해야 된다고요. 이미 합류하기는 너무 늦었고 거기서 합류할 힘이 없다니까 바텀이. 만약 드레이븐이 잘 크면 힘을 가지고 막 밀어낼 수 있잖아. actually 드레이븐이 겁나 약한데 거기에서 그걸 갈 수가 없습니다. Like if Draven is fed, yes you can push them back and start like driving them back as you climb into Gogurt, but you don't have cryo, you don't have anything, you don't have strength. Okay, but maybe there's a miracle here. T1 trying to get the Otacon. Okay, shutdown coming through from Northern not for Draven. Oh my gosh, red team has slain an Otacon. Thank you, owner. It's fine coming through, and Guma just fucking run. Okay, I think we got him. T1식 아타칸인데 이게 진짜 다행입니다. Holy owner smite, because like this kind of play is needed when you're behind like this. T1 always goes for this when they're behind. They just go for this like crazy Baron or Otacon rush.
2 for 1 is a little bit of extra gold, but you would definitely rather
it's totally worth it. Even if we lose like towers and gold, like you have to go for plays like this.
Afterwards,
if we're gonna lose anyway,
AL will
have to go for something.
make you pay for it even more. They get the top tower and
어차피 질 수도 있기 때문에 지금 질 확률이 높기 때문에 저런 건 좋아요. 나쁘지 않아. 당장 골드는 손해지만. 또 어차피 아타칸 주고 바론 주고 모든 거 다 주면 어차피 저 뭔가 해야 돼. 주고 때 Draven들은 like get the shutdown, but Shanks flashes out. Oh, good dodge from Guma. See how he doesn't grab axes, just focus on dodging? Yeah. We didn't see that from Hansama yesterday, but until Hansama died.
Unfortunately for T1, the shutdown
I'm just shitting on Hansama's Draven, but that's because like
and so it did not get
the axes were kind of bad yesterday.
There. But still, they are definitely looking to find more picks. They have to get some
Draven이 망해서 너무 간지럽다. 지금 3,000 골드 차이.
I
mean, this Draven from Guma's a little bit Moonka as well, not gonna lie. At least he's built in correctly. He's built in correctly. 방끝? 이 코어로 방끝이라고. 지금 실베르가 한 코어인데 드레이븐 이 코어도 끝나지 않았죠? 드레이븐 W를 하면 second item, but new items coming through. By the way. Okay, they're kind of hinting it though. Kyle just ordered everyone away, now Faker is stranded in between everybody. Just has to flash out. And this fight doesn't look that bad in the short corner! Oh, double kill coming through from Faker, please! 세상역 해줘! And Hope is gonna go down! Draven getting the shutdown on Silver so huge, by the way! And he gets the shutdown. Not only the shutdown goal, but he also gets his passive top. No flash on Shanks! Shanks had to flash out earlier. Oh, that phase rush is such a cringe. Okay, never mind, he goes on. Another kill for Guma. Guma's back. Look at that. Instantly 3k gold. Turning into 1.4k, 1.3k.
You cannot.
Draven just got 1700 gold from that fight.
T1 in playoffs.
T1!
This is a team that will fight you every chance they get.
They're doing it. They're doing it. 1.2k now. So Guma usually got 1800 gold from just that fight alone.
T1 having a victory and a lead in this game.
That was like a 3.7 or
okay, the owner actually baited them. Mind controls everybody to use everything on Xinjiang's ulti. 아니 오너 선수가 그냥 대놓고 그냥 앞에 있는데 상대팀이 진짜한테 모든 걸 다 박았어. Oh, they literally use everything on owner. Like what? And Hope's just like trying to like turn around and do something, but at this point he's already down. 이건 이미 근데 팀원들 다 죽어서 11회는 할 수가 없죠. Oh my gosh, no way, bro.
Oh, the jacket.
Oh, he's taking off his jacket. He's taking off his jacket.
They're locking in. This gold lead, gentlemen, was 4,000
Hexblade completed, so not.
And now,
oh my gosh, he's going Doggo's build. He's going Doggo's build.
Swing. This was
Steel cap
game
into
for 22
Hexblade,
minutes.
guys.
And now T1
Played steel
have
cap.
a slight gold lead.
와, 이 윤탈 같은 드레이브는 안 하고 저런 드레이브는 하니까 든든하다 그래도.
Exactly, getting more pedals for these kills.
이게 탱 드레이브이거든. 생각보다 몸이 좀 단단해가지고. 그러니까 딜을 가도 어차피 몸이 녹으면 딜을 못 넣잖아요. 그래서 요즘 도고 선수가 미는 빌드인데요. 우리 상대로 갔었던 그 빌드. 한사마 당신은 틀렸어? 솔직히 드레이븐 장인들 다 물어보세요. 윤탈 가는 드레이븐에 대해서 어떻게 생각하냐고. 다 되게 안 좋게 생각할 거예요. 비바라기를 안 가는 드레이븐? 문제가 많은지도.
And keep Hope auto-attacking, they do have a lot of damage potential. You know, Tarzan and
guys,
Shanks here
the game's not over yet. We have to calm down. Yes.
To the team fight, though.
Always have to watch out for Poppy.
It's T1 with control over the river. They're going to start up the Drake. They have the control ward inside
용
the pit.
뺏어,
They're going to step back.
Dragging the dragon towards us. Nice.
Towards the bottom side of the
little wall's
river.
actually kind of nice.
Tarzan wants the flank and he flashes.
No!
Faker's going to try to get away. Hero's entrance.
Fucking run! Oh my gosh, wait, this isn't too bad. Look at Guma. Guma's on touch. Okay, never mind. Silver's on touch too. Hold up, this is really bad.
Kyle wants a wall slam, but he can't quite find it. Hope goes in for Guma, and he cuts him down. AL 2 for nothing in the fight.
It's also 2 for 2 on Dragons, but the Baron is up and they're teleporting up to the top side of the map. Are AL going to go for more?
It looks like they will, understanding that this could be their moment to try and bring the game back in their favor.
Can we stop it?
That flash from Tarzan, the
that
TPs
is a weird TP from Faker.
Oh
wait, they Kyle messed up. Oh, okay, never mind. Oh, Doran has to roll as well. Kyle missed it. I was like, oh, did he save him though? That TP was kind of bad, not gonna lie. Carrier went in his down as well. Okay. Okay. We gotta start thinking about game 3, guys. Not gonna lie. Although we do have Anivia, so Anivia could wave clear for a long time. Anivia라서 근데 웨이브 클리어는 좋긴 하거든? 방금 텔포 위치는 페이커 선수가 실수를 했습니다. Faker made a mistake with that TP, but really balanced. I mean, honestly, even if the TP was proper, they couldn't have stopped the Baron, but
the gold lead returns to
where it once
stood for anyone's legend.
Problem is Rumble doesn't have flash either, so next fight, Rumble,
as we take a look at the fight that made
China wasn't a library. Shanghai library, not this time.
It was so aggressive from Faker. Could have gone
Call
towards
an
his
ambulance.
own tower, but
not for me.
Not having any sort of ability to get out of here means that AL pounds immediately, and even Hope here having the support of Kyle means that Doran can't really go aggressive on the play and hope that he can trade something back. And even Carrier
hooking in afterward.
Support a dying teammate ends up giving over his life on the back.
Oh, Mr. Faker. It's okay, 사소해. Just wave clear, just wave clear. 4.4k lead, nothing, not serious at all, guys.
Back in hand, and the Baron buff, so
Nothing
they
at
can take a
all.
lot more.
Holy, look at that
little
dip.
there is just a blink.
That's like the
in
fucking
the
Grand
radar
Canyon or
now.
what?
AL looking to siege.
그랜드 캐년이야 저거.
With their Red Bull Baron power play, want to get as much of a lead with
아니
it
불쾌한
as
골짜기
they
뭔데?
can. This is the 6th turret that they will take this game, which means the only targets left are inside the enemy base.
They're also a heavily Baron-reliant team. You are very short range, but they're looking for Doran.
Immediately, though, it's T1 ready for their counterattack, but the counterattack doesn't hit hard. The Redemption's going to heal off pretty much everything from the equalizer. Tarzan's clone's the only thing that took meaningful damage.
Ulti the wave and clear it. Thank you.
But the cannon minion is still alive.
I guess it's
the
kind of
tier
hard
3
though. It
turret's
doesn't
below
have
half
anything.
HP. Everybody on AL is feeling
He has to get rid of the
confident,
cannon
and
there.
without the
Yeah,
equalizer
thank
that
you,
the
thank
big
you.
team
He
fight
has the
tool,
ulti.
the T1 no longer has.
Both lanes
Top
being
wave's gonna
pressured
go
by
down,
AL.
actually.
Gumayushi has to step forward to clear out these cannon minions because
okay.
it's the only way you have
Okay,
a
there we go.
chance,
The
but
wall
it
and the
opens
R.
up for
There
AL
it is.
to
There it
place
is. There it
Kyle.
is. Anivia
She's for the
Tometical.
upfield, doesn't go for it.
Yeah, it's so
Anivia
hard to
Tometical.
push on Anivia always. That's why this Baron buff
Okay.
is so
Nice.
important for AL in their
Okay,
attempts
Mr.
to
Faker,
seize
yeah, blue buff.
the
Keep it up.
Baron
Keep it
buff,
up.
allowing
블루
so
버프
much of this
있으니까
extra
계속
damage
그렇게
to
해야
come
돼요.
through, empowering those cannon
Walls야.
minions, empowering both lanes.
Building the Great Wall.
All right, top lane about to be the next target. Flandra wants to crash the wave. Still 1/3 of the cooldown left on the equalizer. Tarzan takes a little bit of damage here, but again, it's nothing super serious.
Mr. Faker, you have to R the wave.
Drops to a colossal smash from Shanks.
He's trying to trade with the R, but I mean, I guess the tower's gonna go down anyways. They could have just forced
top
it.
and mid lanes.
Hold the fort. Hold the fort.
AL's gonna take their time
Push them
though.
back.
Now they focus on the top lane, tier 3. Flandra's already got the wave. Hope steps up.
I guess we lose
Second
two
tier
Rhythms
3
then.
turret eliminated as T1 continue to retreat. Anyone's Legend still playing it nice and slow. Inhibitor under siege top side first. Hope plus the cannon minion, more than enough to take that one down. Mid lane's already down. Those two inhibitors within 10 seconds of one another.
This game is cooked
perfectly
now.
synced up
Believe
as Anyone's Legend take their exit.
Believe in the level 18 of Anivia, okay? Level 18 Anivia, level 18 Draven, level 18 Rumble.
Going to be pushing in our favor.
I know enemy team also going to be level 18, but when we're 18 and they're 18 and we're full build, they're full build, then it's even ground, guys. Gold gap doesn't matter at the point, right? Copium and a copium. Make it into the fucking 58-minute game like how Genji and Hana Life Esports it is, right?
Where she can be a massive threat in fights.
젠지 하나처럼 이제 58분 게임 하면 돼 그만이야. 괜찮아요.
As well, the shiver, the damage will be insane, bouncing back and forth, cutting the healing as well.
And look at the footwear of
Believe in the
anyone's legend.
Galio?
4 tier 3 Mercury treads purchased. The ability for the Anivia to try to do anything meaningful to so many of these champions.
Their dragon,
is
no
so
problem.
restricted.
Give it up.
And you can see T1 are
No
making
problem,
the
no
call.
problem.
We cannot go fight for this. It's not soul. It's not worth
And
it.
yeah, they're stacking
AL
like a
with
little
a
bit more.
6,500 gold lead now find themselves
Because Draven
also
does like
at
no
soul
damage.
point.
Look at
The
that R
Whirling
just
Death
tickling.
used to just try
The
to
R
maybe
just
get the
tickled
miracle
Uko.
steal. That cooldown's going to be available again.
방금
before the
드레이븐 궁이
Baron
거의
would
뭐
be a fight,
간지럽혔는데?
and that fight is less than 2 minutes from now.
And that's why you're seeing them just try and give as much gold towards Faker. He has the Seeker's Arm Guard for protection. Would love him to try and finish off his magic pen item, but unfortunately for them, you're not getting that time. As T1 tries to clear out the mid-wave while the bot siege begins.
Yep, no more Baron though, means considering Faker has
안
the wave
됐어,
clear of an
가인이
entire
떴다.
team as Anivia, he can take care of those
좋냐.
super minions. Everybody else groups up to defend the only remaining tier 3
이들도
turret, but over the wall goes Tarzan.
Mr.
Faker's
Faker
gotta
getting
try to
caught
stay
out.
safe. Into the back
Mr.
line.
Faker,
Public
좋냐.
execution onto Faker. Redemption's
he wasn't
not
able
there
to
in
send out his
time.
stats.
The egg has already been propped,
Egg's gonna
but
be
he will
popped.
not be reborn. A kill
that's GG.
follows. AL's already
I think Mr. Faker should never play on Nivea again, but don't listen to me, guys.
will be next to die as T1
Don't give Mr. Faker Nivea ever again. 아니 페이커 선수 애니비아 숙련도가 좀 의심이 되는 부분들이 있거든요. 아쉽네. GG. 애니비아는 그냥 뽑지 말랬다.
Beautiful counter from AL.
I mean, like, I don't even know, bro. We're popping top and we're trying to dive fucking Ambessa again. Trading 1 for 1. What are we doing? What are we doing? Why are we not popping ball in towards Draven? Like, what the fuck is going on, guys? I mean, no memes? Okay, I'm never memeing again,
which
guys.
is the first time that a team does it since 2019. Take a game off
I'm never ever posting again. Why are we not banning Poppy? There's everything that happened in Swiss stage happened game 2. Game 1, I was like, oh my god, T1 finally fixed their issues and they're fucking awake now. Just kidding. Just fucking kidding. 아니 진짜로 난 2세트만 보고는 아 근데 이거 스위스 스테이지나 이런 지금까지 롤드컵에서 그런 문제점들을 다 고쳤구나. 뱀픽부터 해가지고 깔끔하고 인게임 플레이 너무너무 깔끔해졌고 바텀도 너무 안정적이게 잘해주고 막 그랬는데 갑자기 뽀삐를 풀어놓고 알리스타를 배나질 않나. 뽀삐를 보고 노틸러스를 뽑질 않나. 진짜 정신이 나가겠다고요. 아니 진짜 너무 짜증나는 게 그리고 거기에서 정글이 왜 탑에 가서 다이브를 하냐고. 탑은 그냥 놔두는 게 좋고 드레이븐 쪽에서 플레이를 해야 되는 게 당연한 거 아니냐고. 그런 점이 좀 아쉽고 거기서 애니비아 숙련도도 너무 아쉽고 애니비아 텔포도 그렇고 뭔가 전라인이 다 실수했죠. I mean, the Draven did get the kill here, but at this point it's too late. Like, he had so many opportunities to get kills.
T1, they ended up getting Drake off the back half of that. But for me, Flandra actually did have a huge... Flandra and Tarzan had a huge impact in this
from underneath the ground
with both of their ganks.
And it happens for...
And like the bot lane, like I'm not even joking. I want to see the gank angle, but like Poppy tanks so much damage. I was like, wait, this is fine. We just turn around and focus the jungler.
And Maurits was saying, oh my god, is this happening again?
Yeah,
Maybe
I was very
no, I think he was
upset
dead,
because this is
actually.
the point where this is too much
Buffalo
plot
calling
armor.
is
Okay, this is
100%
not
dead.
okay.
I guess
T1
trying to trade for the
losing
Poppy
this game
kill
from
was
this
okay.
point, and AL really overstepped, fighting into choke
I mean, this
points,
fight
I think,
gave me some
feeling
hopes that
emboldened
maybe it is
because
actually
they have Poppy,
winnable.
which can turn fights in their favor, but you're fighting in a choke point against Nivea and against Rumble, and obviously, in the end, I want T1 to win, but I also like
와 여기에서 근데 너무 잘해가지고.
He said
it. Like Draven got so many kills, and I saw the whole.
Right, and up until this point, I think that AL had
희망을
fun
봤거든요
rest of the game.
여기서.
But what to me was the most impressive was that this was only a small setback, and they actually bounced back. And I was worried that it wasn't going to happen.
다음 한타 때 킬
And I think
조졌어.
that they deserve to win this game for 95% of it. So the fact that they're able to close it
Never
out
memeing
feels
again,
fitting.
guys.
Emily,
Welcome to the LPL.
Yeah, exactly.
Talk about the recovery, because as you say, right, in such a fight-heavy region, which it's not, I know people used to say, well, they don't just fight. That's not what I said. Obviously, they didn't, because they know how to get the objectives as well as fight, but you do see a form of resilience often in these back-and-forth games that they can put on the Rift.
Yeah, in this pre-Baron
Like this TP literally reminds me of 구마유시 베레스 TP 방향. 구마유시 선수가 바루스로 텔포 탄 거랑 진짜 비슷하죠. Literally TPing into the enemy team.
The biggest benefactor of this is actually Hope, who is going to get this kill
Yeah,
on
kinda
Doran
bad,
in
guys.
the back half, and Sivir ended up taking over so many of these fights with her cleanup kills. This was the Baron. I'm glad Cass touched upon how important it was for them to get that Baron.
Look at the damage from Faker, by the way.
A classic LPL goal graph where we have a few more of these.
Never give an enemy again to Faker, yeah?
Before that fight we just
아니
saw,
거의
and
뭐
then
미드에서 딜량이 노틸러스랑 동급이야. 애니비아 서폿이었어. 아니 그냥 딱 봐도 숙련도가 되게 의심스러운 장면들이 있었는데 like he can't really time the W and the Q. Like your W displaces the enemy team and you have to time your Q correctly and the angle correctly in order to stun them. But I know, but I know I'm criticizing Faker, the GOAT of League, but just because you're the GOAT of League doesn't mean you're every single champion you play is like 100%.
Continued amazing series.
We shall see
the top of the
indeed. Where
top.
do you land upon kind of
It's a
T1
fact
being on
that
the
he
front
doesn't
foot
play
after
that many
winning
as
that first
Anivia
game,
games.
yet coming
You can kind of
with
tell from
a
that.
strategy in which you have an Anivia, which we
애니비아는
haven't
근데
seen
갈리오
since
카운터가
2016
맞다니까?
for
근데
Faker.
이게
A
숙련도가 안 되면은
2020 special
힘들죠.
in Draven. What do you make of that? Because
1188.5 damage from
when
Mr.
Draven
Hope.
does not get ahead in this composition, which again, I think full credit to Tarzan in
I
particular.
mean, we keep
'cause
criticizing
Wukong
Faker,
isn't
but the
expected to gank
real
early.
problem is the Draven Knowledge
The
pick
fact that
doing
Hope was
nothing.
able to pop off,
Doing
if
nothing but
Draven is
getting
playing
shit
from
on.
behind,
That's what.
Draven isn't playing the game, and if Draven is playing from even, he's
There I
also not
said
playing
it.
the game. So really good
There I
job
said
of
it.
shutting him down. T1's draft, I
Don't
think,
clip me,
works
guys. Don't
kind
cancel
of with
me.
the Anivia, even though it makes sense into the enemy comp. I think didn't really
초반에
work
좀
together that well with the rest.
터졌다.
And Faker, unfortunately, also didn't have the best game.
Okay, we'll see how it evolves. As said, the trepidation is in the air. It feels like we are staggering towards that. Hopefully,
Why didn't we pass bottom?
like we did
Virtus.
at MSI, it is
Thank
AL
you.
that throws down the
We can't just blame
against T1
Anivia,
as
we can't just
head
blame
into game.
Faker, we can't just blame Gumayushi Carrier. We have to also blame the jungler. What the hell is Ono doing? 오너 선수가 근데 탑을 왜 도대체 왜 간 거야? 탑에서 다이브해서 1대1 교환되고 바텀이 드레이븐인데 탑을 간다? 그냥 뭐 I love Anivia kind of started didn't work out at all. You have to be super good at Anivia, by the way. Oh, Foster, thanks for the primes. I really appreciate it. Welcome to the Meeple family. I'm going to girl. Oh my gosh, first time chatting and then first time prime song. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Here, let me show you guys what I'm talking about.
노66 밑줄 AZ님 멤버십 가입 환영합니다. 웰컴 유튜브 미프로.
봐봐. 이 콤보로 얘기하는 겁니다. You guys see that? The WQ combo?
The infinite precision armrest is part of the largest circular.
I don't think this is a correct video. Q를 먼저 보낸 다음에 W로 L을 밀어가지고 Q를 향해서 밀어버린다니까. So what happens is you Q first, and then you W the enemy team to displace it into the Q stun. So your Q is very slow, it travels really slow, it's very easy to dodge. But once you displace it into the stun, they can't actually dodge it. 이거를 제가 한 번도 못 받는 것 같은데. I think Faker didn't do this a single time last game. And this is definitely something that you have to play hundreds of games of Anivia. I'm not even joking. The only people who play Anivia is one trick for a reason.
You hurt me, you did. Hurts to admit that
Red Bull gives you wings.
QW 콤보를 할 때 벽을 약간 옆각으로 세운 다음에 the W's a little bit to the side. It displaces them, pushes them into the Q directory of the Q, by the way. Am I criticizing Faker? A little bit. Definitely haven't seen him do that a single time. Yone was by far the best option for T1 this draft. Any other team would have drafted Yone. What do you mean? Even Faker can play Yone too. But yeah, you're right. Anivia Wall also worked against T1 because they had a Poppy. Poppy just made everything uncomfortable, by the way. Anivia is really strong, but Galio, Wukong, and Bessel would just delete a flashless burp. I mean, I don't even think Galio is that... Yeah, but Galio ulti can get on top of you. Wukong and Bessel is definitely annoying. Yone would have been good. Yeah, Yone would have been interesting. I think like Faker definitely doesn't feel comfortable on Yone compared to other champions, but I feel like our comp would have been perfect if we took Poppy. You know what I mean? Or if there was no Poppy. Like if enemy team didn't have a Poppy. It's the Poppy that kept catching Anivia and Draven. That's what I'm saying! The Poppy, like not banning Poppy was so crazy. We're banning Alistar for fucking what reason? I'm molding guys.
welcome to the hour that waits for you. The time feels like it could be right for our dream to come true. Welcome to the start of something.
The one project, thanks for the Prime Sub Fluxer and the Shanghai XT. Thank you so much, guys. So Shanghai XT for the 3 months as well. Thank you. Welcome to the Meeple family. Make sure to check out some personal panels and check out the modes. Discord, join Discord as well, guys. You don't have to be subscribed to join Discord. You can keep up with the community, keep up with my announcements, guys. Yeah, I stream like 4 platforms, so if I ever have announcements, I always post it on Discord. If you guys want to keep up, that's where you go. 제가 그때 플랫폼이 4개가 있잖아요. 심지어 이제 다개국어로 외국분들이 많이 보셔가지고 그 공지를 트위직이나 습을 따로 별로 안 띄우고 디스코드에서 띄우기 때문에 디스코드로 오시면은 여기서 이벤트, 공지, 뭐 영화 같이 보기 등등 여러 가지 할 수 있습니다. 한글 방도 따로 만들어 놓긴 했습니다. 디스코드 오실 분들. I'm depressed.
안녕하세요. 저는 AL 서포터 카일입니다. 이번이
카일.
첫 월즈입니다.
Umbro failed I6 for the 4 months. Really
연습 과정에서도 잘 연습하고 밥 먹을 때도 잘 먹고 숙소도 되게 좋아서 잘 지내는 것 같습니다.
감사합니다. Thank you, thank you. Welcome back.
첫 월즈에 기대되는
Appreciate your
거는
looks.
다른 리그랑 붙어볼 수 있는
Kyle is
거랑
Korean? Yeah,
여러
Kyle and Tarzan are
대회를 많이
Korean.
볼수 있다는
I told you
게
he was
좋은 것
LCK player. Tarzan played for Griffin and Kyle played for
충분히
who?
성장할 기대치는 높다고 생각하고
Pure X?
아직
Wait, who does Kyle play for?
BO3밖에 안
He played in LCK for a few years
actually. 나오면은
Pink
그때
Chowder?
잘하는 게 진짜 잘하는 거라고 생각해가지고
XDD.
그때 좋은 모습 보여드리고 싶습니다.
Griffin aware. Bird incoming, they can't ban him all the time. Yes, they can. And they will.
좋은 경기력으로 보답드리겠습니다.
We both know this.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Worlds 2025 here in the last quarterfinal before we head to the semifinal matchups. It's tied 1-1 between AL and T1. After the second game had some pretty bloody battles. AL was ahead for 20 minutes. It looked like they might have thrown the game, but then they worked their way right back into it. T1 throws it themselves, and after AL get the Baron, they are just pushing straight to the heart of the Korean Nexus.
Friendly little game of catch flowers on the world stage here. Really action-packed, though. It was definitely fun. I will say there were marked improvements here for AL. I really liked how the bottom lane played. Kyle had a lot of very big poppy plays for them to find picks and set them up a lot.
This is
Tarzan
fearless,
as well
y'all.
on the
Everything's fearless
Wukong,
now.
Exactly what
By
you
the way.
want. Not only the early level 3 gank, kind of throwing them
My
off
voice
as
is
far as the
giving out.
expected clear, but then also
My
how he
voice.
played these team fights. You remember back to that bottom side dragon one that got AL a big lead in the first place. It was him right in onto
저
owner and
캐스터
Faker.
팩트로
Big double
팬다고.
cyclone,
아 이거
putting
해외
out so much
분들은
pressure.
진짜 할 말 합니다. 저도 솔직히 그냥 할 말 하는 편인데 눈치 뭐 이런 거 없어 그냥.
Level 3 on the Wukong to set up anyone's legend for
그냥 막
success, and I think that's
보르르르.
where now you're looking going, okay, T1 have to find some way to fight back because anyone's legend looked
그런
like
맛을
in game
보는
number
맛이
2
또
they've
있죠.
woken up.
And one thing that I noticed in particular
After having
in
Helios,
that
it feels
second
weird
game,
thinking that it
Faker
just
on
didn't
Anivia, a
exist
huge
before.
part of
It
the
makes the game
champion
so much
is
more
getting
entertaining.
value
No,
out
or
of
else
the
we're gonna
Reaver,
see like
caster,
Bard every
out of
game.
punishing your opponents for not having a
We
strong
would
enough
see
play
like
when they try
Azir
to go
traded
after you.
every game with Talia.
I'm
Azir
pretty
Talia,
sure
Azir
that
Talia,
egg was
Azir
served
Talia,
sunny
Azir
side
Talia.
up every
We don't see
single
that anymore.
time Faker
We don't
was
see the
forced
Yumi
into
Lulu,
it.
Yumi
So
Lulu,
AL
Yumi Lulu, Yumi
knew the
Lulu.
job,
Like
and
remember
they
that?
passed the assignment with flying colors.
Fucking
They
nightmares.
certainly did. You know, props to Flandra as well. The Mbessa, not only did he get the better of Doran a couple of times with Doran trying to kill him under tower,
Does
but he
Fearless mean
also
never
did
pickable
that
again
roam
by
towards
either
mid.
team or
When we're
either
talking
team
about
of the...
Faker and the Anivia,
Fearless
getting
means
not only the
champions that
kill
have been
plus
played
the
cannot be
flash
picked
plus the
again
egg,
in
there was a
by
lot of
anyone.
cooldowns out of him
By
very
either
early
team,
into
by
the
anyone.
game. And Flandra definitely doing some more work up there as
Do you
well
see
for
like
AL.
these
So going
champions in the
into
middle?
rest of
Those are the
this
champions that
series
you
as we
can't
get
play.
deeper into
That has
Fearless,
already been
it
played.
becomes a
In
lot
total
more
of 20
difficult here,
champions. The 20
for
champions cannot be
T1,
played
I
again.
feel like, you know, AL are very
Alistair
creative
banned
team with
again!
super
What
deep
the hell is
champion
wrong
pools
with
in
Alistair,
every
man?
role.
And they're
We really
basically
hate this
keeping these
champion.
same
Are they gonna
bans
ban
coming through
Bard?
the Azir. We're going to get the Bard towards Carry as well,
Pod,
making sure that they're not getting those
pod.
quicker picks. With the Orianna gone as well, it feels like a lot of those
When
kind
we
of
need
picks that
him
we
the
started to see
most,
in the tournament,
Bardo
the
is
Ryze,
here.
the Talia now
Take a
gone
shot.
as well, are
다들
starting to be
살리나?
pinched
제발.
massively in that mid lane role.
And
There's
over on the
no way
T1
they
side,
allow us to have
Alistar's
Bardo,
bandaway.
right?
The Trundle first ban
Carry
of
the
draft
Bardo
lets me
TP.
know the T1's got to be looking at something tanky, probably up there in the top side, that they do not want subjugated in these team fights. Corki, third ban in the first half for T1.
I am curious what T1's first pick is going to be, because it
Please,
feels like the Aurora is kind of the other big mid
please.
laner that we've seen go through, and Shank's more than happy to play it.
Bard,
I mean, you were already
Bard
talking
open,
about
Bard
players that
open, Bard
haven't
open.
taken the time
Paul
to
doesn't.
take on that pick. So do you think
Kyle
they'll be
plays
trying
Bard
to take
too.
it as a
Wait,
pick
what if
away,
Kyle takes Bard?
or will it be
Hold up, if we
anyone's
first
legends they
pick
have to get their
Bard
hands on?
and they fucking
That
take
Bard
like
that you mentioned, Dagda, it's through.
two
Yunara
broken
is
champions.
The final ban in the first three.
다들
Here
풀렸어,
for
다들
anyone's legend.
풀렸어.
Remember, Bard is banned against carry
Bard
pretty
open,
much
Bard
every
open.
game. He's
Bard
kind of a
open.
miracle worker on this champion. We'll see what kind of priority T1 want to place on it.
And the
Bard
thing is,
open.
if you leave it up, you know, Kyle definitely can play
Bard
it as well.
open.
Definitely likes to play it, so it's also a
Oh
weapon
my god,
for
Kyle's
AL.
taking Bard, isn't he?
Well, There's the Cassante locked in.
Kyle's taking Bard, isn't he?
7-16 so far at the tournament. It is
Kyle is taking Bard,
so far at
isn't
he? But very much not one of the most successful. T1 looking to hopefully change that a little bit for themselves here with Doran locking it in, but it does leave the ball still on the table, and AL's hovering it.
This is what I'm saying. It is a big weapon for Kyle too. Everybody knows yes, Carry a Bard is amazing. And quite probably the best in the world, but Kyle's a big Bard player too, and they're going to smash it right up.
And it felt like this was a plan from anyone's legend. This is the first time they were on red side, and this time they let it slip through, knowing that you don't really want to first pick that Bard. So instead now they get their hands on the Jarvan and the Bard, and already, you know, you're kind of looking at, well, what are the options
We're
that we
first
have
picking
for trying to
Cassante when
escape
carry a
away
Bard
from
is
this
open.
Jarvan, where
We are
Ezreal's
first
gone,
picking
Corki's
Cassante.
banned,
We
which
are
means you have to go for
first
something, I was gonna say,
picking
like a Xayah
Cassante.
or a Ziggs to try and keep yourself
We
safe,
are
but
first
both of them
picking
relatively vulnerable to a
Cassante
potential
when
pick of the
carry a Bard
ahead
is
of time
open.
before that Jarvan goes in.
We are first
Yeah,
picking
interesting,
Cassante.
'cause
We
if
are
you grab
first
the
picking
Ziggs,
Cassante
then
when
you
carry a
can,
Bard
you
is
know,
open.
pick a
Yes.
counter roam champion for Keria as well, and just feel comfortable. If the Ziggs does end up going to Gumayusi in the bottom, of course they could flex this still as well if it ends up being a good matchup.
I think the hope as well is to open up the Yone in the mid lane for Faker as well, so then he has another pick that you can go towards, because again, I think that Aurora is going to be the last pick coming through here. Jarvan Aurora, such a very strong combo, but he's going to be the Vi that secures.
진짜 미치겠네.
Aurora is
와,
gonna be last.
진짜 너무
Love that
짜증난다.
combo,
와.
ultimate into Ziggs
Cassante 하려고 바다를
is
준다고.
Bard can kind of counter that play
What do
if
you
the Bard is in a
mean?
good position. And
Oh, what do you
is
mean?
close enough. So looks like we are
아니
going to get
진짜
that lock in as
oh
well
my
that you're
gosh,
looking
that's
for.
Ziggs for Gumayusi as well.
Yep, there it is. Dagda called it. The Aurora locked in. Assume it for Shanks here in the mid lane. And we'll see now
Why is
what
Bard
we
here?
want to
Why is
ban.
Bard
It's
not over there?
supports, it's
Hold
mid
on.
laners that you're looking at on the Anyone's Legend side, and they'll ban away Leona first.
I mean, it makes sense, right? Just to try and make sure that you have a decent matchup on that bottom side. I am curious what they want to try and go for Hope here. The Xayah would be, I think, the best answer, just given what's on the opposite side. But a T1 can easily start to focus away those AD carries and just make this Ziggs Vi combo way more potent if you get rid of like Caitlyn Xayah.
What if we're cooking?
Yeah, I'm also thinking like
We
Jhin or
expect
something
Kyle
like
to
that,
play
maybe
Bard, and we
for
actually have the
AL, for
Pike.
Hope. You know, that's a
파이크를
champion that
꺼내면
can
되지
follow
않을까?
up on a lot of these plays with Aurora, Jarvan, and Bard having a lot of
T1
kind of
Pike?
chaos threat here, multiple flank
Breach
angles.
Getting rid of
Blitzcrank?
Cassiopeia though, it looks like T1 not
Yoink
convinced
the
that this
Bardo
Aurora is going to be
and
going
Kyurem.
towards the mid lane to Shanks. I think it might be going in towards that
불치로
top side
그냥
to match up
끌어버려가지고
against
노란
Doran, something we
뚱땡이가
used to see, but
빠빠빠빠빠
I think with
죽여버리는
the
거야.
Rek'Sai gone as
어떤가요?
well, maybe they're a little bit more nervous.
They're banning Pike! Pike ban이야! What do you mean?
But there's that Pike, that other roaming support that you were talking about.
No, not the Pike ban! Oh my gosh, they're
T1
oh
Pike won't show
no.
up in this game.
I permaban
What's
Pike
gonna
when I
be
play
the
Bard
last
by the
one
way.
from T1's
다들
ban,
플레이할
though,
때
'cause
제가
I do
매판
feel
배나는
like it
챔프가
is
파이크거든요?
actually,
그만큼
you know,
파이크가
a good
띠껍고
angle
바드
for
극카운터인데
Hopejin.
이걸 또
Even though you're
배나네?
looking at Cassante does get very tanky, and maybe the Vi. They do
아,
have
예,
a lot of
만원
options.
감사합니다. T1 이번 판 못 이기면 알아서 해라.
A little bit. I'm not going to react to any of these because he's jumping around.
예,
with quite a
믿어봐,
few different
믿어봐.
choices.
I mean,
Oh my god, the Jhin Bard.
Also is a big threat. It also
Jhin
has,
Bard.
you know,
Imagine
follow-up
we have
potential
that comp
for
instead
some
of
of
this
those
shit
dive
comp.
angles, so
What are we
very
trying to
valid
do,
there as
Z?
well.
Yeah, I like something that has escape or long range.
The
So
Hakuramenon
Jhin,
Jhin, Gumayusi
Zeri,
Jhin with a carry
Caitlyn,
Bard, but
Xayah,
no.
I think you're all perfectly
Instead
fine
we're
with,
playing
but
some
let's
weird
see, it
shit
is just going to be the
champions
Jhin
like
for that long range follow up. So again, now it's kind of on Flandre, I feel like, to have a
근데
little
조합
bit
너무
more
무서운데?
damage coming through from that top side. So I think I would be looking at things like the Gwen or a Jax.
상대
Decent
조합
matchup into that
너무너무
top side
무섭다.
and can provide
미드 직스?
enough of that DPS in fights as well.
All right, T1. Let's see what we're going to get here from that support, from that mid lane. We mentioned earlier maybe wanting a Yone for Faker in the mid lane. We'll see if that comes through. Supports both targeted here in the second half of the bans, but no, it's carry a Blitzcrank.
Okay,
I told
the
you!
blitz, the
I
counter
told you
roam
Blitzcrank
right
is the
here,
only
gonna be
way, guys.
looking to make
아
some
근데
plays across the
직스라서
map. And the
but it's
silence
Ziggs,
on
man.
top
Imagine
of
we
it,
had a
so
fucking
T1 will be
Draven
a
here.
little bit
와
light
드레이븐
on
불
attack
치면은
damage,
그냥 바드 그냥
especially if owner does not get
지금
ahead
끝까지
or does
죽여버리는
not get,
건데.
some early power.
If that was like a
And so
like
it
if
looks
we had a
like the Aurora
Draven
is
here
going
instead
to
of last
go
game,
trying to
imagine
abuse the
that.
Cassante up in the side
The Bard would
lane.
be perma
And
that.
it is going to be Shanks
바드
here
그냥 눈물
looking
뚝뚝.
to lock in one of those melee carries.
드레이븐
I
상대로
really
그냥
like this
풍선처럼
adaptation
터지죠.
here if they go towards the Yone. It gives you a really strong matchup in the mid lane that you can look to bully through, and you end up with the Aurora
God
having this push
fucking
on the
damn
top
it,
side
man.
as well. I love
the
what
thing is
anyone's
that,
legend brought
like,
to the
it's
table
not over here.
Great dive, great safety.
Game
for
isn't
your AD
over
carry,
here.
and it feels
Obviously,
like
even if we
T1
win,
have to
the thing
find
is,
creative
like,
ways to be
next game,
disruptive
we
in
don't
those
have Bard,
fights.
we don't have Jhin, we don't have
And if you want to
Jarvan, like,
disrupt
we don't have all these
something, one of the
champions.
most disruptive champions in the game can be
This
a
draft is really
Blitzcrank.
fucking bad.
We know what this
Don't,
champion
oh my god,
does.
like, I was
The
yelling
old
for
phrase,
Galio to be
one
banned last game
one
too.
game.
We
If
left
you're
the
not
Galio
hitting hooks,
open.
You're completely useless. You
I
might
was
as well
yelling
be
for
a
the
cannon
Poppy
minion,
ban.
but the
We
hooks
left
can
the
warp
Poppy
the
open.
entirety
I was
of
yelling
any
for the
fight that you
Bard
land the
pick.
big one in.
Yeah, and I think they're going to have to in this game, because to me, I think AL are going to have a lot of pushing power early in this game. Push out your lanes and let
아 진짜
Tarzan
너무
get
화가
some
나.
room to
지금
work with
진짜
on this
아니
Jarvan.
1세트
Think
뱀기고
AL's early
잘해놨는데
game is
왜
gonna
2,
be
3세트
fearsome.
갑자기 이상해지는 거냐고.
Flandre, 10
아, 물론
and
이길 수
1
있긴
on the
합니다. We
Aurora.
can still win.
Incredible
And maybe Kyle's
performances
gonna
from
run
him
in
on
about
this
on
pick,
Bard,
especially
but
if he can
he
get that
actually
better
does play
Doran
Bard. We'll
and
have to see
continue to,
Bard.
you know, keep
카일
that
선수가
pressure
실제로
and push
바드를
up.
하는
So it'll be the
분이거든요.
opportunities for
카일
Blitzcrank
선수가.
to try and find those hooks and find those places where you can play off pocket vision.
LPL에서도
Becomes a
바드를
little
자주
bit more
했었고.
difficult. But
Kyle
for
did
anyone's
play
legend
LPL,
here in
like he played a
Shanghai,
bunch of
what
Bard in the
day
LPL.
it would be if they could finally take down the
Good night, T1.
T1 or at least continue to push themselves forward in towards that game number 4.
Let's do it, man.
Come on,
So
T1,
far,
lock
the
in, lock in,
series
lock
has
in.
delivered. We're tied
Believe.
up 1-1. Game
Believe.
number 3 as we head on to the Rift to see who
Hopefully
moves
Kyle
on
Bard.
to match
He's
point
using
on
T1
these
Bard.
big stages at this highest level of competition.
Bard.
Momentum can be so
T1 Bard은
very
왜 상대
powerful
팀이냐고.
as we head
Why is
out
the T1
onto
Bard
the
on the
river
enemy
now.
team?
I always want to look out for
No.
level 1
하나, 둘,
shenanigans
셋.
when Blitzcrank is in
T1
the game.
화이팅!
Standard opening so
Okay,
far,
okay,
so no early invade.
No bone
just
plating from Bard.
quite
Bard is
yet,
super squishy. Just hook his
but
ass.
we're
Just hook
getting
his ass.
started here.
불치 성대로 근데 뼈방패를 안 들었다? 궁둥이 끌어가지고 바드 그냥 터트려 버려 그냥.
Does have to sweep
Okay,
her once
it's
again as
connecting
well.
nice. Oh, he dodged the Q as well.
Nice little
The hook, the hook, the hook.
from Faker as he sidesteps
Wow,
the
carry on!
Nice
Okay,
move
wait,
there
hold
from
up. We
Carrier,
gotta
but now
run.
they gotta be a little bit careful. Gumayushi
Okay,
gonna
one minute.
take some pain from AL as they fire back. So both sides gonna lose about half a health bar.
And T1 bottom lane actually pays for that with their heal cost. And Guma's pretty chunked out. So Ziggs here starting out very low in the early stages. Shanks also, though, is going to start out a lot lower. It's going to be up to Faker to try
Oh
to
my gosh,
fuse
Faker's
any
actually 1v9ing this.
Nicely done from
Faker's
there,
gonna
just
kill.
jumps
Faker's
into
gonna
the
carry.
Aston,
Faker's gonna carry.
point-blank
Faker
range
please.
to hit
Faker
the
please.
dots for the
Faker
early
please.
quick trade.
대상력 해줘야 돼요.
That's
진짜
exactly
조합이
what you wanna try
개똥이거든.
and get the
괜찮아
head
괜찮아.
in this mid lane, but I think again, as you were saying, like anyone's legend,
모르겠다.
hoping
이기면
to try and
그만이야.
abuse on this bottom
조합이든
side of the map,
뭐든
especially as
인게임에서
Kyle has the range
할수 있어.
advantage. If he can get some auto
Can
attacks
win.
onto Gumayushi, that's
Happy
where he can start to
Halloween,
put the
yo.
pressure
That's
down.
all.
But we'll have to see if it's going to be possible.
Carrier don't hook.
Yeah, Hope was
Nice. I was gonna
reloading.
say don't hook
Nice pull
the.
there from Carrier. Doesn't get a whole lot of damage on the Hope because
Barrier
he
use,
uses
barrier
that barrier
use is fine.
nice and early
Barrier
for the extra
사용됐어.
trading potential. Remember
Bard is
there
gonna hit
plus
two.
one
Bard is
extra
gonna hit two
combat
before
summoner
the
spell
Jhin.
for
watch
the
out.
AL
바드가
side
종
since
먹어가지고
Gumayushi is running
1렙이 먼저
teleport here
됩니다.
with Ziggs.
그거 조심해야 돼.
And he's going to need
깜짝
to use
이륙
it
타이밍.
because he has no more potions left pretty early on. Had to use those. So going to rely on the extra teleport. Maybe we can even things out. There's a deep ward up on top side too.
Ward actually has a pretty bad win rate.
Rush, so we can look for some lane
Some
assignments.
pros
later
were
on.
running it down on board
They
though.
decide to alter
such as
them very
Alvaro.
quickly.
There it
Another
is! Duran 뚱땡이! He's flashing out! Oh my gosh! He gets out! No way! 아 진짜. 까비 까비 까비. 딕스가 근데 살짝 그게 아쉬운 게 드레이븐이나 이런 거 했으면 죽었죠? 케이틀린, 드레이븐, any other ADC would have died. 이즈 같은 경우는 그냥 앞비전으로 따라가서 죽이는 건데. Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Keep hooking the yellow fatty, bro. 괜찮아? 스펠 다 뺐어. 바드 노란 뚱땡이 그냥 뭐. 뚱땡이 끌어버리면 그만이거든.
So AL's bottom lane should feel fairly comfortable. They've got Tarzan here to grab the bottom side Scuttle Crab.
Yeah, I wonder how
Hook is pretty, hook
which
is pretty,
is gonna
hook is
push it.
pretty.
It looks like it will be pushing back in slowly towards Gumayushi. But might have given an opportunity.
Bard has a
for
pretty
Tarzan
big
to look for some of
hitbox,
those
by the
bottom
way.
sides. Still
바드가
considering putting
근데
a nice
히트,
forward. Bottom
hit박스가
moving
굉장히
towards mid here.
넓어요. 생각보다.
Shanks continuing to lose out in these
Yeah, they
short
nerfed the
trades
board
with
though, made his
Faker, but
hitbox
it's not
actually
really affecting
bigger.
the farm very
Bard
much. You can
nerfed it.
see both of them very
It's just
close
like months
in
ago,
that
though.
count as Owner is hanging out on the
Fat
side
Bard, yeah.
of mid
That's why
lane.
he cooked
Shanks in some
champions to play the
danger.
board.
Ball Breaker charge.
Oh, Shanks! Okay, we're Border is here. Okay, well. It's okay. Watch out for the flash.
Kyle right behind him, looking for a binding, but it does not stun.
I was
losing the
Border was
flash
gonna
here
Q
from
flash,
the
but
gank.
Border
No
had to
summoner's
flash
spell
earlier.
spent by T1.
A nice gank timing here. here from Owner. He goes for the gank before the Scuttle Crab.
Flash pull from Keria, but not quite close enough to get the lollipop on the hook.
Yeah, Shank's just able to step away from that one. And now that flash being burnt on Keria actually helps out AL in keeping this Blitzcrank under wraps. It means that he has to be a little bit more honest when it comes towards the laning phase. Shanks, though, I was going to say with KL, should be able to have that help to pick up a lot of this wave underneath the tower before he looks for his first reset.
And we did get that swap that we're
Not
looking
bad
for
Keria.
towards the early stages here, where Guma uses teleport, goes up to the top side. They want to get this Aurora away from Cassante. That lane is a little bit
it's 5-head. Like you hook in a weird way, they're confused. You're like, what the hell is this Blitzcrank doing? And then they look down on you, and then you land this insane hook.
Keeps on re-clearing here.
일단 페이커 선수가 라인전을 너무 잘하고 있습니다. Faker's actually laning so fucking well. Sends Yone home. TP's back. Yone is already down some CS, by the way.
It's really the
He should have like traded super well level 1. 1렙부터 교환을 되게 잘했죠.
Shanks being able to use his ultimate
교환을
alongside
되게
Laundry, those
잘해놔가지고.
skirmishes become incredibly potent. So I
Yeah,
want to.
Silas lane, you have to land the E. Like E2 has to land.
Like you could try and go for these early dragons and keep that
작년에 그 Silas, yeah, Faker has a free prestige Silas skin. Remember from last year.
That you
Into
have
BLG,
on bot side
remember
gonna
that?
make it difficult as well because
Kyle,
T1 will have to
WW.
swap Guma Yushi top. But Carry is still fishing.
Yeah, wants to see if he can get this hook, but Shanks playing to the other side of the lane.
And they got a lot more value out of the level 1 chunk damage onto Shanks.
Okay, Shanks might be dead here.
Keria goes for the pull
Please.
right after. No flash available on this Yone. They don't have enough damage to kill him, but with only 300 health to play with, he has to drink the potion, and Shanks is not in good shape.
There was an
It
ignite
truly is
from
providing a lot of value there. It's causing a response from AL. They've got control all the way through the river, so they can constantly roam up to mid lane as well. And Faker is getting dangerous.
Yeah, Faker
oh no, it's the Faker dash! Oh my gosh, the flash heal from Keria. Can he actually get him out? Level 6 though! Faker flashes up, but Owner's in danger! What? Faker gets out, but Owner dies. What the hell? That was a mistake from Owner. 살린 건데 이거 아 너무 아깝다. 정글이 죽을 이유는 없었거든요. 근데 물론 저기 그런 게 있는 것 같아. 팀원이 물려서 싸움이 생기면은 거기로 이제 가는 게 정상이잖아. 그런 상황들이 나옵니다. 그럴 수 있어, 그럴 수 있어. 저럴 때 그냥 까비까비 하고 그 다음 플레이 준비하면 되는 겁니다. Just prepare for the next one. It's okay.
Constantly keeping this highway of ganks open for themselves provides a ton of value here.
Also just great timing from anyone's legend to understand the spike Shanks had hit. Hit level 6 off the wave that was in that
Aftershock
mid
from
lane
Doran.
to open up for the follow-up play. Doran, little dicey here.
Oh, the stunned hit, but unstoppable from Cassante W. Well played from Doran. Draven was hovering off the dragon, so that would have been very dangerous if he tried to go for a 1v2. 1대1을 볼 수 있긴 한데 상대가 풀스펠 있는 것도 당연한데 일단 자르반드 위에 있어가지고 절대 안 되죠, 각이. Cassante classic.
Rewards are big. Starting to sack dragons early is going to be very powerful for them. Trying to draw them into the next
W가 저게 좋아요.
Regardless, Shanks will be moved down to the bottom side of the map to try and pick up the side waves.
And last game we talked about wanting to see a more active early game from Tarzan compared to game number 1, and we got the level 3 Wukong gank. This time around, it's not a surprise to see Jarvan wanting to make plays earlier on in the game, and Tarzan leading the way is exactly the recipe for success.
구원 너프 이후에도 그냥 모든 챔프들이 모든 서포터들이 다 그냥 구원을 가고 있죠. 너프를 했는데도 마이너스 100인가?
That could actually shut down some of that combination, but now AL having that kill go across restabilizes this lane in favor of anyone's legend, and they're even shifting Shanks now up towards this top side as the Void Grub spawn. They want to really hammer home how strong they are right now.
Grub started up. Looks like topside Gumayushi forced back by Flandre here at the same time, chunking the Ziggs below half HP. AL still with total control over
Except
the
Nami, who goes Monday. Yeah, Kaiwing was like the only Nami player though. No one else is playing Nami.
Try to get some plates out of that
Ziggs should buy a
We'll be
call.
able to secure the first, maybe even the second down here, but all 3 grubs for AL.
Yep, T1
He's already
get a
stacking his
small
tiers.
consolation
It's
prize,
fine.
as you say, with the plate there for Doran, but big power move again. AL, I like what I'm seeing. You know, Shanks over there isn't going to have too many problems. Meanwhile, just throwing out the ultimate combo from Flandre to get a big chunk on Aguma Yushi as they're taking the grubs here. Softens them up, make sure there's not going to be any real counterplay from T1.
We have to give it.
Now we're going to see the stages where Tarzan and Kyle really work together, though. The Bard and the Jarvan.
Yeah.
These two, there's so much mobility, so much potential to burn summoner spells and pick people off.
But this is the style of play that anyone's legend were
I'm
so
stacking my
well
tears
renowned
from this
for the
drop.
pressure
I think
now.
we all are.
Carrier's
landing these hooks though, I like it! Flashing out! Oh, Bard, where's the ult? He's level 5, not level 6 shot. 바드가 6렙이면은 그 궁으로 살려주는 건데 아직 5렙이죠? Carrier's landing these hooks, man!
How do you
Metal
survive that one?
Carrier
that is
life.
painful. Nice job from
Carry
T1.
life.
They full send on it. Owner uses ult and flash to secure
바드야.
this kill.
Bordeaux and
And they should be
Bordeaux
able
and
to get some of
Bordeaux.
the plates on the mid wave as well. Although Tarzan is in position to try and hold on.
Doran versus Shanks down
사일러스는 지금 잘하고 있으니까 괜찮아. 킬 안 먹어도 돼. Six kill 좋아. I think Silas getting kill is like not as important as Zig's kill though, in my opinion. We need Ziggs to have his items like ASAP.
Magic damage in the kit, but most of it is physical. I also still going to keep my eyes very closely on the inventory of Shanks. We
That was
know
really
how
well played by
powerful
Owner, by the
Yone
way.
is when he hits
방금
Blade
오너
of the
선수가
Ruined
너무
King.
날카롭게 잘하긴
I
했는데
think that
지금
could
스펠이
be a big
없죠.
deal if he can get it before the next dragon
He doesn't have his
Honestly,
ulti,
across the
so
board,
I
the
think
one on
we should just
Spike's
wait for
rail,
Vi to
terrifying.
ulti
Sundered
to
Sky
be back up.
for,
Carrier's
your
landing all these
Tarzan.
hooks though,
Flandre
that's
gonna
really
have a
good
ton
news
of
for
burst
us.
as well when he gets towards his Hex Protect Gunblade.
위치가 근데
And
구렘률이
the fact
굉장히
he's
지금
able to
좋아요.
now, with these three
Did he even
void
miss a
grubs,
single
continue
hook
to
this
put
game? I
pressure
think
on
he only
side
missed
lane,
like the one
makes
flash
these,
kill on Yone.
1-3-1 threat significantly
Korea,
stronger for anyone's
keep it up.
legend. And now,
Destroy
looking
the
at mid,
enemy
they want
border.
to try and burn this flash on Gumayushi.
See what they can get. Kyle on the Bard, almost level
감히
6.
우리
No
바드를
tempered fate
훔쳐가?
available.
바로 그냥
He's
불치로
going to hang
참교육
around
하고 있고요.
here and try to get it, I would assume, from this minion wave. Very, very close. There it is. Okay, level 6 available for Kyle. Carrier also level 6 on the Blitzcrank. Of course, the Blitz ulti generally considered much less impactful than the Tempered Fate.
All right, let's see. I think this is kind of hard for AL to enter since Carrier's got the early teleport out here with the spellbook, and the Blitzcrank is very threatening for a Jhin with no flash. Hope has to be so careful. You need to keep your range if they even thinking about going towards this dragon, because a Jhin with no summoner spells is exactly what T1 want to try and attack.
Anyone's legend do have some early ward setups though. You can see one at the back of Dragon Pit and one that just died in that picks-up rush on bottom side. So having some idea as to where T1 are, they will spot that T1 have started this up, but reset for Tarzan doesn't look like they will be here in time, although Owner taking this one kind of slow.
Okay, both of our junglers have their Sundered Skies available. Proto Belt also completed for Faker.
Oh,
T1
TP.
starting up the Drake, having done a half
But they're
HP.
actually just
Kyle,
diving in the front.
Tempered
But there is a
Fate
Bard
trying to
ult that I
save his
talked
jungler.
about,
Tarzan
ulting
survives for
Tarzan
now,
in
but
place to
T1 is
save him
bringing
for
everybody
now.
to the show.
I think
Doran
he's
in the
still
middle
gonna
of
go
the
down. The
cataclysm.
Bard ult
The
coming through from
storm
Mr.
Tempered
Faker.
Fate.
Nice stun onto
Tarzan's
Owner
going
to give him
down.
those
Kyle's
Unyas.
about to die.
Oh
T1's
my
trapped
gosh,
too.
T1
Shanks
actually
is
coming out on top of that
trying to get away. He
one.
wants to charge Q3.
Shanks is trying to
He
run
gets
away,
the
can
ball
he?
for
Okay,
now.
he does, he
Anyone's
does.
legend
Oh,
has
wow.
already lost their jungler and their support, the two that they need to make the plays
이제
are
뒤에서
dead in the
텔포가
dirt,
오니까
and T1
바로
takes the fight.
앞을 뚫어버리잖아요. So T1 actually played that fight so well because there was TP behind the pit. So if you try to exit out, you're gonna get
But T1,
you're gonna get collapse on them from both sides. So what they did instead is like, okay, they don't have one person until the TP completes. We're just gonna dive inwards. So Bard tried to save it with the ulti, but it was just not enough.
Maybe
Not
just
enough
hoping he can
members there.
finish first, stun off the back of the dragon
Really
and
well played,
find a
guys.
kill,
Really well
but
played.
it will be T1 securing that second dragon. As you
Faker's
say,
Bard
Kobe,
art.
well
Yeah,
played
Faker's
on
Bard
Faker
art was
with that
perfect too.
second Bard
Because
ult
Owner
to
didn't
just
have
lock
anything
everyone
on.
in place, and AL
He's
just couldn't
him
quite
freezing
find
Owner there,
the
so he
engage
just
they
like-
wanted with Flandre in the flank. And even now,
페이커
it looks like
선수랑
they're
오너
moving
선수가
topside.
근데
Shanks
합이
have to
너무
be
잘
careful,
맞는데
but
오늘
we'll see it
진짜.
here. Tarzan
여기에서
approaches blind,
와
doesn't have
바로
the
그냥
support there, but
자르반을
mid lane,
뚫어버리는
Yep, we're
모습인데
right back to
그마에서
live.
danger.
It's Gumayushi already
He
used
doesn't
the
have a flash, he
satchel,
does everything.
sidesteps the deadly
Pokémon.
flourish. Tarzan steps forward and Hope's got the killing bullet. AL with their second kill.
I tell you, mid lane is a dangerous place in this series. It is a dangerous place, especially for the carries.
I'm in big
the
trouble.
walk down here, even with the fancy feet from Guma. AL, they find the kill to bring this gold lead ever so slightly back in their favor. And once again, we have such a close game state here with Dragon split as well.
the kills that were giving AL the chance to get back into the map and push the waves in their favor ahead of a minute.
You should never be dying like that on
until
Ziggs, guys. I know.
Really,
I like.
what that difference maker was in that last
Ziggs is a
Dragonflight.
champion where he can literally just stand 50 miles away,
blind. But if anyone's legend can find picks
press your QEW, and then walk away. Like, there's no reason to die like that alone.
Objectives first and not have to just brute force their way past the Blitzcrank.
그러니까 직스는 그냥 뒤에서 스킬만 누르면 되는 거라서 절대 저렇게 혼자 죽는 각이 나오면 안 되기 때문에. 아쉽다는 얘기죠.
Less than 60 seconds until
typical ADC break. Like, I see this so often from Guma. He really needs to work on it, I think.
So scary to be second to the objective when the enemy team has
He does this on every champion, that's why.
100% agree, especially when they've got all the follow-up.
Like, he's an amazing player, but if he just stops like getting caught out so much, I think it'll be amazing.
At this tournament, Owner as well on the Vi is ready.
I'll take a nap, y'all. I think he could also take a nap.
Inside the pits, control ward goes down as well to make sure that they have the possibilities
go nap and then we win the game.
For these picks.
Easy.
L kind of needs to make his way back up towards his top side pretty quickly. Shanks using that solo bound to try and farm up the wave. You can see they're very scared of a potential dive up towards his top side.
T1's can't really relies on Blitzcrank hitting hooks though. Carrier's been doing so well.
Yeah, whenever Yone
pretty confident, I guess. Carrier's looking, look at that. He's waiting for Bart to walk up and try to clear the vision. He just hooks them. 와드를 이제 낚시를 하는 겁니다. 와드 너 안 주워? 주워봐 이러면서. 그랩을 준비를 하고 있는데.
Doran on the Cassante for the side of T1. Doran does have his Jack show completed, so does have some resistance against both sides.
I don't know if you want to hook Jarvan though. 자르반을 끌면 안 되긴 해. 그만, 포켓몬. Okay, nice. Okay, how did that stun?
The shots fire out. The curtain is called, and Gumayushi is cold as T1 lose their bottom lane carry, and anyone's legend are moving forward towards the Herald.
The target selection from AL was beautiful. Gumayushi's flash was down, and they rotate Flandre early to make sure they can get the pick, and they will
Doran, what are you doing?
Tower pressure and the Rift Herald.
Doran is just farming bot and
they've got the 3 grubs. They had the opportunity to force that down to the top lane before Doran could get the first down to the bottom lane at the same time, and that means it's feats earned for anyone's legend as well.
아니. 오로라는 미드를 왔는데 크산테 뭐 하냐고 탑 차이.
Forces Guma to dodge backwards into the rest of the team, and AL, they find the pick, they find the objective, as you say, upgrading their sneakers once again.
But this is
it's like that meme, it's like that meme. Human resources meme. Wait, Dan, post the meme again. Dan, post the meme in Discord so I can show people.
He's the one that rotates in towards me.
Human
He's
resources?
the one that forces Gumayushi into this awkward position on which Tarzan and Kyle can capitalize.
Sweetheart.
It's this old man experience that is so difficult to come by. It is, and Flandre has it in heaps and bounds, and it's working out, are paying dividends now for anyone's legend.
All right, fellas, we've got less than 45
아니
seconds
장난이고요.
until
그
the
산타가
third
잘못한 거
break
하나도
spawns.
없지.
Now the first two are split,
바텀에서 타워
1
밀고
and 1, so nobody's
웨이브 박아놓고 있는데 거기서 잘린 팀원들이 잘못한 거예요.
For the rest of the game or anything here just yet, but it does look like T1 will once more be first
I hate
to
Ziggs,
the
yeah.
area.
Why are we
As
putting
you can
Guma on
see Doran
Ziggs
moving
is
around,
something
trying
that
to
needs
make
to be
sure they
studied.
maintain control. You can see all the vision set up by T1 in this enemy blue side jungle, just trying to have this solid ward line to see wherever AL is going to approach from.
Yep, trying to attack the side lane.
Kyle
at the
is
moment.
a former
Owner
Bard
kinda
one trick
trailing
PS.
But Shanks is playing
Kyle
fairly
Bard OTP.
cautiously, has a control ward there.
Kyle
the
선수가
clock,
근데
and just backs
바드
up as the minion wave coming to him. So
원챔이시라서
nobody exposed.
진짜로.
Just quite yet. All right, Rift Herald goes down in mid, and we get the teleports.
All right, it's the classic summon the Herald right before the Drake, create a second point of pressure that the enemy team has to respond to. Herald trying to make its way over there as Tarzan jumps in. Doran sliding away.
Okay, good dodges, nice. Okay, we got the Herald! But no smite from Owner, but Owner does have second smite coming up soon.
They have stolen the tempered fate yet again.
It's okay.
AL got what they wanted though. The switcheroo on who has control in the river. Now T1 need to try and break AL.
Okay, keep your eyes on Keria, keep your eyes on either one
Okay,
of the
okay,
Bard
Faker's
ultis.
pushing
Good play
mid
out
wave.
here.
Smart.
Flandra hanging back near the tier 1
Smart,
turret in the
smart.
mid lane for the side of AL as the Dragon is already down to half HP.
페이커 선수가
T1
궁으로
trying to decide where they
바둑은
wanna
봐.
go. They're staying
오,
nearby
freeze
for
the
now as
dragon,
Faker
get the mid
throws
tower,
out the Timber
5,000
Fate
IQ from
to slow
Faker, by
down
the way.
Drake a little
오, 이거
bit.
똑똑한데?
AL secures
어차피
the
용충이니까.
Drake. They try to defend the tier 1 over in the mid lane here at the same time.
Oh,
Ulti
Flandre
from the
does
Aurora
defend the tower for
keeps
now,
the
but the tower
structure
should be going down
standing,
soon.
but Gumayusi has
Keria
the
maybe can go
satchel
for a hook, they have to
complete
walk
the
all the way
trade.
around, yeah.
Dragon for AL,
Zeke still moves the
tier
tower
1
and tower
turret
goes
for
down.
T1.
Huge.
Yeah, T1.
That was the
wait a
first time
second.
we used.
Nice Tempered Fate there, flies out from Kyle, and now they're looking to go in after Keria. The Mega
That is
Inferno Bomb's not gonna matter, and AL get the free pick.
Kyle finds another one, another pick, and T1 thought they were
아니,
going to get the better
바드
of the
개사기
money
템플을 왜
exchange here.
주냐고,
They
그러니까.
decide, okay, fine, you got
Why
the
are we
Drake,
giving
we're gonna
Bard the most
delay
broken
you
champion
by
of the game
using
but doesn't
stolen
fucking
Bard ult,
Why are we
and
first
will
picking
take
Cassandre
mid,
for
but then AL
Dora?
still get paid
He's 20
a
cents
little
down
bit
to
on the
Flandre
back half
anyways.
here with a good ultimate
Yes,
from
he's 2-0
Kyle.
up, but
And it's difficult for them to really use
I don't know,
the
man.
fact that this mid lane tower is
바드
down
그냥
because
선픽으로 가져갈
Shanks and
정도로 우리가
Flandre
바드를
tend
겁나
to
잘하는
have a
사람이
bit more
있는데
advantage
우리
in the side
팀에.
lanes right now. So
Carrier's
at this
Bard
stage,
Ringer and his
it
Bard
looks like
gameplay
for AL,
actually like
gonna be an advantage
makes it
trade
good
as
enough
long as
to
that
be
gold
actually
is
first
staying
pick, by
even
the
off
way.
the back of
Especially
it
when enemy
against
team
T1
Kyle,
and Kyle.
enemy team
Focus
support
heading
also
towards the
plays
top
Bard.
lane, wants to see if he
Also
can
is a
pay a
crazy
visit to
good
Baker.
Bard. I still think the draft is
All right,
total
let's see if
dog
Guma can
water.
stay safe here in mid lane as we
Cassandre first pick
so much
accomplishing
pressure.
nothing, by the way.
The flash very important as well, and Keria doing
Duran's
his
gonna
work
carry,
to try
yeah.
and create at least one side of that mid lane where
Good
you
job.
can lean to, where you can stay safe.
Good job.
But the wards are hard to keep up. As soon as you put them down,
Like Cassandre's a broken
Tarzan
champion,
or
but not
Kyle move in.
broken
It
enough
feels
to
like
be
they're
first pick in
clearing
this
out
meta.
All this vision, opening up
Such.
avenues for AL to try and create these picks.
And we're getting closer to those second item power spikes. The first man there is Hope on the Jhin. It's one advantage
Oh yeah,
that
there
Jhin
it is.
has over a lot of other AD carries. His itemization
Here, let me show you
is
guys what I'm
cheaper
talking
early
about.
on, and it makes it so he hits these spots faster. So Hope with a rapid fire plus the U-move goes
Zeus
could
ending.
go for the
Aw,
upgraded
you're
tier 3 boots now if he
sweet.
wants to as
Doran
well, but
ending
we'll see
T1.
how they wanna navigate
Hello,
that
human
offensive
resources.
play on the Rift, and it's bottom side this game.
AL would like a little bit of time though before that Otacon is started
Zeus
up,
inking
'cause
T1,
you've
Doran
almost
inking
got the
T1,
Immortal
two
Shield
different
bolt completed
reactions.
towards Shanks. Flandre's very close to his
Like,
second
what?
item as well. So I think if they
People
can wait
forget
for
like
that spike,
Doran ran it down.
should be
No, not
significantly
Doran.
stronger
Zeus
for
ran it
them.
down on like top
The only
TF and
worry
shit.
obviously is that Faker will have completed
Zeus was playing
his,
top
well,
TF.
has the Seeker's arm guard. Actually, I thought it was going
Oh
for
my
the
god, do you guys
full
remember that?
Sonya's hourglass, but he's going to stop off for a pit stop. So looks like at least I think
That was a
that
dark
two-arm
time, guys.
spike is what AL can play for.
Okay, Keria and Gumayusi trying to maintain some control over the Otacon pit. There's nothing else on the Rift to fight for another 2.5 minutes.
Let's
and
lock
even
in.
then, that's the
Otacon
Drake. It's right
spawns.
next door to Otacon's house. Everybody's still going to be on the same part of the map as AL decides
It's
to make their
literally,
way
it's
forward.
literally
Tarzan will
Balsi
use
and
the flag
Valia all
just
over
to
again
try
for
to
Los
get some
Ratonas.
vision as they
Like,
clear out some of these
Cage's
wards
team,
from
Los
T1.
Ratonas.
And everybody knows Otacon throws the
So
best
everyone
house
just
parties
perma-blames
forward.
jungler. Like,
Everybody shows up.
Yeah, Kyle.
something goes wrong and fucking Balsi just running it down for the 10th time, and then everyone just blames Valia.
Off the back of a T1,
It's pretty
looking
funny
to
though.
invade, knowing that Kyle is going to be lacking on the
Valia's
vision.
fault.
Doran going in.
Okay,
wants to
Dora
1v1
first picking
Shanks,
this
but
for a reason.
Cassandre is all
Oh my gosh,
out.
he's doing it!
Shanks fighting
No!
back, sidesteps the third and total
와,
strike.
씨, 와,
Got a
Dora.
little dicey there at the end. Gives him the team like the thumbs up
That's our
and
top
walks
laner,
away.
Doran. That's what I'm talking about, chat.
Shanks barely
Zeus who?
surviving there. Still though,
Sorry,
putting
Zeus,
out
love
this
you,
extra pressure. Interesting that Shanks
Doran's
is
our
now
top
going to
laner
have
now, and he's doing
ultimate
great.
advantage
Because also
he
first
just
pick for
used
a
his
reason.
flash and his E to survive. And so if AL can actually create a fight where Cassandre
Doran.
has no ult,
저렇게
maybe
밀어내는
they
것만
can
해도
actually set up a big
개이득이지.
Yone
이게
ult
요네가
and
왜냐면은
find something
플래시가
there.
없다?
As
크산테
you
플래시
see,
없는
though, a
것보다
lot of
요네
the
플래시
vision
없는 게 좀
over towards
더
Otacon's
마음에
house
편하거든요.
is T1 blue. So they're
Yone's
the
flash
ones
is really
with the
important in the
setup
fight, so.
over towards the big objective.
Still though, I think
Yeah,
this
Doran's
is a
trying
mortal
to
shield
carry
bolt
them
and
hard
reset
because like
here for
his
Shanks,
team
so
just
he's
first
gonna be
picked
hitting a
Cassandre
very
for
strong
him.
point there.
Now
It
he has to
is,
prove it.
alongside the 2-item
I mean,
spikes across
okay,
the
to be
board.
fair,
So
Jin
if
isn't
I'm
that good
AL,
into
this is
Kasante.
kind of
Look
the
at his
window
build.
that I wanna
Youmu's
try and
into
play off
fire,
of as we just
fire cannon.
pressed into that position with
He's
item
gonna be
spikes
tickling.
and also that ult advantage.
Kasante. Kasante doesn't take any damage.
Oh,
Carry has a flash out again. Portal broken. Portal forward. No. No, no, no.
who already gets away, so they're going to switch over to
Come on,
Carry and Ally
come on.
instead. Owner trying to fight back as Shanks is in the middle of everybody. He snaps
Oh,
back. Carry dies
he does go
first.
down.
Immortal shield
But the
keeps
Bird is
Shanks
dead.
alive
Bird. Oh my god,
as
Bird
AL
lives.
are now
What the hell?
continuing to
Broken
retreat.
champion. Okay, never mind. Bird is dead. Okay, wait. This Bird is dead. Let's go. 그래. 아. 괜찮아. It's okay. Owner gets him. Okay, never mind. Owner 도망. 사타가 남아있어가지고 도망가는 게 좋겠죠. 좋은데? Owner carrier is Dutch, but he's coming out. Okay, nice. We can get attack on. 다 바즈가 그냥 궁 쓴 다음에 앞가면 타고 미친. Immediately punish the bard. Like all things, and then the bard just like portals in forward. Oh, really nice flash from carrier. He's baiting him. 앞가면 너무 괘씸했는데 바로 그냥. 와, that hook from carrier was so important by the way. 이게 죽더라도 캐리어 선수가 마지막까지 뭔가 하고 죽었어, 진짜. 또 여기에서 와 페이커 선수 이 적중률 너무 좋았고요. 타겟팅 좋았고. 크선트가 그리고 너무 든든한데 이거. I need to write a apologize to the draft coach. Dear Mr. Coach. I'm sorry for doubting your draft. The first pick 크선트 turning out to be amazing. 근데 도란 선수가 그만큼 근데 크선트를 너무 잘해주고 있긴 해 근데. 플러스 상대가 진을 픽해서 진이 좀 맛이 없죠. 크선트 상대로 좀 뚫기가 어려운 점. 평타가 4대밖에 없어. Draft was too bad. Don't apologize, Fevin. 해외 팬분이 정확하게 말을 한 거 같긴 해. 근데 굳이 이제 갑자기 유리해서 이거 선수들이 잘하는 거지 이게 막 조합이 좋은 건 아니거든요. 절대로. 근데 알지? 방금은 그냥 캐리어 선수가 똥꼬쇼를 한 다음에 거기에다가 그냥 페이커 선수가 모든 스킬을 다 맞추고 거기서 바이가 타겟 잘하고 거기서 구마시 선수가 뭐 폭딜을 넣고 막 이래가지고 이긴 거지. 거기에서 코치한테 사과를 하려고. 물론 제가 코치님한테 뭐라고 하는 건 아니지만 장난으로 얘기하는 조합을 얘기하면 당연히 선수들이 이게 굉장히 관여를 많이 하기 때문에.
Guma though so far has been able to waddle away from a lot of the engagement. It does look comical and it is successful.
페비나이트 어떻게 카운터? 근데 진짜 조합이 개똥인 거 맞잖아. 조합은 개똥인 거 맞잖아. 선수들이 그냥 겁나 잘. 캐리어 선수가 그랩을 너무 잘하고 있고 지금 사일러스가 그냥 요네를 두드려 부시고 있는 게 말이 되냐고. 요네 상대로 1대1을 이기는 사일러스. Guys, 요네 winning 1v1 into Silence is the reason why the game is so easy. It's not easy, but we're winning first from that. Not because your draft is better, but because Carrier is landing every single hook on Blitzcrank. Number 1. Number 2, Faker somehow winning lane into Yone as Silence. Number 2.
They have not taken another
But Mr. Faker is just crazy right now.
So much is riding on this Dragon Soul fight. That is going to come very quickly. We've already got 3 minutes on the clock. T1 immediately getting some super deep vision down. Carrier here trying to find some sort of pocket of fog of war to find a very big hook.
Just blame me, guys.
Maybe get an early summoner spell.
Okay, Carrier.
Knocks Tarzan up in the air. Tempered Fate
on
to Tarzan to try to keep him safe a little bit longer here.
Tarzan does get out with the Tempered Fate, giving the EQ cooldown back up again. But Flandre gets comboed. He's gonna ulti, but no, he doesn't have ulti. Flandre, you ulted for what?
And that's -1 for AL. T1.
Oh damn it.
And then they immediately
T1 너무 잘하고 있다, 진짜.
That Ziggs combo is just deadly,
Guys, start praying,
man.
start praying. Everybody, if you're not praying already, you should start praying right now. We are in a good spot, guys. This is actually winnable. But they do have 3 dragons and Venus Train. They also have the board though. Bardo can always like land a crazy ult.
Because KL had bought enough time for the Demacian Standard to be used to escape. But now T1 another tower, more pressure to push AL back as Faker just looking to clear this wave and reset as well.
After shooting that stolen Jhin ulti back at Hope, Tarzan goes in after the T1 mid laner, but again, just not a ton of threat. Faker, very solid here on the Silas, does have the Proto Belt and Riftmaker both fully completed alongside that arm guard.
페이커 선수가 사일러스만 잡으면은 그냥 거의 뭐 신인데? Faker playing Silas makes the champion look so fucking bossy. Remember BLG last year? 결승에서 그 사일러스의 감동 느끼고 있긴 한데. I mean, look at Blitzcrank. Stops his EQ. Bard ulti, so Tarzan actually has his EQ back up. 그러니까 타자는 선수한테 EQ를 다시 주는 거거든. 근데 여기서 플란드르 선수가 갑자기 궁을 사용해가지고 전체 지금 저기에서 싸우는 각이 안 나오거든요. 도망을 가야 되는 상황이잖아. 정글이. So jungle had to run away.
Tarzan just had already escaped, so And again, I think, sorry, coming back to the play in the mid
So
lane,
that ult
I
makes
thought
no
Tarzan was
sense
actually
from
gonna commit with the
Flandre.
Cataclysm,
I don't
because
know.
you can see the TP
Top
from
down.
Shanks to come in as well. They wanted that pick to turn in towards Baron, and then you'd have that opportunity with Baron buff to try and fight for this Mountain Dragon, but not willing to commit. And it means that now T1 back on the map at less than a minute until the next objective, and anyone's legend are just hoping that they can push out these waves.
David, don't please. Okay.
And I want to go back to something you talked about in game 1.
Wow,
Kobe,
that
where
Jhin
the
is
gold
so
leads
fast.
amount to
Well,
something
104
so
gold
huge
lead.
when they get you certain specific items. How about a fully completed
It's
hourglass
so
on
scary.
Faker?
Look at
How
this
about
Kyle
Guardian
Dart.
Angel
So
on
crazy.
Owner? These one-shot items that can do so much in a single fight. You're seeing no such thing over there on the side of AL, and it means that getting this Dragon Soul is starting to feel pretty far away.
And that's why we see so little variation in jungler builds, Flower, because this spike of a Guardian Angel having this in the mid game when you've got giant objectives, as Faker now has to run,
Oh my gosh, Faker has a
does provide a
Pokemon.
lot of value when the soul fight is coming, but if Faker can't get away,
coming. He's
this
gonna
could be
portal
very
forward.
problematic.
No, the Q flash. Okay, the ult actually saves him. It gives him time. Oh, 근데 바드가 궁 되게 잘못 썼는데? Everyone's gonna show up now. Oh, Faker with the board ulti himself. 아, 이거 바드가 이거 개 잘못했다 이거. Can we do it though? Uh-oh, Faker does go down. Hold up. I should not be laughing. Okay, no, it's fine. Okay, it's not fine. Okay, the hook connects onto Ziggs. Flashes out immediately. No, come on, you should fucking won. Okay, nice W. Let's flash them. Oh, come on, nice flash. Oh my gosh. Londra is living. Why? How is this allowed? How is this allowed? How is he living? How is he living? 아니, 바드가 궁으로 이거 올려가지고 연애공이 씹혀가지고 그나마 이거 비비나 했는데 와 씨. GA's gone as well. Oh man. How is board for HP? 아니 이거 바드가 이거 궁 되게 이상하게 사용한 거 맞거든? Like this ult literally trolled him. Faker was supposed to die there. Wombo combo. Not able to zone your move at all. 진짜 시간 많이 벌어가지고 상대가 다 왔는데 아 이게 도란 선수가 타겟팅을 호프 선수를 정리를 해줬는데 Actually no, Doran actually took such a long time to kill Hope. It's missing the Q as well. Even there, oh my gosh, look at Flandre.
Flashing away, keeping himself alive, continues to get value as this fight moves on. Anyone's legend barely managed to scrap their way around, and that is the soul for anyone's
Doran took a year to kill Jhin. Unlucky. I mean, he was missing like 4 Qs there.
Sort of a miracle blunder from the side of AL. There's no way.
큰일 났다. 직스인데 이거.
Off the back of a pick will claim the Mountain Soul.
It's a MasterCard priceless moment for anyone's legend. For LPL fans that have waited over 12
Guys, we're playing
years
Ziggs and
to
they
try
just
and take
got
down
the Earth
T1.
Dragon.
For AL to be in a position
They
now
have
where they can push
massive
themselves
shields into
to
Ziggs comp.
2-game advantage or a game up would be absolutely insane.
And the way that AL did it, they set their sights on
I
the
thought that
man
was
who
such
has
a
caused
good
them
play
so
for
many
T1. I
problems.
can't
The
believe we
thorn
fucking
in their
lost that
side.
fight. I'm so
on
sad.
Faker. They attack him in the side lane. They find the pick. Yes, it took a long time with all those stasis.
GG, I'm going to sleep. Good
eventually
night.
are able to make the pick that turns into the team fight.
Not that
that
Ico's
gives them
asleep, we
soul.
can win now,
though,
guys.
T1 looking at the Baron.
We still have a very, very close game state. It's still a 2,000 gold lead plus the Otacon power for the side of T1 compared to the Mountain Soul of AL. Doran is the only person AL could try to attack right now. They know that that is not the way you start a fight, so they will not continue their chase.
When you were talking about those spikes, though, for T1, look at it for similar for AL, right? Now in
그냥
Mountain Soul, the ability to
불치가 한 명
actually
끌면은
try and
이깁니다.
burst you out,
Blue
which
Screen
is
just
what
hook
T1
somebody, we
want to
kill
do,
him.
is significantly more difficult. You've Redemption and Locus on towards Kyle, which makes it even more difficult to focus down just one member. For anyone's legends, they now have the safety nets they need, and with T1, they're looking for picks.
Yeah, Doran eats about 1,000 damage as he tries to approach that brush, and now Tarzan jumps over the wall. Tempered Fate fired out. It's the stolen one there from Faker.
아니 바드는 두 개라서 개웃기네 진짜. 2 burn ults, 1 from Faker, 1 from Burger.
Also has his Infinity Edge now. If he can find that Fate Seal that we were talking about earlier, combo it with the rest of the team, it could
비에고가 있으면
seriously
바드가
end the
3마리.
team fight right there.
Imagine there's a Viego, there's 3 burners.
But he's still feeling confident enough right now. As you can see, T1 moving over to the Baron.
It's a real ultimate used
Nico.
by anyone's legend, but
Nico,
Faker
4
still has the
burners.
opportunity to steal away
Whole
another
team
one.
of
So T1
burners.
starting to move in
Nico
towards this
turning to
Baron. Looks
Bard,
like they
Nico
don't
has
want to
W,
fully
make another
commit.
Bard, and then
Just seeing
there's
what they can do is
Diego turning to Bard.
At least pushing on the side
Then
now.
Bard.
Going to be able to get finally
And
another
silence
tower for anyone's legend.
Turret of the game
We're the one
for
that broke
AL. 33 minutes in. They got those 3 Void Grubs early, but just have not been able to find a way to effectively
파드가
use them
계산기
thus
챔프가
far.
맞다.
Flandra
아니
has
레벨이
his
3렙
teleport
차이야
to join the
미친.
rest of the team
Look
whenever
at
he
Bard,
needs
he's
to.
level
I would
13
have
by
to
the way.
think that
This
he's
friend's
very
level
close
10.
to his 3rd fully completed item
Bard broke
here
the topic
as well.
couple.
And you can see
It's a
he
chime
recalls
XP,
to
like
base now
if you
and
collect
purchases the
chimes,
crit blow.
you increase
And
H
honestly,
XP.
the longer this game goes, I feel like it
So
is
oftentimes,
good for AL. They've got this
you have like a
permanent
2-level
power
lead on their
of the
support, like 3
Dragon
level
Soul
lead.
that they will retain, and they have so many damage sources that they can
Okay,
scale
Carrier can
on
proc
their
the
team
counter
with
XP,
so
just
many
grab some
threats
waves and he's fine.
that they can apply to T1.
They also now have the tier 3 boots purchased on everybody that is not
Time has
Kyle.
catch up? No, Time
Probably
does not
once
have
the
catch
Bard has
up.
enough money, he'll be upgrading
Time
those
just
as
gives
well,
like
but a little
raw
bit hard to
XP.
do that with a support budget
Oh
right
my
now.
gosh, this
T1
ward is
starting off the
unseen.
Baron. It will be spun
That
out
ward
by
is
the
unseen.
Scryer trinket from anyone's legend. Gumayushi
아 제발
just
안돼.
trying
Not the flip,
to
not the
play
flip, man.
defense.
It's a bit of a fake bluff though, because their Baron take is not very quick on T1's side, and anyone's legend know it. You can see it there. They've been on it for a while, only half HP now.
Yep, but they are not backing off just yet. Kyle
Okay,
fires
the
out
Bards,
temper fate, but he won't find a
okay,
target.
wait,
Carrier
Carrier's
wanted
missing
to
too.
pull,
Hold on.
but he misses everybody. T1 backs
Bard
away
misses,
from the
Carrier
objective
misses,
now
everyone
as the
misses.
tier 1 turret also dies here in the mid lane. That's all 3 outer turrets now dead on the T1 side. AL going to be happy about that as they continue. Wait, not that turret. That one in the bottom lane didn't actually die. Flandra had to back off before it could. Owner looking for an opportunity. Shanks jumps in, finds the Q3, immediately resets. Doran's nearly killed at the very start of the fight. Owner having to get away now as well with the curtain call firing out. Faker.
Oh, nice dodges from Faker. That was
Doran and Owner
scary.
seriously injured as AL head over
The
to Baron.
ulti actually
Now that is
distracted
some
them.
good defense. AL got exactly what they
They're gonna
want.
try
They
to do
stall
Baron
the
now.
Baron. They
They don't
get
do
you
it that
off.
fast, they have Jhin.
They then get the
But I guess Yone
mid-tower,
does
and
really
now
fast.
they're gonna force T1 to come to them.
And T1
Yone가
are
진짜
ready
빨리
to
먹긴
answer the
하는데.
challenge. Faker with a teleport ready to join up as immediately the engage comes out from Tarzan. The target is Carrier. The Shanks finds everybody. Thanks to the back line as Gumayushi tries to get away.
My.
He's scattered, but
The
he's
Ziggs
knocked
ult
down by
completely
Tarzan.
misses.
Faker scrambling as Kyle and
Oh
Hope chase
my
after
God.
him. Doran's going to be the next target. And
Ah.
anyone's legend have forced the world champions back.
What an engage from anyone's legend!
Ah,
Tarzan
I mean,
does
the thing is, the
not
Blitzcrank
hesitate.
champion
He
is a
pulls the
fucking
trigger
useless
onto
champion in
Carrier
this kind of
as he
case.
approaches the
Who do you
fence,
grab? Like, are you
and
supposed
it
to
is
grab the Dragon
Baron
into your
for
team? The
anyone's
Yone into your
legend.
team? Like, what?
AL no. T1 are feeling the pressure. The entire stadium.
뷰츠가
as
진짜
erupted here
깡통입니다.
in
아니,
Shanghai.
그랩을 하면 데스 그랩이라니까?
And the gold lead now back under the command of AL.
한 명은
They've
딱
got
자르는
the Dragon
그랩은 괜찮은데.
Soul, the Elder spawning.
그래서
in
Born
less
Champion
than
is
1
broken
minute.
tough.
The binding into the wall does not connect to
하도 저 사기챔 봐봐! 정글이랑 1대1을 하고 있는 게 말이 돼? Oh my god, nerf Bard, nerf Bard, nerf Bard, nerf Bard. 다들 높으죠?
It's a 1-for-1. Tempered Fate collides onto Doran, but he's unstoppable. He calls a Pathmaker, so he gets away. It's 4v4 on the map for the next 50 seconds, but one team doesn't have a jungler.
And one team doesn't have the GA. Tarzan just bought his off the reset, and Kyle makes T1 overextend as they manage to get this pick. The TP from Flandre was way too deep, ends up getting caught.
Bard nerfs incoming,
But your
yeah,
life
please
for the
just
junglers with Elder
do
Dragon
something about this
arriving
champion.
so
Like,
soon
what the hell?
is huge.
It certainly is.
Carry
AL,
on.
they will be holding all of the
아니,
cards
캐리어
in
선수가
this
바드를
game.
했어야
But still,
되는데.
it comes down to clutch moments.
Yeah.
Guardian Angels
캐리어
though,
should have
are
played
up for
Bard.
Tarzan.
캐리어
They're
should
up
have
for
played
Shanks.
Bard. 아니,
AL,
우리가 바드를 하면
such an
되는데.
advantage.
아,
T1 trying to approach. Doran's gonna be the point man.
This Cassandra is
Trying to make
fucking
his way in
useless
there
now.
as Gumayushi continues to throw
Bro,
bouncing
whoa,
bombs.
so
Elder
squishy.
Dragon down to 3,000.
Okay,
Fate
Bard
shield
trolls
cuts
are ulti
through,
again, but
the
doesn't
Fate
matter.
is gonna lock everybody up. Tarzan's
Please,
gonna be
miracle,
your focus.
please.
Man for a
Oh,
moment
okay,
on
no
the top.
miracle.
The honor is secured by anyone's legend. And
Oh my
they're
gosh,
continuing
Faker's
the
trying to do
fight.
something, but
Faker is about to be
Zunya's
executed
goes through.
as Doran falls too. Anyone's legend is murdering T1.
Kyle with the massive
Curtain
shield, he's
call
not even gonna die
fires
through
out.
Ziggs, man.
Most of the bullets
Look at
won't
that
find
shield.
their target, but they won't need to.
GG,
The
they
final
man,
shot in Gumayushi is the victory shot for anyone's legend.
And they will head towards that T1 Nexus, taking this game, getting themselves to just one game away from what no other LPL team has ever been able to do. They will put T1 to series
아 진짜 나 너무 짜증나요. 아 okay guys, I need to actually take a break. I am going to explode. I'm gonna explode. I'm taking a break. I'm gonna go like
Owner jumps into the middle of everyone, but the Elder
아니 불치 저
Dragon
깡통 와.
will roar with the might of China as anyone's legend.
아니 챔프가 진짜 바제랑 승림 차이가 너무 많이 나요 진짜로.
And takes game 3.
I mean, guys, I'm not even joking. Blitzcrank is like good the first like 15 minutes, but afterwards, Bard is OP, bro. Like Bard has like 4 level gap at the end. What are you drafting? I don't even know. I am so fucking mad. I am so mad, guys. I am fucking mad이다요. 아니 fucking mad인데 아 진짜. 아니 진짜로 2세트도 그렇고 3세트 뱀픽도 진짜 욕 나오네요 정말. 덕색.
Absolutely monstrous play out of AL to try and push aside this T1 legacy in front of our eyes.
And it's another Tabe masterclass, because we're going to talk a lot about that game, but I want to highlight which champions have just been taken away from T1. Jin, Bard, and Jarvan, all champions which, if you see any of them on a T1 composition, make you go,
we're
it's
picking
going to be tough game for the
Cassante and
opponents.
Ziggs.
Winning with those champs, taking all of them out of the pool, sets you up perfectly.
And giving over Jarvan and Bard. Chat, chat.
Actually, our viewers will.
I know, like I know, Femi, but they're like, no. I said from the start, the draft is fucking terrible. And then T1 players are pulling off a miracle to even like come close to having a goal lead at all. We're pulling off a miracle. 아니 그냥 진짜로 T1 선수들이 진짜 똥꼬쇼를 해가지고 3점 골드 차이를 낸 건데 거기에서
more than any other team I've seen, always looking for these side lane plays. So as we are, I'm drawing, believe me, are going to take a look here. This setup from T1 looks very dire, right? Obviously, you have 2 teleports coming in
What
over
does
here,
Ziggs even accomplish here? Other
other
than make your team has too much AP damage. The only AD damage on the team is fucking Cassante and Vi. 아니 근데 AP 딜이 너무 많잖아요 인간적으로. 뭔지 알지?
Look at the actual damage dealers of T1. Guma's completely fine. Flandre, unfortunately, is unable to really make an impact, and because both Owner and Doran are continuously pushing towards the backline of AL, there really isn't anything they can do. This leads to Shadakan in the long run as the rest of T1 chase.
After I'm gonna go lie down and like cry if we lose the series. I'm leaving,
That's why I
guys.
guess we give them a little bit of the benefit in that, of the doubt in that. But when you look at kind
진짜
of the
몸살로 나
state
진짜
of the game and the way
알아누울 것
AL was
같은데
playing and the way
이거
they were
지면
getting
이렇게 지면 안
objectives, right?
된다.
You need
I'm
to
a
be able
BRB,
to
guys.
repeat that over and over and over. And Emily, can you now explain why it becomes so difficult for T1 to repeat that against this AL comp?
Yeah, I mean, I'm just going to go through another team fight on the top side where they're looking to get a pick onto Faker, right? And you and I were like, I don't know about this. I don't know about this. So Faker is up here. He was pushing up. AL see what they think is a good opportunity to come in and collapse, right? The big thing to take note here is we are going to have TPs coming in from the bot side, but I really want to highlight where Guma is because he is not going to be able to join this fight as quickly. So as we run through, they're going to try to get this catch onto Faker. We are going to see both Bard ults come out. First from Kyle. The next is going to be Faker Bard ulting himself. But again, the big thing is that Guma is still not here. So while we already have the TP coming out of the Cassante as we play through, and the Aurora, they're going to join the fight. But yeah, we then have Faker ulting himself. And the other big thing on the back half of this is that Doran is on to Hope, but that leaves so much room for Tarzan and Shanks, who are the 2 main focal points that you should be watching in this fight, especially with how they're able to get onto Guma at the very end of this. Tarzan blast planting himself over, and then really going on to Guma, and Shanks cleans him up at the end.
And
with a very drawn out.
And with that, AL do bring themselves to match point first. And we need to talk a little bit about the historical implications here. Not a little bit, a lot. Because this is no matter the state that T1 finds them in, this is still a hard thing to do because of the clutch factor they have specifically at Worlds, specifically in quarterfinals, specifically versus the LPL.
I mean, we saw T1 get pushed to the very brink last year at Worlds when BLG brought them to that Game 5 in finals. That finals was an insane back and forth, but coming into this series, we did feel like, and we keep falling for it, but it looks like this time it might actually be real. T1, this draft to me was also something that just didn't make too much sense. I think we saw it a little bit in the previous draft, but the lack of a mixed damage profile, plus the fact that we saw Guma not being as comfortable on the Ziggs as he's been, and Ziggs has been a thorn in the side of T1 for a long time.
I think in that context, it's so important for AL to have gotten to match point first, right?
Yeah.
Because we saw already, as you mentioned, that they took away a lot of comfort picks for T1. I'm not saying they don't have any other, but the ones like the Bard that you usually equate with Carrier and equate with a win for T1. And the fact that you're giving yourselves a 2-game possibility to close it out with that might and with the Tabe tabulations, Emily, that does instill me with some hope.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing to me is what is Tabe going to prepare going forward, right? I do think he's done a really good job, and this is the depth of AL. When they were able to punch up against teams that you'd think maybe they have better players, it's their drafting and their coordination that would bring them on top.
And it's not just a draft prep, it's they know T1 in and out. You can see it in the way they catch them in these side lane plays.
They don't seem as burdened as the other LPL teams that have been taking on T1 in that long storied history. They get to match point first. And wouldn't it be so beautiful to do it right here in Shanghai in front of the home crowd? But T1 might have something to say about it. Please get us to Silver Scrapes.
Continues to throw bouncing bombs. Elder Dragon down to 3,000. Fate Seal cuts through, but the stasis is going to lock everybody up. Tarzan's going to be your focus. Mega Inferno Bomb over the top of the Elder is secured by anyone's legend. And they're continuing the fight. Faker is about to be executed as Doran falls too. Anyone's legend is murdering T1. Curtain call fires out. Most of the bullets won't find their target, but they won't need to. The final shot in Gumayushi is the victory shot for anyone's legend.
Players in the world are here.
They can just burn this one down. Oh my god, he'll by 9!
You are going to see them like you've never seen them before.
Rocket Will as the Arcane Storm doing so much work in Genji! They are just going to ace them!
누굴 만나도 이길 수 있다는 자신감 정도로만 생각하고 있습니다.
Genji, the EWC winners! Drake is now Doran, decent position, double
break down my walls, but I won't rise again, 'cause I stand tall in my environment. How could I ever close my eyes and stay silent since they try to take me down with their violence?
Oh, they go back in! Bishop flashes in, and down goes Knight!
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
Play the local way, pay your way.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Okay guys, I'm back. I am back. I blew some steam, guys. I was like rage tweeting, guys. I rage tweeted. 결국 제가 일을 저질렀습니다, 여러분. 결국 저질렀어. I couldn't, guys. How's the blood pressure feviknight? Guys, look. We get Poppy game 2 because we banned Alistar for some reason, locking Nautilus after seeing Poppy. Don't ban Galio, phase 2 ban and give Galio. Game 3 we gave Barn open, burst pick Cassante while banning Alistar, and end up drafting Silas. Alistar R is super mega broken for Silas, and we give Bard to Kyle, who's basically Bard Pit, and put Guguma Yushi. We're known for A clicking, auto attack moving with A clicks, which applies for auto attacks. Ziggs doesn't fucking auto attack. We put him on Ziggs duty. Vi is a soul 80 damage. Cassante, yeah, Cassante does 80 damage. Cassante is a tank, okay? In the end, Cassante is a tank. Like, what the fuck is actually happening, bro?
Against the reigning world champions, and T1 is now in a must-win situation.
이 세트에서 뽀삐를 줬는데 무슨 일이 있었는지 알리스타를 밴하고 노틸러스를 픽한 게 문제고 갈리오는 2차전에서 밴하고 그러니까 두 번째 밴픽을 okay, we're loading guys. We have
left here. You have to start digging very deep. Fake is not going to have access to Azir or Orianna the whole series. I can
guys, first
that
picking Cassante makes sense maybe like a year ago. Right now it does not make sense.
We're looking once again.
I keep saying it. Doran tried his best to actually make the pick work, but he was like trying to do a super play. Okay, we have Keria. Okay, we are okay. Keria, Nico, Keria, Nico, Keria, Nico, winnable.
tank turrets with the cannon minion. Nico does so much of what other
Okay,
teams
0-2
cannot do.
Skarner locked
T1's
in,
gonna
thank
draft that
God.
first.
Okay.
They ban out Alistar, Trundle,
Winnable,
and
winnable,
Smolder.
winnable.
Yunara banned out next to those two mid laners that you already said, Kobe, and it's Skarner and Corki drafted by AL.
I like the Corki pick up early here, making sure that you have that safety tool for your AD carry when it comes to these fights, plus something that can help to neutralize a strong bot lane.
Thank you.
And with the Skarner already taken,
And thank you for the
T1
$1
hovering the
earlier, by the
Nocturne.
way.
I don't
Someone
know if
donated $1
going
earlier.
further into dive
My
is
bad for
exactly what you
missing
want
out
to
on
do here.
that.
I mean, better than
Namo
going
the
halfway,
Beast,
I
thank you
feel
for the
like,
$1.
maybe.
Can you shout out my friend
'Cause,
BL? You mean double lift?
Looking like some full dive
double
here.
lift.
Yeah, they lock it in. They're going to get the
$1
Kai'Sa. So
for
I
the
would
business,
assume they want to get
Kai'Sa.
Nocturne before the
I
next
guess we're
round
just
of bans come in,
speedrunning airport,
because Nocturne
guys.
just pairs so well with a Nico.
I guess
The
we're
engage just
speedrunning an
becomes
airport
insane.
unless
Yeah,
Duma
Corki
Yushi
does have
Kai'Sa gonna
Valkyrie,
1v9
but if you
this
turn
for
out the
us.
lights and you allow Nico an easier time to get in
카이사
there,
승률
then
진짜
the dive can just be
다른 팀들이
devastating.
해도 그냥 쳐다가는데 지금 카이사 승률이 지금 20% 언저일걸? It's like Kai'Sa win rate is probably like 20%.
When that vision is so restricted, it gives you
There's
such
no
an
way.
insane engage. And speaking of engage, it looks like the final pick of the first half of the draft is going to be some
Curses,
engage in the bottom
thank you so
lane.
much for
Leona
the sub, thank you for
Kaya.
the 2 months.
Yeah, I'm curious now what they want to try and finish things out with, because when you know the T1 are already going to be playing heavily in towards this dive, things like the Renekton for Flandre, things that are enabled when you play into them,
애쉬는
suddenly
진짜
become
아니야.
very
네,
strong,
니코랑
which is
애쉬는
why the
아닙니다.
Skarner, I think, is already
정말
in a
생각보다
very strong
애쉬가
spot
겁나
going into this.
구리고요.
We'll have to see though as the
스카너
balance starts to come
레오나한테
through,
그냥
what is
한타
the
시작 때마다
priority for
그냥
anyone
계속
like
죽을걸?
Again, I'm really wondering what the mid lane is going to look like between these two, because it is getting
Maybe this is a
fairly
retirement
shallow there,
match
and you know
for
that you need
some
something
coaches.
that's
Not
going
gonna
to
mention
be
any
able
coach
to
names,
survive
but
some of this onslaught, because both sides have pretty good engagement.
Feviknight
You know,
Talk being
obviously
toxic
T1's going
again
deep
with
dive,
new.
but
No,
Skarner and
whoa, whoa,
Leona
whoa.
as well is going to put a lot of pressure there.
I do like the Cassiopeia brought up early though. Like that could definitely be something for Shanks in the mid lane, but taken
T1
away.
does too.
Yeah, I was gonna say also the pick he kind of made his name on coming up from the LDL, but now going to be taken away. But Hui, still a very strong pick that
Dive
we
comp.
haven't really seen come up
Dive
too much
comp
in this
into
draft
fucking
phase, but
Skarner
also
Leona.
something that is very
Okay.
susceptible to the dive.
Chat, can someone wake me up? This must be all a bad dream. Someone wake me up. We're playing a dive comp into Skarner and a Leona. 스카너 레오나 보고 다이브 조합을 픽한다고? 녹턴을 픽한다고?
They're looking at it for the other side, just removing one of those strong stalling control mages.
Exactly, the big damage, the big AoE. What's going to be the response here from T1? Because I'm assuming
my gosh,
that
please,
mid lane
please.
is actually going to be the one getting the counter
Please.
pick rather than the
Just
top
don't
lane.
dive, yeah.
There are some
Pick champions that needs to dive
utility
and don't
picks
dive
here
for
still
head.
left up.
I was wondering if they're going to try and
Pick
ban
Nocturne,
the Victor,
just
something
don't
that
press
can
R.
kinda play off that zone of control and
Got it.
opt in towards an early Zhonya's and try and keep yourself safe, but not going to be the case.
Can we
Gonna
pull
ban
some
away the
miracle
Aatrox
off our
instead,
ass?
which to me says they would like to try and bait Flandre into an early Renekton pick.
아
But you still have
제발
things like
1세트
Doran that can go
좋았잖아.
back
우리
towards
왜
the
이러냐고
tower, so I think
진짜로.
they'd rather keep
Game
that
1 was so
4-5
good. What happened?
for Flandre.
These are all the ones
Okay,
that
that
we're
LeBlanc
talking
pick is
about.
kind of weird though.
Sifting through the options here.
I'm just waiting.
So it's funny because
Oh
he
wow,
started
that
out with
LeBlanc
a
pick
Vex
4-0
hover,
right now. 4 wins,
and
0
Vex
losses,
is
100% win
a
rate.
viable counter pick into LeBlanc. You also think about Malzahar, you think about Lissandra as far as these deep dive
Mazhar,
combinations.
Baker Mazhar.
Well, it's the 4
Oh my gosh, the Victor.
LeBlanc so far at
Victor.
Worlds, locked in for
페이커
Shanks
선수의
here.
빅토르.
And instead,
여기서
they're just gonna pick a
끝나겠다고.
very standard control mage
Oh,
of
Orin
Victor
Victor, okay.
into this.
Okay,
There
I
could
like
be
this
some
better. I
serious
like this better. I
potential
think
there
our
for
comps
AL
rounded out
to
very
try
nicely
to
here.
abuse this,
If we
as
drafted
Ornn
more
will be
like
the last pick of the draft for
more
T1.
dive, more
You're setting up
damage,
T1
that would be
basically
very
have a very
bad. But we
strong
rounded it off
front
with
to
some
back,
scaling
honestly.
mid
Like,
and
yes, you
scaling
have
top.
some dive components that are in
미드
it,
탑에서
but the ability to just try
든든하게
and
해주는
keep
그런 챔프를
your,
픽하긴
backline
했는데
safe while putting a lot of threat down with the Ornn, having that zone control
불안한
with
건
the
역시
Victor,
마찬가지긴
then actually
하죠.
opens up for
오른
the
좋다.
utility of the ultimate of the
빅토르도
Nocturne to
솔직히
shine
말해서
more.
이런
So,
판에서
as you were
르블랑
talking about, to
나왔다고
enable
막
the Nico
리산드라
fights.
뽑기에도 되게
Alright.
애매합니다.
We
굉장히
are
애매하고요.
an
Like just because
elimination
it's a LeBlanc
game
doesn't mean you should
for
play
T1
champions like
at
Lissandra.
Worlds.
I was
They're
thinking
putting
maybe
Gumi Yushi
Mazhar,
on
but
the
Mazhar is also very
controversial
risky, by
Kai'Sa
the
pick
way.
for him. They have a
Yeah.
lot of dive.
It's very
to
easy to
set him up.
Skarner to like
Ornn
peel off your
with
shield and just
Nocturne,
ult your
with
ass
the
every fight.
Nico. Lots of
And like
aggressive
enemy team is not even
opportunities
diving,
there
like your team
for
is a one diving,
Faker's pick,
so
as you say,
it
with
doesn't
the
make
Victor,
sense.
it is something that definitely can be attacked, especially
Dive
if you
into
get
Skarner
roams from
Leona
the
more than
Leona
kick
to
W.
go up to this
Yeah,
LeBlanc
wrap them up,
lane and
guys.
put some extra pressure there.
I mean, okay, we don't have
so
to dive.
very interesting
Technically,
stuff, and with Flandre
we
getting
can just
that
kite
counter
out.
pick, I do like the Mordekaiser into Ornn having
뒤로 그냥
priority up
카이팅하면
there.
돼. 칼써?
it just
궁
feels
뒤로
like
쓰면
they are
되고요.
on the attack.
니코?
Even when you get in
들어오는
towards fights,
그냥 앞에
Doran trying to call him
적당히
the Ornn
궁하면서
gets brought into the
완전 들어가진
shadow
않고
realm.
뭔지 알지?
Same when you look at the Nocturne as he tries to dive
물론
onto
각이
people.
나오면
There's a lot of
르블랑 같은 거
ways
잡으면
to
좋긴 한데
disrupt the
워낙
game plan
르블랑이 잘
from T1,
살아나가서
which I really like from anyone's Legends composition.
backwards meta.
Mordekaiser is
Yes.
a great combo breaker, taking someone to the death realm.
It feels like a draft diff every single
I'm
game
excited
that he
for
won.
this, man. We get to see the Mordekaiser slammed in response to the big team fight meatball.
Welcome to being a
we get to
T1
see
fan.
Faker saying that he's got the confidence to play Victor into LeBlanc, which can be a very, very scary situation.
T1
You're already
fighting
talking
제발.
about the dive potential on the T1 side, but with Skarner and Leona
Okay, guys,
also
predictions going
drafted
on the
for
top of
AL,
Twitch chat. If you
there's
guys want
some serious
to
engage there too.
use your channel
With
points to
how the
predict.
first 3 games in this series have gone, I'm expecting
하나,
nothing less
둘,
here for this
셋.
4th one.
T1
The
fighting!
tension could not be higher
T1.
here. AL are
Oh my
one
gosh,
game
please,
away
please.
from making
We
history.
can't lose another one. This is
Faker
it.
is undefeated for 12 years
Super
at
Scrape,
Worlds
please.
versus the LPL.
And it would guarantee an LPL team in finals as well if anyone's Legends were to do it, which for every fan in China would mean
제발.
a huge amount as they move off towards Chengdu next week.
All right, let's take a look here. On your screen, you can see the history of what we're talking about with Faker against the LPL. All of these best of 5s, 11 of them.
Holy,
as of the
look at
IG
all those
series this year in
RNGs.
play-ins. Of those 11, 5 were 3-0s, 4 were 3-1s, only 2 went the distance of 3-2, and AL is demanding that at the minimum.
And I want to highlight the very first one that it showed there, all the way back in 2013, when Faker won his world championship.
Okay, Faker?
That was over.
He also had bone
the
plating here.
coach of AL.
See,
It
look at
was
that bone
over
plating
Tabe
actually
when
allows him
Tabe
to
was
trade
still a
above the
player.
LHQ damage.
And
뼈방패까지
when Tabe became
가가지고
a coach, BLG was up
콩콩이
2-1 last year.
뼈방패 라인전을 굉장히
In the
강력하게
final,
한다.
didn't quite work out. RNG was up
일단은
2-1 in
방금 판에서
2017.
사일러스
Tabe
요네
played for
상대로
them.
되게 잘했는데
And
아
now AL up 2-1.
너무 아깝다.
Having to hope that Tabe
진짜
can
바드만 안
actually
줬어도
finally get a team that can take down T1.
바드만 안 줬어도 그냥 게임 이기는 거 아니었나라는 정말 안타까움이 아
T1 have a lot of good stats at Worlds, by the way. They're also
전판 얘기하면 안
5-1
되긴
when
해줘.
they're in this situation, down in
화가
a
날 수밖에
series.
없죠.
Have been very
Not the
successful.
fucking
So
T1, yeah.
we'll see about
Like I keep talking about last game, but like imagine we just took Bard. Faker played so fucking well into the unit.
When all of the
Big
pressure
happy
is
Febby.
on. Can they
What do you mean?
survive?
I love when I'm
Can
sad.
they
I love
pull
when
it
I'm
out and
happy.
push
I love
us
when I'm
to a fifth
crying.
game, to
a
a
lot.
silver scrapes. AL, I do like the
슬프지만 어쩔 수 없다.
attack that they
지금
have gone
집중해야죠.
on in draft. The attack,
다시 다
the
하면 돼.
entire series
Okay.
here where they're whittling away at T1 champions. But
Okay,
Carrier did
Kyle,
get his
level
hands
2
on the
now,
Nico.
but nice
A
heal
very
usage from
dangerous one.
Carrier using him to
Nico
guide
is
it.
such a powerful
Well
champion in
played.
the
This is
meta.
why
I feel like
Carrier
this
Nico's
champion
perma bound,
has
by
just
the
been
way.
all over
캐리어 선수
everywhere
상대로
the
니코가
entire
계속 벤이
year
된
long
이유죠.
for the playmaking for the utility that it provides. Both junglers
Guma taking
now
tower, not
on to
good,
their
but it's
second
fine.
buffs. Both did start into the top side, so we'll see if they want to try to
오
get involved with this
라인전
bottom
빡세.
lane.
오
I
쉣.
think Flandre, or
패시브
sorry, for
이미
Tarzan, he's just going
터뜨렸죠.
for more of a defensive clear here.
Look
trying
at the
to clear
laning
counter
phase,
at the
though.
front, knowing that T1 have that push on the bottom side and making sure that no sort of made. But Guma,
Guma's
Yeah, immediately
having to
Guma under
cleanse
some
flash.
pressure as Kyle and Hope trying to push back against the T1 duo who have been shoving them in so far in this lane.
And that's meaningful with both junglers pathing down there. Skarner now is actually wrapping back to Wolves and looking towards, most probably, the top side Scuttle Crab. So Owner is here. Ward does go down in Tribrush from AL, though. They know they are at risk. And so they're going to play safe, or at least
Oof,
try
yummy,
to.
yummy, yummy, yummy.
Exactly, this is so dangerous.
Go
though.
pass the
Hope
recall
only
here,
at
'cause owner's
150
bot
HP.
lane.
He doesn't have any potions
좋아.
left in
아니 이거
inventory.
콜키 먼저
The
집
heal
보낸
was
거
already used
나이스다
by
나이스다.
Kyle.
바텀에 사고 안
Owner now
터졌고.
paths through the mid lane.
이러면은
He already
오너
secured the
선수가
bottom lane.
미드
Scuttle
주도권이
Crab
있기
for
때문에
himself, and Faker has
탑에서
priority and
그
control over
바위까지
the mid lane
노리는
with the top
모습이고요.
side Scuttle not
He's
yet
gonna
claimed.
push out Tarzan because Tarzan
has to
doesn't
use
have
Install's
priority in the
impact to
bot
just
lane
dig through
and the
the
mid
wall
lane.
backwards towards his own side of the map.
Okay,
That means
okay.
Owner should have
Nice,
total
nice.
control
Owner should be able to get
over
both
both
then.
Scuttle Crabs.
nice adaptation
Faker just
from
has to watch out for
T1,
Tarzan
even
gank
though
here.
that trade looked decent for anyone's Legend on the bottom side, but Tarzan snuck his way back in. Can he manage to get on towards Faker here?
Let's see.
He's fine.
Wants
It's
to
fine.
move towards him there with the Ishtal's impact, forces the flash. Faker stays safe, but now Summoner spell down.
patience there from Tarzan.
Skarner has to reset, or he's just gonna run. He's running towards camp. Okay.
This Victor can be. Now,
So Owner has tempo advantage here in the jungle.
game, you constantly have to respect.
오너 선수가 근데 바위게 2개 챙기고 이제
Faker now.
강타 스택을 잘 쌓고 있죠. 이게 근데 진짜 녹턴은 그냥 6렙부터 먼저 찍으면 좋기 때문에 if Nocturne is able to make a play and like hit 6 first, that would be amazing. That would be amazing. Faker has to play a little bit more safe now though. He doesn't have flash, obviously. Leono's gonna be ganking him.
And honestly, the early laning phase is feeling really good for T1 despite
근데
losing
지금
those
이게
flashes
르블랑이
on the
피 상태가
carry.
좋지 않아서
Bottom lane, it's been pressure all lane long.
플래시가 없는 빅토르라고 해도 어느 정도
that you have with Nico against a melee
괜찮은 것
support.
같고요.
Top side, Doran's been doing great with the Ornn into the Mordekaiser pick, and he's got
Who
a
can
CS lead
Owner
for
ult
himself
here?
as well.
In the beginning,
So
Owner
for
can
AL,
literally
you're
ult
feeling the
everyone.
pressure to
It's
wanna
only
make
until
some kind of
later
a
when
play,
like
even more than
Skarner
one.
has like 3
But I
items
think
and
when you're
Leona has like,
Tarzan, that's
you know what I mean?
perfectly fine. You're on the Skarner, you've got
In the
an
beginning,
opportunity to
like
take really good
tanks
fights,
are not tanky.
and you've got setup now because don't forget Shanks can distortion in, set up for the chain, follow up
In
then
the
for
beginning,
Skarner,
champions like
tear
Soraka
Victor away
does
from
a
the
shit ton of
safety
damage
turn
as
and
well.
try and set up plays there.
Early game
Even
is
on the
like
bottom
everyone
side
is
as
kind of
well,
equal.
You've
Think
got
about
the
it that
setup
way.
from Kael, and
Supports
Kael will be back
Herbiton.
up shortly, but you've got so many
And
different
Soraka,
routes
like a
that
lot
this
of
Skarner can take
champions,
to the
like
bottom
a
side.
lot of players,
That
they
Owner, you
stand
can
back.
see here,
They're playing
needs to
Soraka,
babysit
they're
as
playing
this wave
Janna,
starts to
they're
push
like
in
standing in the
and make
back.
sure his bot lane
No.
doesn't get caught.
Your level 1,
And
your
look at
level
the
2, level
XP
3 is
difference
so
between
fucking
Owner
strong.
and
You can play
Tarzan. Look
so
at the farm
hard
difference
onto them.
between Owner and Tarzan.
제발요.
Owner only needs one, maybe
Same thing
two
with
more
tanks.
camps
Tanks are
to
not
get
tanky
level
yet.
6 in the Nocturne and have that massive playmaking of the Paranoia. Tarzan, a lot longer to go.
And even
Yeah,
though
good point
the
out
AL
from
bottom
Captain
lane
Flowers
with
talking about
their
Owner hitting 6
attempt
soon.
at Guma's
He's
life,
trying to
they
get some
got
XP in the
both
mid
of
lane
those
here.
summoner spells. Guma still kept
he's
up
actually
his
just gonna
farm.
walk in.
Good farm for the Kaisa, especially with that Nocturne providing the jungle pressure and securing the bottom side Scuttle Crab. And Owner once again patrolling
Something to farm
between
for
mid
Owner.
and bottom.
So
Those
Scuttle
two
Crab is
T1
falling
carries
topside.
relying on the extra presence there, and it has rewarded them.
Yeah, Doran also level 6 was teetering down towards the mid lane in case anything kicks
Is
off.
AL
but
gonna be the
gonna
first
make his way
LPL
back
team
up
to
towards
beat
that
T1
top
at
side.
Worlds?
So T1 trying to shift to control Tarzan, which was the big focal point
Yes.
for the game wins that anyone Legend were able to take.
Yeah, AL
like
basically
what,
won.
Guma
At this
did
point,
there,
just
you know,
wrap it up.
Going through, grouping up
Book the ticket home
to try
T1,
to
right?
focus fire and deny one of them during the recall. It is going to be a reset after that recall.
Reverse
by the way.
ulting AL,
Going
you're
for the
welcome
swap
T1.
first into the top side.
I have done my
His
duty.
Level 6 on Mordekaiser comes down into the river.
Yeah, I
and
mean,
that
top,
means that Owner
you don't
does
want to
not
be
have
fighting
the chance
Order.
to try to
Mordekaiser's
contest
already
this Scuttle
6.
Crab at all. So Tarzan's going to claim that one. And now the EXP advantage that Owner had in the jungle
Don't
pretty much entirely alleviated
ult
as Tarzan will
feviknight.
also hit level 6
Don't
as soon as he
ult.
clears these Krogs.
They also lost the wave on bot lane as
I'm not gonna
Fondre
say
had
anything
late
anymore.
reset,
We
now
are.
TP'd into the bottom wave. So this was in the hopes that they could actually set up their Corki for success in anyone's Legend. But there's so many members on the top side of the map for T1, and they don't know Doran's here.
Yeah, Doran's still there. The call of the Forge God. The Paranoia over the top.
Oh,
Hope
the
tries to get away with
flash,
the
but
flash, but he's still caught up in
no.
the fear. He waits to use the cleanse.
Oh my gosh, please
locked
get him,
up
please
by
get him,
Ornn,
please
but
get
he
him.
gets
Oh my
enough
gosh, he
distance.
lives.
AL staying alive
Oh
for
my
now.
gosh.
Kael and Hope both get away. T1 goes in. Gumayushi with
Come
the
on.
killer instinct, but Hope still lives underneath the turret. Doran's going in
First
with a battle of
pulse.
breath, and it's first
Kyle's
blood
down,
over
Kyle's down.
Keria. Kael tries to counterattack
Okay,
with
Doran's
Zenith
down.
Blade, but he does not have what he needs. Doran now the target.
Okay, wait,
Shanks
the
doesn't get him
Shanks
with a chain.
completely trolled
He's gotta
him.
try
What?
to get away as Tarzan wants to kill Doran.
Wait, Doran's
Shanks
actually surviving for
still
such a
in the
long
back of the
time.
fight. Tarzan with a 3-man impale. T1 still trying to find
Okay,
his
Faker's
Faker
here.
arrives in.
Keria,
Shanks down to
Keria,
150.
Keria!
And the booming burst from Keria
Okay,
gets
okay,
him.
okay.
It's
Nice,
a
nice, nice. It's
4-2
not too bad. It's not
game,
too
8
bad.
minutes
We got the
in,
feat of warfare.
and T1 take the
Whoosh.
fight.
And the only thing they have to pay
Oh.
for it is the bottom side. Mordekaiser did get left alone with this tower.
Okay.
but it is so
Mordekaiser
good for
wasn't there, yeah.
T1. It is Guma that does not give up on the play, even though Hope was able to
아니 근데
escape
저거
from the
코르키
Ornn
잡는데
ultimate.
너무 오래
Guma
걸렸어.
says
It took so
nobody's
long to
getting
kill
out of this.
Corki.
He ults in,
Doran's
he
ult was
continues to
stream
play for
patient, I think.
T1, and all
Then he could be like
of
Femi.
T1
He
commit
flashed
to the
because
top
of the
side.
Ornn ult. Femi, you
And it
stupid.
nets them so much, the
I
extra
mean,
kills.
I guess you could say
the
that.
Void
But let's
Grove
watch
down.
here
It's a
again.
great call from Doran to stick around
Yeah,
to
he
find
flashed
his
because
pick
of the
Owner.
Doran ult.
And managing to get the lockdown
Boom,
as well,
boom,
and Kael
boom. I feel
gets
like
hit
Guma
by
should have just flew
Keria.
in here, but he wasn't level 5. He was level 5. He wasn't 6 yet, so he couldn't blow in here. That worked for the pink ward giving vision.
Into the back line, make sure that they can finish off these kills.
And then it took so long for LeBlanc to actually come up. By the time Skarner and LeBlanc already dead. And here, look at Shanks actually messed this up, by the way. What?
Tarzan doesn't have it.
He should have W-E'd right away. Like, you can E during your W now. With the new reverse 르블랑. 르블랑 리워크 돼서 근데 E를 W 중간에 사용할 수 있는데 방금은 르블랑이 좀 못했죠. 애초에 그냥 일반적으로 오른 잘리고 시작해야 되는데 스카너가 오른을 정리를 하려고. I'm not worried at all, Febby meltdown.
And now we're right back into it though. Carry
nice dodge
some
from Carry.
danger. Shanks misses
Okay, Shanks
the
and LeBlanc is ahead in gold,
but
but
for now. Also did
skill shots are
have
not
the
connecting.
flash,
That's good news for us.
But the vast majority of the gold lead, it's almost a 2,000 gold lead for T1, but 1.3 thousand of that is on Green. She's Kaisa 2-1 and 2, set up in a great spot here in game number 4.
He truly is. Cole down to 45 stacks as well, and on the other side, Shanks, the one to get those 2 kills that Tarzan set up with his Skarner ultimate. This LeBlanc is going to have to do a lot of work.
Especially if you
level 8 almost one shot. I mean, look at Carrier's items. He's level 5. 3-level gap, by the way. And Carrier's building AP.
Having Carrier move up towards
the
his
guy
top side,
like
protect Faker against
literally 0
the
MR.
member of AL.
All that early money for the side of T1 resulting in these item completions means that Owner is going to have a very low cooldown on that Nocturne ultimate with his Hex Plate rushed here. So he can start to spam out and really, really apply this pressure to AL across multiple lanes. Of course, the Mordekaiser lane's not the best one to go to, because of course he has ultimate.
Guma's a 1.3k lead, it's okay, Guma can carry.
It does put more pressure onto Hope here. You know, the Corki trying to remain safe in mid lane, but he still has no flash. Shanks has no flash as well for the LeBlanc, and if Owner can just ult and apply some pressure or even hover around, safe in mid lane, but he still has no flash. Shanks has no flash as well for the LeBlanc, and if Owner can just ult and apply some pressure or even hover around, he can reduce the income of those carries on the side of AL.
And even though Shanks does have a...
It's also just nice to be tanky against the LeBlanc. It means the one-shot potential isn't particularly high. So that's where, again, I think for the AL, focus needs to be on finding some picks on towards vulnerable members like Carry and Gumayushi. But you can just see how much has been invested by T1 to keep around this mid lane. They're setting up a ton of vision. Just making sure they can spot out whatever AL is
지금
up.
시간대가 딱 그 북미에서 일어나는 시간대라서
as well. This is the most annoying item in the
북미랑 남미
game for
쪽은
these
지금
AP top laners to have to deal with against a
아침
tank
6시
like
뭐
Orange.
이럴 거야.
It makes his trades so much
6
more
a.m. over
effective
there in
into the
NA or
Mordekaiser.
SA.
So Flandra having to deal
South
with that now
America,
makes it that
North
much
America.
harder to find an opportunity to get anything against this guy, and we'll see if Flandra can get any big death rounds in the middle of a huge fight. Because not just taking out a carry or something like that, if you can remove Nico from having a Pop Blossom, if you can
I'm not gonna say anything anymore. I was gonna say something, but I'm just gonna stop because I think I'm gonna glaze and then I'm gonna like get
so far for AL.
I'm gonna curse it again.
Gonna
I'm just not gonna talk.
At least take out one of those big engaged components, because if you let T1 use them all, you will get destroyed. 2.4k the gold lead here. And they just have pressure in all of their lanes. You were talking about Doran. He's just going to keep on pushing with that Kanik Rooker and gets the pressure on top side, bottom side as well here for Faker, shoving in on the LeBlanc. Even though the LeBlanc is this champion that can go in for some scary moments, it does not have great wave clear unless you are forced to use everything on the wave itself, and then that takes away from the attack mode that you're supposed to be in. So should allow Victor easier wave control as long as you've got a Nocturne to cover you. Owner is just providing so much
stop
safety.
ulting. I'm literally not talking. Well, I'm sitting here in silence. What do you want me to do?
Items completed.
Just mute my mic, turn off the cam.
Continue that pressure to this, the lanes, and then move that over into some vision control that's already been established.
아니 뭐 부드슬 거는 것 때문에 그 말도 안 하고 있는데 가만히 있는데 캠도 끄고 그냥 방송도 끄지 그래 그러면. Turn off your mind while you're at it. Okay. I mean, I don't have to do that. It's already on. No other way to deal with Game 2 and Game 3 draft without turning off my mind.
I don't think since he's purchased the Kanik Rooker, I have seen the shield break on Doran's health bar. He just goes up, he gets bonked a little bit, but now Tarzan is looking to change that around.
Good W, great E.
but he is pulled back by the
Can you
claw
live,
from
Doran?
Flandra.
Can you live,
He tries to
Doran?
get
Good
underneath
flash,
the turret.
Doran.
Doran flashes away.
Oh, good R,
Flandra
Doran.
does
He
secure
did the
the
best
kill,
he
but
can.
now
He
he's
did the
gotta get
best he
away
can.
from the turret. His
방금은
teammates
정말
come
최선의
out to
플레이였습니다.
guarantee he
저거는 네 명이
survives.
다
It's
와가지고
AL overloading
어쩔 수
the top
없고.
side, and T1 are bringing in backup, but they've already lost their top laner.
It's a nice timing window from AL. Right as Dragon spawns, they go for the play, they get the kill, and sure, Faker will get some damage on the bot tower, but now they can actually reset and get back out onto the map and look to contest the Dragon.
Well, I don't think it's
바텀에
just
웨이브
going to be
타는 거
damage on this
봐봐.
bottom tower.
괜찮아요.
It looks like it's going
They
to be
committed
the
4 members,
entire
by the way.
turret, but that means they could try to have a teleport punish here. Flandra coming around. He did not have to use the Death Realm to get the kill onto Doran, so he
Faker
still has
literally
it, but
backed
Faker
out.
backs
Maybe he
away
saw
in
the TP,
time.
but
And critically for AL, they keep
they don't
that
have any
turret
vision,
alive, so no
he just
feats of
smells it.
strength for T1.
Faker trying to now move in to recontest onto the position. Dragon was started by
Faker's
Flandra,
spidey
but
senses,
will end
y'all.
up
For
just
us,
being
we
pulled
see
down for a little
everything, but
second.
for Faker, his vision, the
Still
blue side vision
waiting to
wasn't.
see now if they can move in with no Ornhorn
wasn't there
and
at
no
all.
Nocturne ultimate,
You just
though.
have to
It's
start
a
backing
little
up.
spooky for T1 to contest onto the objective.
감각으로
Well, looks like they are going to go ahead.
상대 오는
Seize control of
타이밍이다.
the area,
맞춰서
start this
뺐는데
one
잘
up.
뺐죠.
AL is nearby, but the Dragon dropping down
평타
to
한-
half HP
한두 대만 더
already,
때렸으면
and
진짜
AL
딸렸을 것
looks
같아.
to be saying that they have no
모데카이
interest in
정도.
contesting this one. Flandra's just staying top. He has no teleport, so 1-1
TP
now.
shows their fault.
Split
Maybe
drakes
team call
between
up.
the two
That's
teams.
true.
Yeah,
That's true.
T1, they've got the luxury
They
of
could be just
pushing in
watching
on
the
bottom
map,
side,
because there was
and
nothing
they
else to do.
do have the ability to dive here. Be careful.
Yep, Tarzan's coming in. They want to try to stop this T1 force onto the first turret of the game. Carrier over the wall is going
Okay,
to be pushed
Faker's
back
starting to do some
as
damage.
Tarzan throws
Not
a
bad.
rock over there towards him. Meanwhile, topside is Flandra putting the work in on this turret to take the first
first
one.
batar.
Nice deny there on the feats of strength.
Yeah, and the fact that now you get to use this wave push to move over towards the Rift Herald is going to be super nice.
2K
as well.
골이랑
So it
그마
means
유시
T1
카이사,
have
guys.
to overforce on
그마
that bottom
카이사.
side again, whereas Shanks can look for
그마
his
유시
reset.
카이사
He
2000
has
골드
the
차이.
teleport to move into position. And
골드
there's
차이가
some
오히려
deep wards as
올라갔죠.
well on anyone Legend side,
아까보다.
which is perfect for Shanks if he wants to TP into the fight.
Accelerated
Okay,
카이사.
Rift Herald alive. This could also be feats of strength for T1 because they have already secured a single dragon and 2 out of 3 of the grubs.
Does Kaisa have 2
AL
evolve?
are going to get themselves at
177
least the
AD.
Scuttle Crab beforehand. Tarzan grabs that one, but
Level
T1
10.
has multiple men in the
think
area.
Q should be
Taking
evolved
stock
here
of
with the
everything on the map,
pickaxe.
you can see Faker and Shanks both in the bottom lane. Both have their teleports ready to join a Rift Herald fight. No teleport available on either one of the top laners on either team. And we're starting to hit level 11 in a
Kaisa will
lot
get
of different
one-shot by
roles.
LeBlanc.
Owner critically still only
Bro,
level
what are you
10
talking
here
about?
on his Nocturne.
Huh?
Faker still needs another 4 minutes before
It doesn't work
his
like
Rod
that.
of Ages hits full stack, so that's not going to happen anytime soon. Tarzan over the wall here with the Blast Cone. Kyle and Hope approaching from mid. T1 forced back away from the Herald.
Yeah, I like that. You immediately just drop it. Just immediately leash the Herald for T1
Full power
because
secured.
Faker can finish this bottom
They
tower
lose even
and then
more
teleport
waves.
in. They do.
TP coming through.
Carrier's going to be the target
Kyle's
here
actually
for
kind of deep
Kyle,
here.
but he's not going to go
He
in
does
any
get out.
further. Blast Cone gets
Oh,
Kyle
good W on
back
Stubble
away
from
as
Doran. He
tries
might
to
get
escape.
Yoinkers.
Tarzan punches him a
He's
couple
ult out.
times, but again, that's a very
Slow,
tanky
slow,
Ornn.
slow. It's
Herald's
fine,
going to lose
slow.
all patience.
Pushman,
And we can
pushman.
see Faker using the teleport to make his way over to the fight now after claiming that tier 1 turret in the bottom lane. Shanks still has a TP, but he's held in mid by Faker because of the wave
Okay,
clear
good-
of the
good
Victor.
scouting from
Faker
Carrier.
winning the trade against Shanks as Tarzan trades with Carrier and Gumayushi. T1 with control over the Herald as AL approach. Flandra's going to look for a target, potentially here.
Guma walking into Skarner there almost gave me a fucking heart attack.
But
Skarner had ult, flash, and everything too. Okay, nice. We secured the Ornn. Good smite. Oh, there it is. Nice. Hope is that. Hope is that. Okay, nice, nice, nice. 상대가 이게 완전 갈렸다. 상대가 갈렸다. Okay, slow, 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 slow. We win this. We win this. Just slow. Literally slow. Oh my god, Guma got encouraged. Okay, good flash from Guma. He survives. Nice, Guma survives. Nice play. Play. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. We're doing it. Oh my gosh. Super scratch, please, guys.
He'll barely escape, but it's Rift Herald plus 4 kills.
Carrier.
The side of
Absolute
T1.
domination from
Even
Guma. Carrier just
Shanks tried to go back in to kill him, but he couldn't get the vision, he couldn't get the damage. T1 have taken
와, 진짜 근데
control
방금
of this game.
너무 심장이 떨어질 것 같아. 카이사가 아니 스카너한테 평타 때리려고 안무빙 하는 거 저기 여기에서 어? 나 그때 너무 깜짝 놀랐다니까.
This
스카너가 궁
composition
누르고
from
막
this
플래시 누르고 막
position
이상한 거 할
is
것
so
같아서
difficult to fight against his
다행히도
AL.
거기서 아무
We've
일이
seen
안
this come
벌어지고
in.
여기에서
So you end
보면은
up with Shanks trying to get access to the back line.
look
It
at
doesn't really
Carrier.
work.
Look
Doran
at
ends up being
Carrier.
good
Oh
value,
my
but
gosh, he acted
Carrier
like
is
he's the
over
clone, but he's the
here.
real one.
Both the carries that sets up perfectly for the play. As Tarzan and Flandre just can't do enough with Shanks to carry a fight like this.
Absolutely crazy, man. Everyone thought he was a clone. They got baited. 방금 캐리어 진짜 레전드인 게 저거는 진짜 몰라요. There's no way to know that because like that W lasts forever, by the way.
That gold lead that they
And it disappears.
already had
You just stood there.
more than doubled. And adding the extra objective here, T1 seem like they are going to be able to push us to a game 5. This early
방금
game
거의
lead
니코
is just so
장인인데?
big, so quickly,
니코
Captain
main, by the
Flowers.
way.
Exactly. This is so much larger of a lead than we've seen at this point
아니
in the
근데
game.
캐리어 선수 얘기를 안 하네 캐스터분들이 아쉽다. 저거는 진짜 얘기를 해야 되는데. Caster should not talking about how crazy that carrier play is. It actually baited everybody.
Otacon's going to spawn here in 20 seconds. Remember what I said about
땀이
that
너무
rod of
오게
ages?
oh my god.
Faker's at 9 stacks, so the lead is about to become an even larger problem. T1 just continuing to build this advantage, keep this
I was
pressure
thinking, what the
on.
fuck is
They're
Uller
going
doing
to
over
try to
there?
take the Tier 1
Even
turret, but
baiting
not
the
quite
chat,
enough
baiting
damage
enemy
thus
team,
far.
baiting
But
chat.
you can see everybody's up here.
Sometimes
They've got
bait your own
Doran down
teammates
in the
too.
bottom lane. He's the one answering Flandre. He has his teleport to join up for this Otacon
이래서
fight
캐리어
whenever needed.
선수의 바드뿐만 아니라 이제 니코까지 밴이 되는. Even Nico can. Okay, don't blame the KO, my god.
How do you try and enter in towards River? How do you try and
Back
spot
to not
that
talking about.
Anakan has already been started by T1?
AL charged with a nearly impossible task. They are going to walk forward. They are going to see the Otacon started. They're bringing in the teleport. AL have to send some sort of a Hail Mary play here. Tarzan jumps in, only finds Doran. Carrier looking for the Pop Blossom. He only finds it onto Kyle. The Aurora flies through and Hope is already down.
Kai's doing so much damage. Oh, Owner's dead though. Hold up. Baker's getting focused. Hold up. Guma's alive. Everyone's dead. Everyone is dead. Everyone is dead.
T1 may have overplayed. They may have overstayed. AL find their way back into the game. Flandre chasing
아니 방금
after
니코 공은
Survivor.
내가 아니 I literally compliment Carrier and then he fucking one-man ultis Leona.
They deleted Carrier and then they set their sights on Owner. They chunk him so low that Flandre is then able to follow. And
I'm never gonna
Mordekaiser
compliment
does
Carrier
kill the
ever again.
jungler this
This
time
is it.
around. Here's
Final
another
time I
look
ever
at how
compliment
it all started.
아니
Carrier
캐리어
tried to get in
선수가
here,
내가
but got locked
칭찬을
up by
하니까 갑자기
Kyle.
왜
It was just
레오나한테
so
1인공을
good
박는
healing there
모습을
from Kyle.
보이냐고.
He basically
He could have just hold on to his
nullified
ulti. He's
that
more
ultimate
useful
from
than
Carrier.
that.
And then Owner, you see him in the pit.
그냥 궁을 들고 있는 것만 해도
So
이미
AL, they did a
좋았는데.
very good job dealing with this engage
아니 진짜
of the
니코 공이 제대로 안
Nocturne plus
들어가면은
the
그냥
Nico.
4대 5입니다
And
여러분.
they did it at the most
If Nico cannot connect
critical
ulti, like the
moment.
champion is so
The
bad.
Otacon that they claim in the aftermath.
The Otacon is so dangerous. The shred that it applies to everybody on the team creates the opportunity for AL to come back into the game. 33 flowers to 8 now is about 2,000 gold's worth of adaptive force that AL has over T1.
2,000
The
gold?
lead that T1 had,
Holy
that
shit.
5,500 gold may as well be nullified now.
Flower
because
petals
of
are
the
disgusting,
Otacon
by the
throw.
way.
The big deal in
If
this
you
game
ever
is still
walk past a
pulling Yushi
flower
with
without
a
auto-attacking it, you're
3,000
actually
gold
ending your
lead
team.
over Hope.
And you
If
deserve to be
T1
reported.
wants to win this one, it's all Guma
In-game.
all the time.
But that's what we just saw
진짜
in the last fight was
인게임에서
Guma wasn't
꽃
able
한
to get
송이가
into
진짜
position to do
300원이라니까.
what he needed to, and
The
then
stats
eventually
it
it was
gives you the
Faker
XP,
who
it gives the
fell
gold it
with the
gives,
dive
like,
in the back
do the
line,
calculation.
and Shanks was able to finish off Guma. Like there is so much damage, even from the beefcakes
눈앞에
now
꽃이
on anyone
있으면은
legend,
평타를
that
때리시오.
you need to deal with everyone. I mean, only really Tarzan isn't going to deal much damage in these fights, and for
Top
Guma
돈
Yushi,
차이?
that is a terrifying prospect.
What a game. This one
어디까지가 포탑골드를 다 뜯고 퍼블타워까지 먹고
one-sided instead of
그래서
close
그런데.
the whole time, and you can see there on the stats
슛
that
차이도 조금 나고.
plummet of the gold difference so far here in the game 4.
Just such
I
a
just don't like it,
critical
guys.
fight to play out like that. And so many eyes been on Kyle here. Such a young player.
I think after
and
the series I
performing
need to go
that
lie
well in
down.
a critical moment. They have
나
to
이 판
win that
끝나면
fight.
나
And
진짜
they
누워
peeled
잠깐
the Nico,
이거
they
오늘
killed
이거
the
끝나고
Nocturne. They push
알아놓을
back.
것
The
같은데.
beefcakes, as you said, looking good.
컨디션이 진짜 안 좋아요. 웃고 있긴 한데
We'll have to see if they can
지금
continue it,
목도
'cause
아프고
still, even
내가
though AL won the fight,
어저께부터 침 삼킬
T1
때마다 목이
still
아파.
finding their
And
pressure in the
my
lanes,
throat
still
hurts
pushing
every
the
time I
waves
swallow
in.
since
Anyone's
yesterday.
Legend trying to
It's not
hold
gone. I
and
try to
bunker
take medicine
down
and swap.
in towards these choke points to
어저께
deny
차만 한 3번
T1
마시고
any sort of deeper
생강차랑 막
access
이것저것
in
마시고
towards the
약 먹고
vision,
막
that control
그랬는데
that they need. Also, flashes starting to come up crucially for people like Carrier, making him a little bit more vulnerable in these upcoming fights.
Taking a stock of where we are with levels, Flandra about a level up over Doran, Tarzan 2 levels up over Owner, about to just be 1 because Owner nearly level 13. Faker 1 level up over Shanks because of that Rod of Ages we were already talking about. Hope almost has his Muramana fully stacked up here on the Corki. 24 minutes in, that feels very, very late, and it has been a very tough game for Hope. 0-3-2 on the Corki. Gumayushi has been going after him non-stop.
Yeah.
목이 찢어지러도 막 함성을 지르지 않을까.
Top tower is so low. AL trying to use it.
Okay,
they go in. The solar flare from Kyle. Tarzan wants to swoop around to the Impale.
Scorer all didn't connect. Huge. Nice. 좋아. 와우. 방금 무빙 좋았다. 굉장히 침착했죠? Very nice. Very calm. Very collected.
AL wanted to defend their tier 1, but when they swing and miss, it's easy for T1 to finish the job.
AL ever so slightly
I'm tired, boss. Let me rest. I think we all are tired.
Not there to follow up. It means that T1 able to step away, don't have
that's
to
pretty
burn
much all of us
any of those
T1
crucial
fans right now.
summoner
We're just
spells.
all like dying.
And
We're all
now
dying in our
T1
seats or in our
gonna
beds.
continue, reset, move back out onto the map. Especially when I look at, like, Faker being a target is so hard with this build that he's gone for.
Force the Baron now. Okay, Monzi.
Yeah,
never say that again.
Most of this game, he has been just standing and
flipping
trading
Baron.
with the LeBlanc. He's not flinching.
Flipping Baron when you have an Orin
and he has been
scaling,
able to trade
Kaisa
quite
scaling, you have Victor scaling.
They're able to
Chill
create another
out,
pick
it's okay.
Because
Breathe in, breathe
T1
out.
still have the cover of Dark
If we were playing Draven, then I'll be like, yeah.
All of the engagement
It's
that they
fucked
do
anyways.
have
Play Draven, like,
should
just
basically
force it,
guarantee applying plasma to somebody for Guma to come in
Skarner
and
ulti?
kill.
No.
He's 3
But the
item
Skarner can
Kaisa,
still steal
3
it.
item plus some to only the 2
Go over
of
the
Hope
wall
at
and
the
steal
moment.
it?
So
And then what?
this Kaisa really should be able to shred, and they do have the Baron in their sights.
Okay, there it is. Monzi is right.
This is going to be
It's
a
too late
turn
now.
from
Skarner's
T1.
ult is going to be
Watch
back
out
up.
for the
You're
engage.
just trying to, like,
Keep your
draw
eyes
them
on
here for a
Carrier,
fight here.
specifically here with the Nico.
I don't think we can rush
Teleport
it.
coming in from the AL side. Also T1 ready to reinforce. Ornhorn sounds off. Doran goes in. They're gonna
Oh my
knock out Kyle
gosh.
here at the very start, but into the back
Going
line,
in.
T1
Oh, nice save. Kaisa going in. Kaisa, Gumayushi getting. Get the. Nice to shake and stun as well. We win this fight really hard. We win this fight super hard. Look at Gumayushi kiting out. Guma. Okay, never mind. Nice flash. Guma kiting. Guma Kaisa literally did so much there, by the way, instead of the fight. His Flandre is fucking boss and champion. Holy. 아니 이거를 이렇게 잘했는데 카이사가 이걸 진다고? Okay, nice TP from Doran. That's actually so smart, by the way. He was 100% dead at this stage. Okay, 3 for 3 is not too bad, but I'm so sad Kaisa's flash was able to had to be used there. 아니 근데 코르키가 시작부터 터진 다 터지고 르블랑이 터졌는데 싸움이 이게 이렇게. 여기에서 카이사가 들어가서 코르키랑 르블랑 정리했는데 와 스카나공이 대박이었네. The Skarner ult was insane. Flandre's doing so much damage in these fights. And he still had ulti to flash ult Guma, and Guma somehow did get out. That's a fucking miracle that he got out. 와 진짜 플랑드레가 그저 무슨 신인데? 모데카이저가 신이다 저거. QSS only even working to Mordekaiser, by the way. 5,322 damage from Mordekaiser. Look at Corki, the 1,200, same as Leona, but didn't even matter.
Right at the beginning. Those are the 2 main carries for this team. You thought
top is a balanced role, by the way.
The main carry is the Mordekaiser, and Tarzan got a triple ultimate with the Skarner to buy the necessary time for the Mordekaiser to destroy them.
Hope did 100 more damage than Kyle
support
did in
Corki,
that
like
team fight.
0-4 Corki. Like how is Corki even like
4,000. The Mordekaiser cracking 5,000
how's he even
damage
going half and half in
as
team fight when he's just
now
perma-ban?
moving into this top side river yet again. Solar Flare used by Kyle does not find anything meaningful here. Taking a look at summoner spells, there are no flashes available on T1. There are none available on AL.
He's going AD Kaisa though, because his team has a lot of
keep your eyes on him.
Which means he cannot build Zonias. I feel like at this point maybe you should grab Zonias as last item. Because you can't choose as the Mordekaiser ulti.
Yeah, Gumayushi's gonna take down the tier 2 turret.
투운으로 근데 스카나공은 뽑을 수 있긴 한데 모데카이저
That's the sign
공이
that T1's going to look for something,
클렌즈가 안
but they
된다는
don't
게
want to
좀
use it
아쉽다.
here. Instead, it's Gumayushi off on a solo mission, looking to take the Drake.
I think you can
It's not
still go
so point
QSS
just
last
yet,
item though if you
but
want
if he can
to.
secure this one, it's
After
going to put
IE.
AL in a very difficult spot. The
But
Kaisa
maybe better
clears
for him
this
to go
very
GA
effectively,
or
just as a lone
GA
unit,
knows
and it looks like they're going to grab it here.
So Guma's actually soloing Dragon. He has buoyancy, so he does it really
Shanks goes
fast.
after Carrier, chunks him out, but doesn't chunk him super low.
Can
T1
we
takes
defend
the
the
Drake,
mid-tower?
and now they're ready
Okay,
for
yes, we do.
5v5. Doran summons up the Ornn.
Oh my gosh, kill this Mordekaiser, he's so fucking annoying. Kill him! In-game of course. Let's go! 그래, 모데카이저 나쁜 놈 먼저 자르면 되는 거야. 모데카이저가 세다? 그럼 모데카이저 죽여. 됐어. Okay, bro. We have to go for Baron, no? Okay, maybe we don't want to do it.
May try to go for the Baron as they clear
But
up
like, this is the
mid-wave.
best
Flandre's still
opportunity. No
dead
Mordekaiser
for
TP
35
either.
seconds.
모데카이저 텔포도
on
없는데.
their side and they yanked it out
We have to at least
immediately,
go
and
for a
then
fight,
anyone's
guys.
legend have to defend the
We have
Baron.
Kaisa, we do this
4
super
versus
quickly.
5.
T1 going after the big objective. Tarzan wants to step forward here, try to find a little bit of poke. Kyle
Oh, Dora! Nice, Dora! Okay, Hope is just ending. It's so hard this game. 아니 근데 코르키가 진짜 이번 판 너무.
Owner down to 25% HP.
아니 도망가야 돼. Just
They're
run
going
on,
to
just
have
run
their
on.
top laner back up here in 5 seconds. So it may have cost them hope,
It's okay.
but it buys them enough time to stop the Baron.
Ooh, Doran gets the double knock up there to grab another
AD
kill
가
for T1.
빅가 미드 차이.
As you say, the Baron
Wonder try.
goes unkilled here, still on the map. So we
Super
have
try.
to get the reset and the return to the
힘들다.
objective. T1 though, they did such a good job at the beginning, keeping this Mordekaiser at distance and actually chunking him down, then going for the full commit there. Owner goes in, they remove the biggest threat from them in the previous fight. See about round 2 though.
Can they stop?
That was the thing. As long as they remove
Job's not
Flandre
done.
before he gets that ultimate off, they're in a good spot. And even there, you can see Flandre didn't want to pull the trigger on the ultimate. Thought he could maybe survive and then find a higher value target. But if T1 continue to focus Flandre, it becomes a little bit more difficult for anyone's legend.
And good lord, Gumayushi, man, 5,000 gold ahead. He has almost 2 fully completed items up over Hope. He only has 1 slot left to build into, while Hope doesn't even have 3 fully finished big items.
5.0.
You can see Seeker's Arm Guard also fully completed now for Faker, in case he is the one who's attempted to be focused down with the big burst like we saw in the previous big team fight. This one is way closer than I thought it was ever going to be when we saw a 5,000 gold lead at 19 minutes.
Didn't they say Guma doesn't play Kaisa? Guma doesn't play Kaisa. Just go look at his stats. He has a negative win rate. With barely any games played, while all the other pros have been spamming Kaisa and Kaisa metas. In the past, without Fearless Draft, every game was Kaisa, but Guma never played it.
TP coming in from AL. Carrier on the flank, off to the right, ready for the pincer attack. T1 going to pull off the Baron. They do not want to allow it to get low enough for Tarzan to try to steal. Doran jumps in, knocks Kyle up into the air. Shanks going in after.
Okay, Carrier was looking for a flank. Okay, the E connecting onto Flandre? Oh my gosh, Flandre ulted Owner. What the hell? What the hell is going on in this fight? Okay, Guma is just kiting, but he has to kite out. Okay, nice. Guma! Kaisa did so much damage there. Okay. Flandre for support, we take that any day, because Leona's also dead as well. 2 for 1.
Flandre, the extra man dead, means T1
근데
win the
진짜
fight.
Yeah, they melt the front line. Shanks is actually creeping around, but there's not much he can get. He's looking for an angle onto Guma.
If he can find Gumayushi,
Guma
that's the angle. That's the only way to win it, and there he goes! Shanks with the hero play as Hope tries to escape from Doran, but the Bellows.
Okay, but we win this, right?
Tarzan wants to get away from Owner.
Okay. LeBlanc is looking for W. Okay. Owner shield saves him, and then Flandre saves him. Oh my gosh, everyone's up. We can do Baron then. Oh my gosh, Faker gets him. Rampage. Doran, go stop his back. Doran, what are you doing? Go stop his back. Okay. Nice.
Faker and Doran are going to continue the chase now. If they can get
He's dead, but the delay is that. 일부러 천천히 죽여. So that way okay, there it is. Okay, nice. 천천히 죽이면은 1분 후에 나오잖아? 근데 이제 카이사는 8초 후에 나옵니다. 그러면 이제 바론으로 뛰면 되는 거야. You can go Baron now. Because it takes a whole minute for enemy jungle to respawn.
Let's take a look, Flowers. Indeed, Guma. He's
oh my gosh,
over
Guma
here,
just
and
got
Shanks
deleted.
sees him,
He should not use
right up
E
into
there.
his face.
방금은 카이사가 좀 아쉬운 게 1을 좀 빨리 눌렀다? 예, 르블랑 들어왔을 때 이 타이밍 맞춰서 해가지고 he should have tried to use E to juke the LeBlanc, not trying to juke around Skarner. He didn't need to do that. Thank goodness Shanks got baited by Owner though. Owner has shield.
But there is nothing that he can do to get into the pit.
Exactly. It's free Baron for the side of
free
T1.
Baron. Skarner hasn't spawned yet. Beautiful plays. We can also run towards the dragon. That should be Dragon Soul secure for T1. Everybody start praying. Everybody. 다들 두 손을 모아서 기도를 시작하시오. 되게 좋아 보이긴 하거든? 하지만 방심하면 안 되고요. Anytime, any moment, Mordekaiser can pull off like an insane play on Kaisa and just kill Kaisa or Victor. I think Victor isn't gonna die, but I think Kaisa could possibly die. If she ulties in, gets ulted by Mordekaiser, and then gets killed inside the Mordekaiser ulti.
Mountain feels insurmountable for anyone's legend right now.
Oh my gosh, that's my goal. That's
Bobby. They have fought damn hard in this game. But now T1 will march on the Nexus and march towards the potential.
Every time I see Nico turn into the minion, it's so funny.
Dragon does seal it for T1. How is a LeBlanc supposed to burst through all this extra durability on these T1 members? It's going to be very, very difficult. There is also a Skarner flanking on Vision. Tarzan's just going to keep going though, because AL no, they don't have a lot of good angles to go for in the first place.
Owner level 16, maximum range paranoia, so he knows he can join any bottom lane fight from the mid lane. Tarzan still looking for a chance to make some kind of a move here. Owner just guaranteeing that he keeps two separate waves of minions enchanted at the same time. T1 continues to push here in the bottom lane. Cannon minion doing most of the damage under the tier 3 turret as Tarzan is stunned up inside the gravity field, but again, not a ton of damage either way. Shanks wants to try to get some poke, but he won't find a lot. Hope on this Corki still hopelessly behind this entire game.
But Owner pushing mid is so smart because Owner has global ulti, so he can actually just ult to the fight if needed. 그러니까 오너 선수가 사이드를 도는 게 너무 스마트하죠. 궁만 누르면은 바로 이제 합류가 가능하니까 미드에서부터. You don't have to use TP or wait for TP to happen, things like that. Seems like beginner basics, but it's actually really important. Putting the right members in the right lane. Lane
a little bit more damage onto Tarzan, but it's not a lot. They don't need a lot. They just need time to chip away.
카논 튼튼하다고. 강심 지금 거의 500스택이거든. With 400 stacking a lot of damage for free. Hold up. Oh, nice. Bundle has to back out. Now that's tower. And look at Tarzan. He's flashing. Oh my gosh, he's flashing out. Oh my gosh, there it is. Carry on. Come on, you should carry on. Triple kill. That's a Penta! Quadra!
Gumayushi finally dies, but AL will
펜타였는데! 아니 펜타인데 아 이걸 안 주네 라고 하기에는 근데 저거 주는 거는 너무 아니 근데 진짜 구마유시 카이사 증명을 이런 중요한 판에서 증명을 해주다니 구마유시 proving himself the most important game he plays the Kaisa and he proves himself holy 와 지금까지 숨겨놨던 거야 진짜 이번 연도 이제 스매시 선수랑 경쟁을 통해서 진짜 카이사 제리 뭐 이런 거 많이 나왔잖아요 아무래도 픽을 많이 안 하고 실제로 이제 안 했기 때문에 하지만 주전으로 다시 올라오면서 연습을 굉장히 많이 했다. 솔랭에서 제리, 이즈, 카이사만 계속했었거든. 드디어 이제 와 이렇게 중요한 판에서 카이사를 꺼내가지고 like literally he was competing with Smash and the number one thing people were talking about and criticizing is his champion pool. Kaisa, Ezreal, and Zeri. We all know he doesn't really play these three champions. But remember, when he was on the bench, he was spamming solo queue. He was practicing so many games of Kaisa, so many games of Zeri, so many games of Ezreal. Practicing those champions. But he never had an opportunity to show them off. He did play Kaisa one time, and I think Ezreal one time during the LCK. Winter.
No, that's too soon.
But like, T1 really didn't give him any other chances. And then now, the most important game of the whole year. Do or die.
I was thinking we were gonna get a repeat of the
He
Genji
picks the Kai'Sa.
crash
He
out.
proves himself.
Everyone keeps doing it. It's not what team
Kind of like
Spirit
Faker with
thinks.
Azir, remember? Azir, Faker was getting
Talk to
benched
me about the things that did go
Faker
well
was getting
early on
benched
for T1 in this
because he
one.
didn't know how to play Azir. Yeah, believe it or not, Mr. Faker, the best Azir in the world, was not an Azir player. It was one of his worst champions. So he was benched for Easy Rune back in the day.
Here we see, just watch Guma as, okay,
But now
Kyle and Hope, they're able to stave off
he
the
was like benched for
initial
half a year,
play,
and then he
Guma goes
trained
in.
his
The
Azir,
only
and he's one of the best
redeeming
Azirs in the
thing
world.
For AL in this entire exchange is that on the backside of this fight, Shanks is able to get a few kills. But this
페이커
sets
선수
Guma ahead, and he ended this game
그 아지를 그때 기억하시죠? 지금은 아지르의 신이고 아지르 세계 1위잖아요. 페이커 선수가.
above his
이번
lane
롤드컵에도
opponent
증명했었고.
in Hope.
근데
Massive because
그 벤치에 앉아 있었던 일이 있었습니다. 왜냐면 이지훈 선수가 아지를 훨씬 잘하고 근데 아지를 메타였어가지고 결국 근데 증명해서 다시 이제 주전에 올라왔고 아지를 세계 최고 됐는데 구마유시 선수 카이사도 비슷하지 않나? 약간 뭔가 서자가 담겨있는데 카이사? 증명했다. 진짜 1세트, 2세트 진짜 막 드레이븐도 그렇고 직스도 그렇고 2, 3세트 막 정말 실수도 많고 막 좀 그랬는데 1세트는 뭐 솔직히 바르스 바텀 플래시 말고는 실수가 아무것도 없긴 했죠. 네. 2, 3세트는 좀 아쉬운 부분들이 있었는데 결국 해주잖아. 슈퍼스타 아니냐고. 캐리야. 그만가 있어. 그만가 있어.
That's perfect execution of how you want this comp to go.
And it's specifically that Nico Nocturne combo that you can't, like, it's basically impossible to play against this. There is Fog of War, and credit to AL, they actually pivoted really well after this. Kyle, the next time he tried that, he got him. Yeah. He didn't let him make the play.
33.4k, 32.1k.
Which is that gold dip.
Never put Faker on Anivia again.
Yeah,
Never put Gumayushi on
his
Ziggs again.
as well. A lot of great
구마유시 선수
there.
직스 더 이상 시키지 말고
What are you looking
페이커
at?
선수 애니비아 더 이상 하지 말고
Damage graph.
And put Doran on a tank.
Yeah.
Sounds like a great idea.
crazy.
Don't first pick tanks for Doran, just let him have like whatever's
How
left.
did we get here? I think we
No offense to
maybe
Mr.
saw it
Doran,
written
but all
in
he
the
has to do
stars
is
that
just
we
sit back
might
and
get
be
here,
a tank.
but,
His Orin was amazing,
do
by
you
the way.
believe in the fight
His Orin
on the
engages were
side of
fucking
AL after this
clean.
momentous swing?
Put him on the Gragas top, put him on the Orin, put him on
We're going down to
the
one best of one,
engages,
right? And the draft is obviously going to be a big deal.
스카너
but
딜량
both teams
1등은
have
진짜
had amazing moments. Both teams had throws. We had
아니 근데
Tarzan
진짜
Kyle
코르키가
going too
너무
deep in the
말렸어.
jungle. Then we had T1 and the Otacon repeatedly. Like, it is so evenly matched, and this quarterfinals is delivering.
It's delivering. We'll talk a little bit more about how either team could do it at the other side of the break. But now it is time to listen to the most beautiful song in the world, Silver Scrapes, to close out our last quarterfinal. Isn't it poetic?
Thank you very much.
To get low enough for Tarzan to try to steal. Doran jumps in, knocks Kyle up into the air. Shanks going in.
Wait, where's the orchestra version? 내일은 어떻게 강팀이 되었는가? 이 잠깐만요. Holy moly, Look at Guma just kiting inwards, using E to kite to the left side to avoid the block. Do or die. Backs against the wall. And he carries on a champion. 이거 like 310만 명이라고? Holy. 400만 명 가자. Okay, guys, I don't know how to type, guys. Most important game of the year, do or die back against the wall. Carries on Kai'Sa, like what the hell? Oh my gosh, literally reminds me of Faker being benched for Easy Rune for not playing Azir as well. Now, Faker. Faker is the best Azure in the world. Gumayushi. Bruce. I live for the Fevi tweets. Wait, let me cook it. I'm writing some fire here. Okay, one sec. Gumayushi does the same. How do I end this? I wanna end this like really well, but wait, hold up. Let me cook it. Please don't. The chat is just cringing. Hold up. Backs against the wall. And stop glazing, Femi. Don't ult. Oh wait, you're right. I'm ulting here and then Guma just instant next game. Hold up. Don't ult yet? Okay. Hold up. Cancel it? Keijo just cancelled? Wait, I don't ult the Keijo ulted? Okay, hold up.
Well, we arrive at the 5th game. After all is said and done, it is actually not at all said and done because everything's going to culminate in one last battle of an AL that has to do it in front of their home crowd.
Stay away from the keeper grandma.
In terms of an LPL team at Worlds versus T1 and T1 who just say, you can't count us out, ever.
엄청난 원딜 차이로 이겼다니까 진짜 방금 판에 코르키가 그냥 코르키 서포트였어. Corki was playing Corki support.
I want to take a look at the support picks throughout this series because I feel like we talked going into this about Carrier's performance, how he has really stepped it up in this matchup. As we look at the supports each of these guys have played, I am curious to see if we might start seeing maybe hyper carries, maybe like an Aphelios Lulu angle, something like that coming out of these teams.
And there are two picks I'm looking towards if they're not bandweight. It's Alistair and Rel. There are still these really big, high-profile wombo combo engage supports because in Game 5, in a fearless format, I think a lot will come down to the draft as the crowd goes crazy because there isn't as much goes into everything. Easy pickings.
Carrier into Kyle.
You need to figure out a way to get an upper hand in this game.
서포트 많이 남았다. 남은 서포트 굉장히 많고. Oh my gosh, we're loading in, aren't we?
Let's talk about the bigger
Cancel
picture
X2
here. The history of Faker versus the LPL. But let's also talk about T1's Game 5 win rate at Worlds. They are 6-2. That combined with the fact that T1 still has that moniker as LPL killers above them. Do you think that is in the heads of AL right now?
And right there, I don't know if you caught it, but it was Tarzan and Owner giving each other a little fist bump.
Love to see it. That's so great.
As you make a great point, there is so much on the line here for both teams. For AL, the opportunity to do something that many teams have come close. Many teams at MSI have been able to do it countless times, but at Worlds, this is their moment. And I think that when it comes to the picks they've taken away from T1, they're in a good position.
Yeah, I mean, by contrast, right, AL Game 5 win rate across this year, LPL and MSI at 3-3. One of those losses did come against T1 at MSI, right? In another great best-of-5 series. So, yeah, I'm super curious to see what Tabe has cooked up for this draft.
Oh, me too. And I'm just thinking of all these moments that Faker has sat on the world stage hearing this song being played. I wonder if it invigorates him in some way when he hears it and he says, you thought I locked in before? I'm about to lock in for real now. And it would be as we expect from him, because these are the placements of his Worlds runs every single time.
So
it's
insane.
just a lot to break. How do AL do it?
It's trusting themselves. They've shown the level of gameplay necessary today. Already for me, Tarzan today has found his revenge in many ways for that disaster with LNG back in 2023. Yeah. I think he's been performing out of his mind today, and if he can keep down Owner, if he's able to get Faker behind early on, because T1 with a leader hard to deal with, we've seen AL with their resilience can get it done.
We did have a lot to talk about Gumayushi in that last match, but I do also need to mention that Faker had a great game up versus a LeBlanc that was getting really dangerous out of Shanks, right? How much is going to come down to a single person here? Because I can see identifiable things, especially in Fearless, when it comes to that support, when it comes to that mid lane. But is there anything
I'm not going to say anything, guys.
예,
말을 안 하겠습니다. Not gonna ulti, not gonna talk. Sounds like a good plan, no? Good plan. 말을 안 하면 되지 않을까? 부두술을 걸지 않으면 되지 않을까? I'm so weak here.
To me, a standout today when it comes to his performance. I want to see him on something that with impact, because that Mordekaiser was always enough. On the flip side, I think that Doran has actually had a much better day today at Worlds. This is still not domestic Doran. This is not MSI Doran. We're not seeing the Krug Lord, but we are seeing him be solid enough where Owner and Carrier can take over. And I do think, based on very recent evidence, that when everything comes down, there is literally no player in the history of League of Legends you'd rather have sitting beside you than Faker himself.
Yeah, and for me,
Faker, please.
Draft, like I said
Faker.
I think the big thing is, do we see a pivot to hyper carries, right? Like you did mention, the Alistar and the Rel are both potential picks in the bot lane. However, with the way that we constantly also want a team fight, one of these teams could pivot, and that does usually give you not only a pushing bot lane, especially if you lock in something like the Lulu, but insane 5v5 potential in these mid to late game fights. And a lot of times, despite what we've seen from both of these teams being very scrappy, right? A lot of times in game 5s, things slow down, and it really, really comes down to who is going to be better in those 5v5s.
Yeah, it's true. And in games like this, Maurits, I know it becomes stressful to watch if you have any type of investment. But the way these games have been
any type of investment? You're talking about any type of investment? I'm literally investing my whole...
There has always been a throw. There has always been a rebuttal. And that's where the presence of mind really
literally
comes
dying
into
here.
play.
What are you talking about? Any type of investment? We're all dying here in chat together. Holy.
Sometimes they should be a little bit more respectful.
선수들 웃는다. 팬들은 지금 울려고 하는데 선수들은 웃고 있습니다.
We need to be a little more mindful, because neither team has gotten, I think, in any of these games to a point where a deficit is so big that you can't contest. And for me, going into this final draft, I'm looking at jungle, I'm looking at support. I think Tarzan and Kael, as well as Owner and Keria, have been what have mostly been the game deciders to me, because this series has come down to team fights. We've seen so many of them, but when it comes to actually setting up your team fight, we saw it in the Bard game from Kael, we saw it with Nico in this game.
We don't talk about Bard
has
in
been
here.
one of the big deciding factors, and what I think is going to decide this game 5.
Oh, amazing. I love we see team fights from start to finish. You can't be allowed to make any mistakes, because the other team will slam you down. We will see if Faker has it in the tank, if it's Shanks who can take over from him and bring LPL to the semifinal to give us a guaranteed LPL LCK final.
We just moved away from him, but that man on your screen, Tabe, is who I'm looking at also, because I know Kobe called it out in cast, but during Faker's first Worlds, right? It was against this man playing
Tabe means Faker. This is like back in 2012, no?
Incredibly poetic if he was the one to finally step up, coaching this AL team and potentially move on past T1 in this bracket.
We've been going to a Zenith a couple of times, but I just got the word we still have a little delay before getting to the stage. Obviously, you want to make sure that the teams are in their best capabilities going into that game 5 indeed. I'm wondering, Maurits, if the doubts that you had coming into this best of 5 being, right, can they attack that early game? Can Keria have a standout performance? Can the top lane have a stable performance? How many of that has been shored up?
Well, I mean, we've gotten to game 5, right?
Can we just get the game started already, guys?
It really does feel like these teams
빨리 시작하면 좋겠는데 뭐 기다리고 있어 지금. 뭘 기다리고 있는 거야?
I think for me we're answered
What are we waiting
game 1
for?
already, because I knew that if, and that was by no means a guarantee, but if T1 played the way they have done at MSI, they have played domestically for a large part of the year, particularly towards the main part of summer, I knew this was going to be a close series. And the fact that we're actually getting the 5 again, the only quarterfinal that actually go the distance, is a beauty to watch.
Watch party back home for you.
Well,
excuse me.
Kind of. Sorry, I don't want to bring it up.
No. Still in spirit, and I can't wait to see what we're gonna get in this game 5.
We'll see indeed as we get into this draft in just a second. But Emily, real quick, anyone's legend jumping up as an unexpected hope for the LPL from Rogue Warriors to today.
And I feel like so many.
Oh, wow. Wow.
I just want to give it
The crowd's going crazy. The crowd's going crazy.
Absolutely colossal energy out of the crowd.
AL and T1 chance. I almost said A1. The big thing for me is every single player on this team kind of was seeking to make their name or kind of strike out and get revenge for being passed over, right?
빨리
Like,
그냥
Hope
시작하라고.
replaced for Viper, replaced for
Just started.
Ruler, Kyle trying to make
Just
a name for
started.
himself on a different team, Tarzan seeking redemption from some of his international performances, as we talked about, Shanks being on WE for so long, being stuck there, coming to this team. And then Flandra, I feel like Flandra's always just kind of vibing, but he's proving still that he is a top LPL top laner.
Oh my gosh, the energy is absolutely
insane.
electric. You know, this is the thing that when
The
you get
problem
to
is the
World
stadium is
Championship,
vibrating
these
with
are
these
the
noises, man.
unquantifiables. When you
Sounds
step
are going
into an arena like
crazy.
this, and I'm so glad
Sounds
that
are
we
going
had hoped that it would
crazy.
come to this for this specific matchup between the hope of the LPL and the LPL killers on the side of T1. It's absolutely beautiful. I'm trying to see if we get an update on when we're going to the stage. I think we still have a small delay, so let us ask the casters a question. We've been talking so much. Is there anything we missed? What are you looking out for in Game 5?
Thank you very much, Shocks.
Okay, what are there is a delay going on? Is that what's happening? 딜레이가 있다고 하네요 지금.
Game number 4 looked like it might have been more one-sided than our first 3, but even then, we had the hero moment from Flandra up in that topside river to turn a fight that looked like it should have been the end of the game back to a pretty close game state, but ultimately it was Gumayushi having probably the biggest individual player gap so far in the series that carried it home for T1. We've had an amazing series, and I want Game 5 to be the best game yet.
I tell you what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a Game 5 jinx. That's what we got. That's what we got at MSI. And Taba has gone on record talking about the power of Game 5 jinx for AL as well, and them being able to pick it and find, you know, wins in those must-win games. You know, Deep Fearless is where a lot of people have doubted this T1 team. Not thinking that they'll be able to survive in this world where we're constantly in Fearless, but pushing them to game number 5 in the first place is such a big feat. I mean, Hope is looking for revenge, got eliminated by T1 in 2022. Of course, Tarzan is, because him and Scout had a really, really embarrassing 2023 elimination at the hands of T1, so it would mean so much to return the favor here in 2025. So a lot of revenge is on the table for the taking, but it's not easy. There's a reason no one else has been able to do it to T1 at Worlds.
I mean, it's been 12 years since the LPL has ever been able to take down T1 in a best of 5. They haven't been able to do it 11-0.
따뜻한 차 가져오셨나요? 아니 차 만들 시간 없다고. I don't have time for tea, guys.
I mean, Emily started
No
into
time
it
for
a little
tea.
bit like what was a roster that was just a band of rookies. When you look back at like ZDZ and Xiaohao, they're on anyone's legend, a team that would essentially would finish at
Jinx,
the bottom of the
Smolder,
pack
Zeri,
for so
Nara.
long, and then they add
Honestly,
in
at this point,
Tabe,
I kind of
and
want to see the
suddenly they
Jinx.
start to pick it up, where
I
they
wanna
have
see the
Hope,
Jinx,
they have
but-
Shanks, and they have this core with Kyle that they can build around. Adding
Jinx,
in
Tom
Tarzan
Kench.
and Flandre this year. Finally, not only did they make playoffs for the first time, they didn't drop out of top 3 all year long, thanks to the play that they had, thanks to the coaching staff that they have, and now they stand on the precipice of finally being able
애들
to do
피곤하다. 아니
what
보는
no
우리도
LPL
지금
team has
심장
done.
떨리는데 하는
But
사람들
they're
얼마나
not the
떨리냐고
first
지금.
LPL team to ever stood in
카메라에
this
마시면서
position.
심신의 안정은
But you have
착각이다.
to
오
believe
괜찮은데?
that maybe,
다들
just maybe,
그러신대요.
the LPL can get one.
And then there's T1 and Faker at Worlds. The aura is strong. When they walked back into this arena, the crowd was deafening. You heard it, we heard it. Let's get into Champion Select for our final and deciding game
I am so ready for
There
this,
it is.
and Azir
There
and
it is.
Orianna
There it is.
throughout the entire series have not been allowed. That will not change in Game 5. The Trundle remains banned as well. AL, having lost Game 4, are choosing to play from the blue side here in our 5th and final game. Caitlyn and Misfortune, double marksman bans in the first half of the
There it
draft
is.
from AL. When you're already on Game 5 in Fearless, that AD carry pool is shrinking to a puddle.
Also, potentially setting up for something like a Lucian first pick, which is the other AD carry that we've seen at in this meta that is still rising up in priority. Something that you can have that flexibility with, especially as the desk was already talking about, like both the Alistair and the Rel still up and available if they want to try and go for it. Annie, also a mid laner that you have to keep your eyes on, has drifted out of the meta, but certainly still a very strong pick. But it's the Jinx immediately, Kobe.
You
called it.
I knew it.
You
I
gotta
knew there was
feel
going to be a
that it
Jinx
is
pick.
coming because AL.
징크스
they
나올
know,
줄 알았어,
They
근데.
remember last time
우리가
T1,
픽하면
they
좋긴
got the
했는데.
Jinx and they beat them in the 5th game at MSI. And you know
It's okay.
how much success AL have had in their 5-game Jinxes. They get it. First pick. It's worthy. Now you have to protect it, though, okay? Jinx in itself is not a team comp. You have to be able to keep that Jinx up. You have to be able to get the first kill to get
Okay,
excited
then we're like
and stay alive.
Okay, but to be fair, Renaissance actually not bad because like
T1, a tried and true evergreen top laner that has made it all the way through Fearless up until now. It'll
It's
be Doran
literally
piloting the
not that bad,
Renekton
guys.
in the deciding game.
But it was the Renekton and the Lee Sin that in that game 3, I believe, at MSI was able to get T1 that very early lead where they played through that Renekton on the top side, got the kills, and then were able to start that snowball for themselves. So wonder if Owner wants to fall back towards that style. This will be crazy, though.
Skewmond, is that you? Owner on the Mundo. The front line here.
Owner
looking
Mundo.
pretty beefy so far. T1.
Mundo.
All right, let's see the response from AL though.
문도 이거
You're
아니
thinking, like,
아니
percentage
스큐먼드
health
선수가
damage.
G2에서 계속
What are they gonna use to
사용했던
melt through it? Is it just going to be
문도
buff up the Jinx?
No, Evelyn is crazy. Evelyn is crazy. If that was a lock-in, that was crazy.
It will be another tank. So tank
문도
versus
레넥톤인데
tank in the
에블린은
jungle
진짜
here.
아니죠?
Sejuani into Mundo is not a great one-on-one matchup, but they're, I don't know.
I really like this early pickup of the Lulu, though, because essentially what you've realized is, hang on, there's very little dive threat on the side of T1. Sure, you can have like the Alistair or the Rel come through for carry it, but unless they lock that in now, you're still going to be playing this front to back. You still got an enabler for the Jinx, and there's very few responses that can actually come through for T1.
The Sejuani also very, very effective at just being that big brick wall to keep Jinx safe. And I have been informed by our producers, hold on 1 second. Is that really? Okay! Faker Mel.
No
potentially
way.
could also be a support Mel. Here, the first one in the tournament so far. This is also Owner's first Mundo in his career.
And this Mel can reflect so many different objects here. You've got the Sejuani yield.
No
You've got
way.
the Super Mega Death Rocket that he can send back as
아니
well.
근데 메리
These things
생각보다
that, in particular for the Jinx, where she wants to try and get a reset,
좋긴
can
한데
be devastating if she doesn't actually set that up.
블라인드는 잘
So
모르겠는데
if this Mel
Mel
can
is
actually
good,
step
but like
into the
blind
front
pick
line,
Mel
cause
is
a bit of
crazy,
disruption,
by the way.
that could be huge.
First pick
But
of
now,
Mel from
Jack's
Faker.
going to be banned
at
away.
Worlds.
Renekton counters like the Gnar are going to be taken away as well, I feel like, by T1. And for anyone's legend, focus on the AD carries, or at least on the supports, has to be the call.
Oh man, we are getting into game 5 and we are getting the dark magic coming out here.
Yeah.
See what the response is here. How do you further protect towards this
No
Jinx?
fucking way
Take
this
away
is
the
actually
pipe.
happening,
Okay,
guys.
Playmaking support there. No T1 pipe
Jack's balance
in
is great.
this entire
Jack's balance is
series.
great.
Yep, they're going to get rid of the
아
pipe. He can
징크스
also do
룰루
the
근데
X
너무
marks the spot for the
띠꺼운데
execution
진짜로.
through things like the Loom
Jinx
Shield or
Lulu
Lock
is
of the Iron Solari, so they'll take away that execution potential. Over on the other side, you're going to see Jax and Akali banned out, looking at the solo lanes, looking at these big potential threats, these massive damage sources that could come in from those two roles. As AL have one ban left. Do they want to further pinch the marksman role? No. Instead, they're going to go with that Alistar that we already mentioned earlier has been banned a lot throughout this series.
So you got to think about other things to pick into this Mel as well. At least by solo queue standards, Syndra is fairly successful.
Akali bound as
Xerath,
well.
Cassiopeia, and of those, I was
Essie?
going to lean towards Cassiopeia.
앞에?
or
Ash,
the
Ash,
Syndra
Ash.
as possibilities. They provide a lot of structure to
Oh,
5-on-5
I think Ash is
team
fine
fights.
here actually.
I don't like this
징크스,
You're fairly
애쉬.
low damage in that regard because Mel doesn't have the highest DPS in the game either. I would have preferred the Aphelios.
Okay, I
maybe
mean,
in the bot lane
I
towards
don't
the
actually
direction,
like. I actually
trying
think
to
it's the
play
issue
your
with the
game
casting
through
here.
that,
I
but
don't
there
like
you go, Kobe,
Aphelios
the
here
Syndra
at
hovered.
all. I don't like Aphelios at all.
Honestly, if
아펠이
AL
근데 진짜
sticking
징크스
out Tanky
상대로
Boy for Flandre in the top
옛날에
lane,
그 아펠이
I think they're in a
아닙니다.
relatively
굉장히
okay spot
빡세고요.
with the way this draft has gone.
차라리 애쉬가 좀 더
Oh man, the tension, you can feel it here in the arena. They do lock the Syndra, one of those champs here, into Mel, looks pretty
좀 더 뭔가
good.
노려볼 수 있지
Honestly, I
않나라는
think
생각을
AL
하거든요.
are setting themselves up with good chances in this game. Gumayushi, though, on the Ashe, we assume, could be Flex to Carria. He does have a history with it. Ooh, Ashe plus Seraphine, the goated combo. Ashe slows into Seraphine.
그래, 유틸 서폿은 유틸 서폿으로 상대하기. Oh my god, I was worried like what support do we have left to play here? Seraphine is amazing by the way. Seraphine's amazing.
Immediately, and Ashe so strong at those early
세라핀
levels.
좋아요,
where Jinx
근데 진짜로.
struggles to find any sort of plays. So for AL, it is definitely a hope that you can get your Jinx
Seraphine's
online
so
and
bad,
play for
guys.
these massive team
It
fights.
really isn't.
But for T1, a lot resting on a strong mid game into hoping that Owner can actually
나쁘지
be
않습니다.
an unkillable Mundo
Not bad.
later on.
AL's composition looks like textbook League of Legends 101 to me. A bruiser
True.
top, a tank in the jungle, control mage
True.
mid, hyper carry bottom with a pocket Lulu for support. But over on the other side, you've got the first non-Skewmon Mundo in the tournament. Owner's first pro play Mundo ever.
아니,
You've
근데
got
살짝
Faker on
불안하긴
Mel.
한데.
He's only played this champion once before
A
in
little
pro
bit
play.
nervous, but
0-1 on it thus far. And then the Ashe Seraphine duo, so oppressive, so powerful, so much synergy, and it was Gumayushi in game 4 that was the X factor for T1.
But it is a different story from what T1 found themselves here with. It was Owner stepping up for T1 so regularly to carry the early game. Now on the Mundo, he doesn't have that pressure. So instead, T1 have gone back to their roots. These hyper-pushing bot lanes that made them win 2023 Worlds, that set them aside from the rest of the LPL. And they started that play in quarterfinals, and the LPL could not find an answer. Now it's on anyone's legend, 2 years later, to see if they can take down a T1 that no one else could.
Oh no.
I want everyone to soak in this moment.
T1!
This is what esports is all about.
화이팅!
We're in China with LPL looking to
Please,
try
T1.
and for the first
Miracle,
time ever
please,
eliminate
please,
T1
please,
from
please,
Worlds.
please.
The fifth
Draft
and final game
doesn't
here
look that
between
cooked,
AL
guys.
and
Draft
T1.
is looking great.
Everything
Draft
on
does not
the
look bad.
table.
And once more, just a reminder to everyone
Looking
here,
원이다요.
so far, Faker has faced the LPL in a best of 5 11 times, counting the play-in match against IG earlier this tournament. They have not lost a single time. They 3-0'd their opponents 5 times, 3-1 4 times, 3-2 only twice. And even if T1 wins this one, that will still be the 3rd time that an LPL team has taken them the distance in the best of 5 stage. Anyone's legend has as good a chance as anyone's ever had at stopping T1 here.
All right. Looks like we're going to get opposite side jungle clears. Mundo going to be clearing towards the Ashe Seraphine lane.
Keep connecting
This
from
lane is
Carrier.
so
Not too
strong
bad.
because Ashe
감사합니다.
with the
Thank you.
guaranteed
Shiranico,
slow
thank you.
can upgrade
Appreciate
the
the 6
Seraphine. And
2,
the poke
3.
damage is also very substantial.
Challenger meeple.
Definitely going to make it tough,
The 3
especially
meeple.
because you have to go for a cleanse in this lane with the slow and that setup then.
I mean, this
That means
matchup
you
for
don't have
Faker
access
is
to the
not too
barrier.
bad, right?
So when you hit that level 6, the
Range is similar.
combo, even though you can get rid of the ult from the Ashe, you still have to deal with carry. There's so much follow-up. And even trying to play team fights as Hope, if that cleanse is ever burned, becomes so difficult to do.
And interestingly enough, no summoner spellbooks on either side this game since we're running double enchanters. Means it's just the heals for the supports the entire game long. Faker stepping forward, trying to maybe steal away these chickens from Tarzan, but no, not gonna get them.
Yeah. Able
That's
to
okay.
get some of the small
fine.
ones, I think, though.
Yeah, it denies the level
정글
3, which is
체크 완료.
crucial for Tarzan.
Yeah, get some execute. I mean, Mel,
I mean,
the
he don't lose
passive
out on anything
is the
for doing
bane
that.
of so many
The
junglers.
overwhelm, yeah.
And Faker goes in. Faker's able to apply that little bit of extra pressure. It's those small things that do end up adding up. And Mundo into Sejuani, is a good like one-on-one matchup because you can just shrug off a lot of the immediate Sejuani CC and look to scale.
Yeah, missed the big chicken, but the little ones are enough to slow down that Sejuani clear and just try to set up a good situation for Owner here on his Mundo. Down in the bottom lane, we can see Gumayusi and Keria having control over the lane like we would expect them to. Jinx is going to need time to scale up. Owner with his double buffs going to now walk towards mid lane. Could just walk through here and try to contest the top side scuttle first.
But that's why I like the pathing from Tarzan. He did his front two camps, went back to Wolves, and now is completely wrapped around. So when Owner goes to the top side, Tarzan is actually going to be able to show in on this bottom side, avoiding all that vision as well. You can see Owner now realizing trying to run back through mid to deny Tarzan the smite, but it's bot lane that might be
bot lane is in trouble
Gumayusi
here.
and Keria having to back away. The zap does not connect on Gumayusi. Tarzan down here with the bottom lane.
와 나이스! 괜찮아 괜찮아 이러면 괜찮아. Honestly the wave was kind of bad. Wave가 안 좋긴 한데. Okay, but Jinx is actually touching the wave a little
with
bit.
the wrap around the first move here
the wave
on the
was kind of bad still.
He doesn't even get an assist,
이게 근데
but him
바텀이
approaching applies the pressure and forces
아예
the
수업을
all-in.
해버리네?
That is
오,
gonna
that's
be
actually
a
so
lot of
smart by the
spells
way.
blown for the bot side of the
이러면
map. It's
웨이브를
gonna be
박아 넣을
a
수 있습니다.
bloodbath
Doran
as
immediately
they
pushes the
swap
wave
themselves
in.
up to the
So
opposite
technically
side,
T1 actually
and
doesn't
top
lose out
laners
on anything.
teleport down.
So T1 actually doing that really does
So
hurt
smart,
Hope.
by the way.
He wanted to pick up that big wave and bot, now can't because he has to reset. But you see here, Kael, an offensive Lulu,
그러니까 이게
trying to crack down on Gumayusi on the Ash.
세라핀이 킬 먹었다? 그러니까 여기 어차피 죽은 거라서 Jinx got the kill, but in the end it's not too
Look at that
bad.
big wave there at the end.
The swap
Like,
actually
Hope
saves it.
resets because the TP from Doran. And look at the CS at the bottom of your
라인
screen.
섭을
That's how
상대가
much he's now
매칭을 당연히
behind
하겠죠.
because of it. So even though you get the kill, it's still Gumayusi with the gold lead.
Exactly. The farm matters so much down there in the bottom lane. As we see Hope and Kael, Gumayusi and Keria, both bottom lane duos, swapped up to the top lane now as Flandra and Doran will head down to the bottom side. You can see a lot of wards here in this topside river, along with the Scuttle Crab vision in both parts of the river for the T1 side of things. And again,
yeah, this is the final. No. Tomorrow's semi-finals, by the way. So quarterfinals and semi-final happening on the same week, by the way.
T1 have a long
4강이
history
바로
with
내일입니다,
very
여러분.
potent duo
원래
lanes.
일주일 시즌
Back in
그런
the double AD
스케줄이었는데.
carry meta,
Riot
they
made
were
the
the
tournament a lot
ones most
shorter.
feared. And now,
Riot.
although it's not two AD carries
Oh
as
no,
a
Tarzan's
duo,
going top
it
again.
is
Hold on.
very
Nice!
annoying poke
Ash is
damage.
so broken
Tarzan
because of
here
that, by the way.
as well is
애쉬가
going to
저게
find
정말
his way
사기입니다.
back to
You
that
can
lane
track
and is
enemy
constantly
jungle.
going to be under attack.
Great heads up from Gumayusi though. Ends up spotting him with the
On an
hog shot.
ADC,
That
like
means that then
it's
Tarzan
so
has to
broken.
run
There's no
away
other
on
champ in the
bottom
game who can
side
do that.
Because they spotted the Sejuani top end, Owner
네,
had to sneak
지렸다.
away
아니,
this
애쉬가
Draco.
제일
Sneak
사기인
away, he's
이유가
on
저것
vision.
때문에
They have to
사기입니다.
steal it away. And it'd be a nice little early game for T1.
Yeah, and I think that's the comms there. Hey, I'm gonna just take this neutral objective, maybe play some defense on my top side jungle, and they see him as he's going in. So first dragon for T1, gold lead for T1 out of lane phase here. They do look comfortable, but AL, they learn from MSI. They're the ones with the Jinx, and they even added a Lulu on top of it. If they can get some money
아니,
into
괜찮아요.
Hope,
리넥톤은 잘하고 있습니다. 버티는 게 아니라 그냥 죽이고 있는데. 아트록스 그냥 뚜지를 패고 있죠. I mean, guys, am I the only one who can barely like watch the game? I'm too nervous. 뭔가 화면을 보기가 너무 떨리는데? It's that meme where like the TV is covered by a blanket and the guy is like sitting in a chair, lifts the blanket, looks at the TV.
Also, then you would like to go for some sort of swap here with a minute until the void
뭔가
probe.
뭔가 봐야 되긴 하는데 뭔가 보기가 싫어졌어. 뭔가네. I feel like if I look and like if I concentrate and like start focusing, like I'm gonna start cursing T1. That's what I feel like. I don't wanna ult T1, guys. 아니 이게 뭔가 말 잘못했다 진짜 부두술 진짜 장난으로 얘기하는데 정말 여기에서 진짜 장난도 안 되거든요. 뭔지 알지? 안 보고 싶은 그런 심장이 좋잖아.
power farming away when you got your
진짜
pushing
이거
lanes
사강
to
가야 돼요
work with.
정말.
Push. It works on towers.
간절합니다,
It works
정말.
with your lanes as well if they're gonna do it for
I'm
you.
sorry, Tabe. I'm
The farm
sorry,
here
AL,
looking
but
good for him,
we're
and the
desperate.
timers
T1
on
is
those
desperate
dragons are
now.
gonna be
We can't
very
end
quick.
here.
It's actually good
We have
that
to
the
make it
second
to
one
top.
is a Chem Tech dragon here. We'll
Holy
see
moly,
though.
though.
Shank's going for his reset now as well after T1 have rotated Guma over to mid.
This is the swap I was talking about, though, for Hope and Kyle. I think you need to get them out of this matchup, and Hope then you can push in bot side into getting some turret plates for them. But look at the vision that's already been set up by T1 on this bottom side, right? They know if Tarzan ever tries to make a play on the bottom side, and Guma, Yushi, and Keria clear out mid, get a farm advantage, now rotate bot, can match that push, and are constantly matching anyone's legend in those plays.
Yeah, and they're going to have a big advantage for the Void Grubs. Guma at the moment on Ashe is walking away. He can throw a long-range Ashe ultimate up there, but he's actually throwing it to stop the bottom lane recall.
Nice! Stopping their tempo huge by the way. 이거 어차피 탑에서 이거 전령 그러니까 이게 용을 챙긴 다음에 이거 탑에서 공호층까지 챙기는 타이밍이라서 애쉬에 지금 궁이 필요가 없습니다. Ashe ult is not needed, so using that to stop their tempo recall is actually huge. So now Ashe can push in the wave in quite low safety, right? Gonna be able to stop the wave then.
No contest from AL for that first Drake. Any attempted
이거
contest stopped, like you're saying, by the arrow from Gumayushi.
And it's not like it gets easier. T1 spikes so well
Jinx
off
and
with a single
Lulu's
item,
gonna be in the river though. Seen by the water?
and even
Water에
Keria
지금
as well.
룰루가 걸렸죠?
The next couple of objectives kind of feel like they're T1 favored, and at that stage it's T1 pretty much out of control before AL can really
Owner
get
is scaling fine on Mundo, like Mundo is unkillable into that comp now.
You're heavily reliant on
only way is like Jinx getting like 5 billion items and getting a reset
starting to fall behind to Doran as well.
상대 조합이 문도를 잘 못 잡는데?
AL's early game off to a bit of a struggle here in the 5th and final game of this series. You'd have to think that MSI is in the back of their minds getting to this same point against T1, nearly qualifying for that MSI final, but missing out. Owner looking maybe to try to set up for a dive down here, but Tarzan reads the play. He's ready to defend here in a 3v3, but it's still going to be another turret plate going the way of Gumayushi and Keria. The Ashe Seraphine so strong.
And Owner kind of losing some health. He misses every briefcase. He lost his passive already as well.
No. He's not missing. He's zoning.
Owner and the rest of T1 push back a little.
But the triple void clubs are doing so much value. Guma with the ultimate.
Okay, Guma just walks out. It's fine. 상대가 이니시가 강력한 편은 아니죠. 세전이 궁 빼고는. Gumayushi has cleanse, and the only initiation they have is 세전이 ulti. He just cleanse that.
So many times before from T1. And as long as they can continue to chip away at this turret, they're getting the goal they want. Hope is being denied some of that CS, and you're even sharing some of that experience with Tarzan.
Tarzan's not done.
Yeah, Tarzan wants to make the play here yet again. Gumayushi and Keria trying to get away. Once more, the zap doesn't connect. Gumayushi sidestepping that the same way he did in the last time Tarzan came
I know they don't have
lane.
many engages, but like getting beat up too much, you know what I mean?
Here.
Those are the
They
things.
can't just throw out the Glacial Prison on Gumayushi because he has the cleanse.
Exactly.
Okay.
He can just hover on that side. He's not scared of the Sejuani at all. They complete the push, and they do get the early rotation over to the Dragon that we were talking about, and the stacking should
Seems
continue.
like a Dragon for us, and we can push another wave bot. Unless he stays on it. 상대가 먼저 뺀다. 와, 바텀 뺐다. 나이스. Okay, Jinx didn't recall. Watch out for Jinx ulti! Jinx doesn't have ulti, but it's coming up.
He's gonna have ult advantage. That is.
Oh, Owner hitting the briefcase. Look at the damage coming through from him. Okay, Owner pressing R. 붕 누르고. Okay, nice. Jinx ult is gonna come out in like 8 seconds. So us rushing there, Dragon was so important. 징크스 공이 1200이라서 굉장히 위험한데 당입니다. 아까 바텀 교정에서 사용됐죠.
will deal with pressure when all of the eyes are on you and you have to perform, and it just comes down to a single game, and sometimes even in that game a single moment. AL right now are losing so much.
Oh my gosh,
on the
Owner
map.
has Heartsteel
T1
already.
constantly just pushing
And
in,
my
gaining
tracker
little
broke.
advantages,
Even my V2
objective
model's
after
breaking.
objective
Okay.
going their way.
And in these sorts of situations, you like to fall back to your basics.
Okay, there it is. I'm back.
Guys like Tarzan and Kyle, who
아니.
AL played through for so much of this.
모델 버추얼 모델까지 지금 망가지고 있어.
지금
정신 나가겠는데.
Could be the one under pressure, wants to fire back into the T1
Okay, Owner doesn't have ulti. Just run. Oh my, or just let Owner die. Just let Owner die. Oh my gosh. Faker might have to flash as well. Okay, Faker does get one. Okay, maybe it's better that he didn't flash his dead anyways.
Anyone's Legend got exactly what they needed.
Anyone's Legends found the TP spot where T1
포커스가 갈렸습니다. 세라핀이 2를 신드라한테 박아야 되는데 like we have to focus one person, but Ash ult hits. Look at that. Seraphim's trying to target Sejuani, meanwhile Ash is targeting like Shanks on Syndra. Like, what is going on? Oner didn't have ulti yet. Because he used it for Dragon. I feel like he wasted a Dragon actually. People trying to W the Jinx Rocket, but Jinx Rocket already connected.
They get even more than that. And
please tell me this is a dream, guys. Please tell me this is a
There is a
fucking dream.
reason that this man is one of 3 non-Korean top laners to ever win Worlds. There's a reason why the LPL has relied on him before, and just now, Anyone's Legend once more find themselves being carried in the back of Flandre.
It's not just Europe that has nightmares of Aatrox at Worlds this time. The LPL Aatrox is such a raid boss in so many huge moments in the history of League of Legends esports. It looked like back in that fight, it was Faker's rebuttal on the
포커싱
Mel.
갈리지만 않으면 이길 수 있어요. We just have to focus one person.
But Hope getting 2
and
kills
I think we're
there.
fine. We can still win
This is so
this.
big for the Jinx to not fall behind and make sure that he stays on tempo to be relevant in this game. 4 stacks left on the call before he cashes in, and Hope's gonna have a gold lead over Gumayushi.
If he also Sejuani to kill her, good old crumbling.
With the way that this
Bro,
game
what do you
started.
mean?
Anyone's Legend.
That's no one's fault. They just focus 2 different targets. It's the same thing. You can say the same shit about Syndra. If Seraphine just full combos on Syndra, who got hit by the Ashar, she can't move. She just explodes, and then we just get the objective, right?
When it comes towards Dragons, Anyone's Legend.
Oh my god, I'm getting rage baited by chat again. I'm not getting one guy.
He did so much
It's
work
no one's
on
fault.
the Mordekaiser in the
It's like
previous
a
game. But in the end, it
like even if a
wasn't
Baron is a
enough.
good call,
This
if
time around,
half your team doesn't
setting
want
up
to
for
do
the
Baron
team as
and they
well,
back
and
away, you can't do Baron.
Trying to put as many resources into the Jinx
Same
as they
thing.
possibly can. Jinx as
Are you
well
hiding
with
in
a
the
nice little
blanket right now?
interrupt
I mean,
here
I want to
onto
cover the
Doran,
screen with a blanket, but I
which is
can't
gonna
do
give
that. I have to
Flandre a
watch.
little bit of extra tempo. They continue to interrupt
Hide-
again, I
hide the
believe.
screen.
That was the redemption used to interrupt the second recall from
Close my
Doran.
eyes.
It's a 1-to-1 game for the snipes from the AD carries to interrupt these recalls. Now Doran popping the Dominus to make sure that he can clear the wave and stay healthy enough to avoid the dive that he knows is coming.
Breathe in,
If they're
breathe
using
out,
Super
breathe
Mega
in,
Death
breathe out,
Rocket
breathe in,
and the
breathe out.
Redemption, you know they've got to have some kind of a follow-up. So that'll force the ulti of the Renekton.
I'm running out of
and it
copium. Do you
forces
guys
it
have any
right
extra?
as the Rift
I need the
Herald
copium.
spawns.
And that's what I was going to say. Hope's ultimate will be back up sooner than the Dominus. Same when you look at that redemption. But the timing for AL, it feels like, is not about the Rift Herald. It's about going for this bot lane turret instead.
Exactly. This is the first turret of the game. That's going to win them the feats as well.
That's okay.
There's
We already
all of
have
the
2
monster
dragons,
strength for the side
first
of
bot
T1.
tower,
There's already
whatever.
warfare for the side
Fine.
of AL.
We get
They're
the
saying,
Herald. It's fine.
Take the Herald. That'll get you a
괜찮아.
turret later. We've
전령
already got a
먹고
turret now alongside feats of warfare.
이제 3용 타이밍 때
And how
전령
far do you
사용
wanna
됩니다.
push? Is
Dragon
T1,
spawning in
you see
50 seconds.
Faker
We can
trying to
use
clear
the
that top
heralds
wave, but
for
you have to be
dragon
so
timing.
careful and excited Jinx
For
trying to
the
rip
fight.
through that
We don't even have
play
to
on the
use
bottom
it.
side. T1 don't overcommit for the top lane. Instead,
Are we using
respecting
a
this,
top for the tower? I
and
don't
they will
even think
just
we have
back
to use
away.
it for that. Like we already lost
coming
first
to
bot tower.
life here, putting pressure back on
3용 타이밍 때 이제 전령 있는 거 되게 큽니다. 이게 한 탑 때 사용할 수 있어서 합승이 가능하고 운전도 가능하고
Doran trying his best to get
괜찮아.
some defensive vision for himself. This is also a map with the hex gates, so you have to worry
Actually,
about
use
some of
it
those
mid,
very
yeah.
quick
You can also
plays,
use it mid.
getting right
You can
back
use it
out
for a lot of
and trying to
situations.
take advantage of those small timing windows. At the moment, the side lane, the long lane, is actually the Syndra. Shanks is all the way down there for AL, so he's got to be very cautious about pushing that one out. He bides his time in the brush before deleting the minion wave and then can rotate over to the rest of the team.
And even though they did throw the lead that they had when AL was able to punish with Flandra's TP to join the fight in the last big engage that we saw in that topside river. T1 still has the first 2 Drakes to their name. If they can secure this third one that has just now spawned, they'll be on Soul Point on a Hex Tech Rift. A very scary situation for AL to then have to deal with. AL knows it, and they've brought everybody to the party nice and early to control
There it
the
is,
bottom
Dragon
side
timing
river.
using
Now,
the
Doran
Herald.
is still up on the top side of the map, taking
Nice.
down that
Okay,
tier
TP
1
coming through
turret,
from
but he's
Renekton,
gonna
by
go
the way.
ahead and
Renekton
decide
온다,
to
Renekton 온다.
teleport now to join up with the rest of the
Don't
team.
be impatient.
The
We
Rift
have a
Herald
good
is
wave
coming
mid.
up mid.
미드
Flandre
웨이브는
separated from the
우리
rest of
편이고
AL,
전령
and there's
있죠?
chunks of the AL health
They're the
bar.
one who's impatient.
T1
상대가
staying
급해.
mostly grouped
상대가
up.
급해.
Keep your eyes
우리는
on
웨이브
Terry
좋아요,
over the wall.
상태가.
The arrow collides, but it's only on to Shank, and he's at a safe distance.
Okay,
so
Doran,
no
Doran
real
doing a
value
lot of
there.
damage into
Redemption
Flandre.
coming in. Seraphine
What are
ulti,
you
no
cooking?
value.
Oh my god,
Oner's gonna be in
Carrier,
some danger
please.
as immediately Tarzan jumps
What
in
is
the middle of
Carrier
everyone
cooking,
and has to try
guys?
to flash away. Flandre on the flank.
He didn't need to
Drake
flash. I think he was trying to flash over the wall, but thank God he failed. I think that would have costed him his life and costed him the team fight, because Jinx would have got passive
they are on
passive
a
problem.
knife's edge right now. Everybody very antsy with some of these abilities being thrown out.
And we get the tower too. They have to
T1,
reset.
they win out. They get the
와,
dragon. They're gonna
진짜
get the
다행이다.
tower as well.
와.
This is gonna chop down on the gold.
Okay, guys,
Yeah,
this
they're
is not bad.
basically getting top tower as well, because that so much damage went through before Doran TP'd. That'll go down with a stiff freeze. So at this stage, anyone's legend. They really needed to try and find something there, but again, like your Jinx hasn't come online. You're sitting on one item like Shanks. You did get one hero play, but in the straight front to back, this is where T1 are just so strong with the composition that they have.
Yeah, you can tell. So Tarzan had to play the mind game with Mel, and he goes in with the Q.
마공한
and then
3명. 오,
Faker's
그러니까
gonna go for the
애쉬랑
reflection,
지금
so then he holds the ultimate,
세라핀
but then
애쉬?
they've already taken enough
거기다
damage,
멜?
so then as he's going out, he throws his ultimate
마공요?
back, and there's no engage there.
너무
But we also
맛있는데?
saw, you know,
먹을 수만 있다면.
T1 themselves just throwing
영혼이
out
웬
Ash
슬로우로
ultimates, not
광역
having
슬로우로
anyone in place
걸어줘가지고.
fall up there, and then carry
Yeah, this is
trying
the
to snipe over the
best
wall,
soul
but
we can
Carol
ask for
also not finding
with
the
our comp,
engage.
and we have
And then
3
if
dragons, some
all of
points
that is
secured.
down, then T1 are just going to win
Don't
out
want our
with
ulti,
the,
but that's actually very good news for us, because we have Mel, we have Ashe, and Seraphine. All of them can be proccing like massive slows. We don't even need to be Rallas on Mel. Just if she gets the soul, that is. If we were able to get the soul.
Either way, he wasn't quite able to connect.
T1 drafting is so good. Yeah,
Still,
technically
T1 gets the objective.
speaking,
They're gonna
the
continue
window
to
should
push
be
out waves,
unkillable.
Now we just wait 3 minutes until 3:30 until that dragon is up, that potential dragon soul for T1. And as long as they don't end up over forcing out Atacon and anyone's legend find a fight, it feels like T1 should be able to brute force their way in once more.
Total gold 7,000 for both.
아, 요즘 근데 미드라이너들이 다 저렇게 갑니다. 신드라 템이랑 똑같죠? 요즘 다 저렇게 가기 때문에. 빅토르도 저런 템 가고 막 그러더라고. 후에이즈도. All the mid laners have been going like the Blackfire Torch, like they don't really go Ludens or...
But remember that they do have the feats of strength claimed, so once he upgrades the Berserker's Greaves, he can upgrade even further.
They don't go like the tiers, like...
going to have to step up for AL.
All of that.
And it's going to be hard for him to get the first kill because of the durability of
I'm
this
buying your R
frontline
button, please, Fevi.
empowered by a Seraphine. As long as Carrier's
What do you
position
mean? My hands are not
is
even on
good,
my keyboard.
Owner can walk on the front line, and they start out with a little bit of poke here.
Yeah, they wanted to at least get the cleanse out of Hope there with the arrow, but
아까 형 카짤부터 올릴 줄 알았다?
Tarzan recognizes what might be
페이커 선수가 이번 롤드컵 때 딜템밖에 안 가고 있는데 뭔 소리야. 막 탈리아로 막 라바돈부터 3코 라바돈. 굉장히... Okay, Hope is actually really low. TP got stopped though. Oh, no, it was their TP, never mind.
For AL, heals up Kyle and
this is
Hope.
fine.
Pings coming out from T1 towards that top side, looking
텔포가
at the
끊겨.
Otacon.
다행이다.
Hope takes so much poke off the back
Aatrox
of it.
cancel TP though. You can't cancel TP anymore.
With the TP from Faker.
We're not gonna
Exactly, and they
TP.
know that Flandra doesn't
We're
have
not
a
gonna stop this
TP, so Flandra has to walk all the way from the bottom side. He's going to do it though. Pincer on Doran.
But
Doran,
I'm sure
please.
T1 have it in their minds what happened at the Otacon in the previous game.
Don't
They
throw an
do not
Otacon.
want to
Yes.
overstay. They do
Do
not
not
want
throw.
to force on this
However,
objective.
don't give them a free
Shred that
Otacon.
tanky front line that you're talking about.
You know what I mean?
And let Hope start to get some
They checked
resets.
with redemption,
Now
but there's
AL
no
moving
words
in.
left for
They're
carry.
gonna start up the Otacon. TP
But
ready
they have to
to
fight
rock.
this.
T1 side. Otacon loses
근데
his
이거
patience.
근데 오히려
AL
상대가
have to be
뭉쳐있는데?
careful.
Enemy team is tanking
Flandra here on
Otacon.
the
They're
side.
actually
He's
gonna be
find
like
Doran,
minus
who
MR.
finds him as
Oh my gosh, the Jordan's getting caught! The Jordan getting Tarzan! Oh my gosh, yes! Oh my god, wait, please, Doran, can we flash out? Oh my gosh, Jinx is excited, please. Carry has to run. Okay, run.
Gumayusi right beside him. Flandra here in the front line as Owner's gonna be chopped up. The Mundo dies. Hope's on a killing spree. Flandra going forward.
Faker damage! Faker did so much damage there! Oh my gosh, can we secure this? Wait, Faker has his passive. Can he proc on the Otacon? That's broken if that's broken if that is. Nice, Faker! Faker got the Otacon, that's so huge! That's literally 2k gold for us!
Wins those every time.
Oh my gosh. Holy Mel! Faker! The goat of League of Legends!
Anyone's agent look like they failed the fight where they pull the Otacon away.
Oh
they
my gosh, that ult not connecting on Ashe was so tragic.
Here. But with the charm onto Tarzan, you can see the ultimate from Shanks
Doran
gets them
immediately
set up.
popped
But
it.
Guma
Hope was getting
Carrier
his
able to
passive.
move into towards his
Guma had to
top
flash
side.
out early.
And at that stage,
Owner was getting
anyone's legend trying to
completely
group onto
grinded
Owner.
by the
They
Otacon
killed
too.
the jungler. We have a chance to smite. But Faker
와,
gets
저
the
아트록스가
kill
궁에
onto
죽어서
Flandra, and
정말
then the
다행입니다.
follow-up
와우,
onto the
that Aatrox
Otacon as
sign there
well.
was so important by the way.
Oh, now they're on the hunt once again. Wow.
This Mel
There's
pick
these
is
big
turning out to be
moments.
amazing for us, but I don't want to say anything anymore. No glazing at all.
Wait a second, Faker draws the dragon out. Are we actually going to get the engage here? Tarzan and Kyle wrapping around the outside.
This is massive. If T1 gets it, it's a Hex Soul 23 minutes into the game. AL knows they cannot afford to give that away. Hope looking for a little bit of poke, only finds Owner. AL with Shanks off to the side, looking to try to get some important burst there.
They
with
don't
the
have the
Syndra.
kills.
One quick stun on the door.
They don't have the kills. We can just one-shot the Syndra.
On the Mel. Rebuttal timing is also going to be huge.
This is gonna be our Dragon Soul, but I don't know if we wanna. I don't know if I want to 50-50 this, because Jinx is gonna get excited if they do get it. 징크스가 신난다 터지면 안 되긴 하거든요. 그거 조심해야 돼. 그냥 솔직히 말해서 저 샹크스 선수가 여기서 얄짱거리는데 플래시 있어서 그러거든. 아 저거 진짜 어떻게 안 되나라는 생각이 지금. If Syndra oversteps, we can just immediately turn on Syndra. Oh my gosh, there it is, there it is!
AL's mid laner is under
What?
pressure, but he gets away for
How couldn't
now.
we find
Doran
anything there?
creating space. Dragon
Shouldn't
at
they?
40%.
That ult was so good.
Still nearby, but so is Owner. Dragon losing patience. Flandra's World Ender is about to expire. Doran still here on the front line. Hit for the Q1 of Flandra. Owner at about half HP. Shanks looking for a little bit more. Dragon at 2K. Glacial Prison fired out.
Oh my gosh, Owner got it, thank goodness, but Hope is excited. The slows are massive though. Slows are massive from the Dragon. Faker's in danger, Faker connects the E! W coming from Faker! He might have the flash, he does have flash, okay, nice. Oh my gosh, Faker. Okay, well, he misses E though. He needed E with Tarzan instead. I mean, at least Owner secured the Dragon, that's huge. Dragon Soul secured.
3 kills to AL.
근데 이거 3킬 준 거라서 좀 많이 아프긴 하다.
It's not
You
quite
have to
up
also
yet,
have to
but
get mid
anyone's
tower, by the way.
legend
You can't really
getting more
protect this.
gold into their pockets. T1 getting the Hex
근데 이거 용 진짜 운 좋은 거 알아? Getting the Hextech Soul here is so crazy good. Any other Dragon Soul, this fight would be not worth it. I mean, like, we landed such a good ult on Syndra. I can't believe Seraphine didn't fucking all that shit. I'm sad. 아니, 세라핀이 방금 근데 어떻게 안 됐나? 신드라한테 애쉬공 꽂았을 때 무조건 거기에다가 연기가 됐어야 됐는데 신드라 저 알짱거리는 거 그냥 바로 자르고 봤으면 얼마나 좋았을까. Game is still losable. Every game is losable. You can be 14k ahead and still lose the game.
Couldn't quite get the damage onto the targets that were falling. Never got excited.
We saw that from
never able to
DNF.
follow up and really use that pocket Lulu to turn that fight completely in their favor. And now Baron on the cards.
야, 만골드 차이도 칠 수 있고 2판도 칠 수 있고 지금 3,000골드 차이로 지고 있긴 한데 용 영혼의 그 밸류가 아타칸도 그렇고 like we have the Atacon which just gives us adaptive force worth gold. 그 적응력 능력치를 주는 아타칸 거기다가 이제 경험치까지 거기다가 이제 용 4개 패시브랑 용 영혼의 패시브까지 하면은 골드 차이가 실제로 별로 안 난다고 생각하시면 됩니다. 좋게 생각하는 거지. 근데 실제로 안 나요. 실제로. 저게 생각보다 그 아타칸 You're tanky, but you're not that tanky. Is he gonna R? I think Faker's gonna R. He can't R. Boom. Okay, can someone tell Owner to understand how Mundo works? I don't understand. I don't think he understands how Mundo works.
They will move over towards the Baron as Shanghai erupts.
Doran, Keria, and Gumayushi, 3v5 if nothing else. They need to stop the Baron from going over to AL right now.
아니 근데 문도가 근데 이거 우리가 이거 밀어낼 수 있나요? Okay, Guma's kiting. They're hitting Keria. Okay, Guma got the jungler. Nice flash from the Q3. Guma against the world. Guma, please. Oh my god, look at him! Look at him! Just oh my gosh, just one more attack! What's the oh my gosh, at least we stopped the Baron, guys. Guma literally stopped the Baron alone. Holy. Space gliding. Project Asher Nay? No. Kiane.
AL just delete Dr. Mundo.
And they manage
now that's called some space gliding right there. I mean, Keria tanked everything, but he didn't have flash, so he didn't have a choice there, did he? Really perfect flash from Guma to dodge the Q3. Oh my, look at that A-clicky.
Even at the start of the fight before this, it was Hope who had Tarzan
A
jump in
clicking
front
like
of Gumayushi's arrow
my.
that denied
와 진짜
the
근데 이건
follow-up
너무
for T1,
아깝다.
that kept the Jinx alive.
어차피 근데
that
바로
kept
막은 게
the
다야.
LPL
거기서
alive
킬결하는
in
거에
this game.
최선이라서. I mean, even if you kill Aatrox, like nothing happens. Just 300 gold. Like, who cares about 300 gold? We stopped the fucking Baron, but we're satisfied, right?
And game 5 Jinx Flowers. Can Hope carry this one? He has double
캐리어 조금만 더 잘해줘. 아니 세라핀 진짜 제발 궁 이번 판 궁 맛있는 거 좀 안 나오고 있습니다. 괜찮아? 지금 잘하면 돼. 그리고 문도가 뭔가 문도 숙련도가 의심되는 장면들이 나오고 있거든요. 생각보다 문도가 겁나 단단한데 여러분 아시잖아요. 문도 해보시면 알지만 생각보다 한 번에 빵 터진다. 이게 딱 어그로를 살짝 끌면서 궁으로 이제 체력이 막 차면서 거기에서 이 W를 이게 딱 걸리고. 문도 is such a weird champion by the way because you have to actually be very good at your
in this game
W.
have that opportunity to cut through some of these beefy front lines and
W has to be reactivated in order to get your HP back. 딱 체력이 확 차는 그게 있거든. 메커니즘. 그러니까 문도 생각보다 이게 챔프 숙련도가 조금 유의하는 그런 챔프 중에 하나입니다. 옛날엔 좀 무식했는데 요즘은 조금 더 어려워. 그래서 탑에서 라인전도 되게 빡세더라고. Yeah, it has to be reactivated on them. Exactly. Always talks about it because everyone thinks that Mundo's such a broken champion, brain dead, never kill. But like Mundo's actually very it's a lot more complex than you think. Yes. And you have to know your limits because you do just instantly pop before your ult heals you.
The Elder Drake, the great equalizer, the objective to end the game. We're not even 30 minutes in, and this thing is about to spawn. Pings coming out from both sides. As you can see, AL take to the bot side, River first.
All eyes on Hope. Kael is sticking with him. The Pocket Lulu to keep him safe. Pocket Lulu. Flash at the ready.
Lulu.
You think of the teams that have stood in this position before.
If you watch my old YouTube video, I literally -1 for Hope. That's great. I had a YouTube video where my old YouTube video I talk about Lulu like ooh.
That are taking T1 the distance. That may just find their chances. This Elder Dragon.
Okay, Tarzan eating a little
Can't
bit of
believe I
damage
used to
there.
say
Will lose the
ooh.
Arctic
That's
armor.
crazy.
Hope does not want
Dark
to suffer
days.
any poke here. As
Old
T1
feviknight.
will strut into the bot side river. Shanks taking the
Can we,
hex
like,
gate, making sure he
can we
doesn't
actually
get
just
caught
get an
out.
Ashe Seraphine
Does
old
not
combo,
want to try to
please, for
stay
the
there
sake
and
of-
look for a pincer that could get him caught. AL backing away from the pit now with Keria starting up the Elder. Just a little bit of damage over the wall to make sure that AL are not
God,
going
we're
to
flipping
begin that
Elder.
one
Oh my
themselves.
goodness.
Elder
Don't flip
aggroed by
Elder,
T1
please.
here. As now it's going to
Okay,
reset.
we're getting vision
AL, they
control.
sent
That's
Flandre
huge,
into the
by the
mid
way.
lane to answer the
이거
wave,
너무
clear that
맛있다.
one out. The rest of
진짜
AL
너무
remaining by the Drake.
You have to be so careful as AL. One of these spells lands and that Hextech so slows you. It can give T1 the opportunity to chase you down. As Flandre on the reset picked up his GA.
Okay, T1.
No, don't flip it. Don't flip it. Don't flip it.
Now. Hope wants to grab
아니
the red ball.
포킹하라고. 마공겸이잖아. 마공겸원이잖아. 포킹하라고.
Elder Drake started, but so
아니 용 이거 하지 말라고. 용 하지 말라고. Flandre. Yes. No flash. Noper. Flandre, thank you. Oh my god, please. Can we actually kill him for once? No, my gosh, please kill him. Okay, not bad. 오, 괜찮은데 한타 개 좋은데 이거. This is such a good angle for Mel to do a billion damage, please. Oh my gosh, the E connected. Shut down for Faker. What the hell, please? Just end the game. Can we end the game from that? 31 minutes. 잠시만 이거 어떻게 안 되냐? Oh my gosh, please. Can we just turn it? Okay. Seraphine shields, huge. Okay, good E. Owner, your W. Oh my god,
Flandre's got the kill. Solar snare on Hope, but it's not going to do any more.
Faker's guys. Faker's
back in here for the Q1.
Guma's low as well.
Engage on Gumayushi, but he cannot find him. Flandre over the wall.
Faker, please. Come on, help. Okay, let's go. Faker, help me.
Out team fighting to win legend for another delayed ace. T1 kite into the
Faker was so and he had enough mana for R. Oh my gosh, thank goodness. He leveled up to 16 and he had R. Oh my.
It's Kael that is up. But can they stand
다
against so
진짜 한 끗
many
차이였는데.
members
I'm
of
not
T1?
gonna lie.
Doran
Owner
goes
needs
out
to
push
never
his
play
wave,
Mundo again
and
after
just
this
a
game.
moment,
Not gonna
all
lie.
5 members
야,
of
오너 선수
T1
문도 금지.
will amass around the Elder.
Owner doesn't understand his champion. He thinks that his champion is unkillable. You have to understand your champion. Yeah, Oguma was gliding. Faker was completely auto-attacking him in safe spacing perfectly. Carrying and surfing was really good though. He was landing all the E's here. Okay, we got this. Okay, nice.
This now becomes a game of delaying, of trying to deny T1 from taking down the Nexus. Having both of these buffs means that they can tear through
Okay, no more jinxing. I'm not gonna talk anymore. We can still lose, guys. TC sir, 진짜. Elder Dragon?
What are they even going to do? You
doesn't
have
matter.
to try and
Dragon
turtle
Soul doesn't matter. Ataka, 32 minutes in the game. No, doesn't matter. Just one bite, guys.
Now. The Elder, the Baron, the Soul, the Otacon, every possible advantage you could have in League of Legends, T1 commands for the next 2 minutes.
While everyone else at Worlds are trying to earn
근데
their
진짜 뭐라고 안
legacy,
할게요. 진짜 부드스 안 걸 거야.
has already been cemented
Like
in
literally,
history,
anything can
and
happen.
T1
We cannot
will assault the
assume
base.
anything right
Here
now.
comes the push.
Technically
Baron empowered,
speaking,
Elder
okay?
empowered. T1 are on the warpath.
T1 just going straight to the enemy base. Tier 3 turret doesn't
The crazy
stand
part is
a
Jinx is in
chance.
5.
Inhibitor knocked down
징크스가
right after.
노플이긴 해서
Tarzan and Hope
지금 이거
needing to
AL도
join up
지금
with the
싸우면 안
rest of the
됩니다.
team.
AL can't
The
really
tier 2
fight right
over in
now.
mid still
Obviously
standing
for Elder
now.
and Baron.
There's still half the duration left on the Elder Dragon.
That's all that anyone's Legend are trying to do. They will lose the top inhibitor, but they managed to take out the wave in mid. Flandre pushed in that bottom wave, and with just a little bit of time left on this Elder Dragon, how much more can T1 get?
Do you believe in the Game 5 jinx? The hope for LPL right now. The hope for AL.
Well, it's gonna need a lot more than just some hopes, some dreams, some prayers. They're gonna need this Elder timer to expire if they want to have a chance against T1, who now have nearly a 3,000 gold lead on top of all those buffs. Elder getting down very low.
Seraphine doesn't have
About
the kills.
30, 20 seconds
Hiccups
or
will
so
jump.
left here
Doesn't have
on
either.
this buff. The next wave about to arrive, and you know T1 are going to force their way in for a second lane of super minions. Doran guiding the top lane minions up now as well.
Okay, inhibitor down, inhibitor down.
Falls, and
We can try to
T1
leash for
are
the
looking for the
Nexus
end of the
towers,
game.
yes?
The Elder's got
Nexus
15
towers.
seconds left on it.
Have to watch out here.
T1 guiding the Baron up minions
이칼이
toward
나온
the
건
Nexus
아니라서
turret.
세조안이 궁만 조심하면 될 것
Not hitting
같은데?
a target.
Just watch out for
Flandre
세조안이
and the
ult
rest of AL
doesn't.
scrambling to try to defend.
까비.
Nexus turret's down to about half HP.
Owner, pop your ult. Okay, nice. Owner has ulti. Huge. Oh my gosh, Flandre. Flandre. T1 Flandre. Okay, hit the Nexus. Tower, hit the Nexus. Nexus 제발.
And yet again, T1 turns the page of the LPL.
Oh my gosh, we did it. We fucking won. We won. Oh my gosh. Oh my, I am going to cry. I'm gonna cry.
And today will be no
아니 진짜 이걸 이긴다고. 와 씨.
It's another chalk
마지막 판까지 너무 떨렸다 진짜로.
one-sided scoreboard for T1. As
Even
they
the bad
take
thing
to the
was
stage
so
in
lost for
Shanghai,
me.
securing semi-finals.
He won't make it.
And one more date with an LPL squad.
T1 made it.
12
T1
and
made it.
0
T1 made it.
in Worlds Best of Fives over
T1 made it.
12
Reverse sweep.
years
T1
for
made it.
Faker. T1 remains the nightmare of LPL teams at the height of League of Legends competition.
But man, it was close. AL pushed them to the absolute limits. Respect.
And they will now take the stage to bow to the home crowd. It is heartbreaking for them. They came so close. But once more again, T1 just better on the day, better in those clutch moments. And I'm going to send it to our better halves of the desk to break it all down for us.
Thank you so
Am I
much.
stupid
And
from crying?
absolutely wonderful cast of what was an unbelievable best of 5.
No.
And what was also
Oh my
a
gosh.
stellar
He's
game
crying.
5 to watch. But the emotions
No,
on the
everyone
losing
crying.
side,
We're crying. They're crying. Everyone is crying.
can't be in their place,
This
but
is
I
what
can
it's
feel
all
how
about,
much it
guys.
hurts.
It's the
Emily,
emotions, the
you saw
competition.
that they had it in the palm of their hand at certain moments in this game, but
Oh
it
my
all
gosh.
goes away
Yeah, I mean this team has accomplished so much.
이걸 어떻게
throughout
이겼지?
the year. I know that's not
이걸
a
어떻게
comfort
이겼지?
now, but like I said, this team with adding Tarzan, adding Flandra, the things they were able to accomplish throughout the season, they were my personal favorite team to watch in LPL because of their play style, because of how they could punch up against teams that, like on paper, should have been better than them.
We were on the
right?
verge
So,
of losing, by
but
the
it's
way.
a very crushing
와,
loss.
감사합니다.
And on the
Thank you
other
very
side,
much.
elation once
Thank you
again.
for
We
the
asked
follow,
the
get this
question
off.
at the beginning of
And
the
thank you for the
day:
bits.
Is it
Watching.
happening? Will it be just
you
a
for the follow, get
rerun
this
versus the
off,
LPL, Maurits?
Thank you, I hope
did
box.
say
Thank you
at
for
the
gifting
end,
us all. Thank you for the
cannot
sub as
bet
well. 12
against
months.
T1, and you were right.
You gotta take the it's happening sign now.
Okay, well,
there we go.
I guess it is happening, and words really fail to describe the breadth of emotions that you have after a series like this, right?
Yeah, that was so good.
There is so much elation, there is so much devastation for the team that gets knocked out, and even though it's no solace right now, this is why we do it, right? This is the sport. All the moments, that bot lane fight, the steals, the turn from Andre in a desperate attempt to cling on to the game, Mundo and
Into
Mel.
semi-finals, which is in 2 days, by the way. Semi-finals is in 2 days.
Me and Kobe were
아니 상황이 지금 이틀 후야. 그리고 여러분, 말이 돼 이게? No way we play tomorrow, right? They at least give us 1 day to rest. 다른 팀들은 지금 근데 일찍 경기한 팀들은 준비할 시간이 굉장히 많았습니다. 근데 우리는 지금 하루밖에 안 남았거든. T1 is who, y'all? We're doing the draw show, I think. We're gonna do the draw show. Faker doing that different in the back. It's a Faker. Oh my gosh, she's
absolutely crazy. I'm really happy I was here to see this and see all the emotions, because I think I saw a microcosm of the emotions on stage and in the arena in U2. Because that game 5 and the back and forth, right? The times that I heard, it's over. No, we're back. It's over. No, we're back. It's over. No, we're back.
아니 울다가 웃으면은 이거 그 유명한 그게 있는데 when you start laughing after crying, there's a saying in Korean about
both teams had the home advantage, which is just such a luxury.
Who's on stage? Do you see who's on stage?
Oh, there he is again. Of course.
I mean, you have something to explain to this arena, also knowing that
Let's go
in the next round. Yeah, I wonder what the GOAT has to say. He must be feeling very relieved and happy once again. And let's say he also put on an absolutely stellar performance, we have to say. It will be Jackson and Fanny who are on stage with Faker in the Verizon post-game interview with live translations provided by G-Sun.
各位好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人刘航。我们要恭喜 T1 获得了这场
Oh my god, the
比赛
series
胜
he
利。来
played
到赛
so
后采访
fucking
环节的
well,
嘉
by
宾
the
是
way.
T1 的中单选手 Faker， 欢迎 Faker 来先跟所有的召唤师们打一个招呼吧。
먼저 인사 한마디 부탁드리겠습니다.
大家好，我是 Faker。
欢迎 Faker。
Thank you so much, Faker, and thank you so much for joining the interview.
鏖战5局，最终 T1 拿下了比赛的胜利，而且也成功进入到了本次全球总决赛的4强。我想知道的是，此时此刻 Faker 你现在最大的感受，在打完这个 BO5 之后是什么？
먼저 승리 축하드립니다.
Congratulations on the victory. It was a very close best of 5 series.
오늘 좀 경기 마친 소감이 어땠는지
How do you feel about the match today, and how do you feel about advancing to the semifinals?
AL이 워낙 강한 상대라서 오늘 굉장히 즐거운
He doesn't even look
경기를 할수 있을
face.
거라고 생각했는데 실제로 너무
아니 우리만 울고 불고 웃고 울고 나 페이커 선생님은 지금 아무렇지도 않은데 뭐야? Faker's completely normal. We're crying, we're laughing, we're crying, we're clapping.
A great series together, and it actually
Faker's just like
happened.
another day in the
Because
office.
the opponents were very strong. We were able to
Another
make
day in
this
the office
great
for
match
Faker.
together.
今天能够给大家带来这么帅气的一场比赛。
也是给
Thank
到
you,
AL
Martin, for
足
gifting
够的
5
夸
subs
赞
to the
，AL
RP for the
确实也
70
展
months.
现了
Really
足够
appreciate
的
it.
韧
Thank
性。
you.
那在此前的瑞士轮，他们也是
Oh
接连
my
战胜了
gosh.
来自 LCK 赛区的 HLE 以及真奇2支战队。
I'm off to
所以
go
你
lie
们
down
在
after
准
this,
备这
guys.
场对阵
Ain't gonna
AL 的
lie.
BO5 之前，你们会认为这场比赛获
세상에
胜的关键对于 T1
팬들
来说
심장으로
应该是
서커스하고.
스위스 스테이지에서 사실
In the
에어는
Swiss
Another
stage,
day in the office, another
AL
Friday for Faker.
was able to beat HLE and Gen G.
준비하면서 오늘
So
승리할 수 있는
how did
포인트가
T1 prepare for this
있다면
best of 5
무엇인가요?
series up against AL?
가장 중요한 거는 이제 저희가 최대한 실수를 줄여야 된다는 점이었던 것 같고, 그리고 또 이제 이런 경기에서는
Gumo was
좀
gliding.
그
Oh
공도
my,
많이
like
따라줘야
actually,
된다고
though, everyone
생각했기
was
때문에
locked in.
저희가
Yeah,
할 수
there were
있는
mistakes
최선을
here and there,
준비하면서
but in the end,
실수를
it's a
줄이려고
team game. Everyone
하면서
came together, pulled
최선을
through.
다했던 것 같습니다.
take turns carrying.
The most important thing was reducing our mistakes. And in this kind of a critical matches and important moment, you also got to get a little lucky. So we were doing our best in order to do
I need a heart rate
our
monitor
best
for
in terms of
stream.
preparation and reduce our mistakes.
最后一局决胜局，Faker 选择了梅尔这个英雄，有点出其不意。其实之前玩的并不多，最后一局把这个英雄掏出来，你当时是怎么去考虑的？
사실 오늘 5세트 보니까
와 진짜 나는 진짜 오늘 끝난 줄 알았어. I thought it was over.
T1 locked in mail for you.
어, 5세트
Could you
같은
walk us through the
경우에는 좀
draft?
미드 챔피언이 많이 빠지기도 했고 좀 대치 상황이 좀 많이 나올 것 같다고 생각을 해서 그렇게 선택을
Type 1 in the chat if you love Faker, guys.
As we headed on to game 5,
Type 1 in
there
the
were
chat if you
11
love Faker.
already. So many mid lane champions removed.
페이커 선생님 사랑하면은
So
1번,
I thought Mel was a
채팅으로
really
1번.
good champion when it comes to dancing around some
而且真的让我
objectives.
们看到了 Faker 的英雄时，出道至今职业生涯已经玩过将近90个不同的英雄了。如果我记得没错的话，应该是89个，所以掌声也可以送给 Faker 好吗？真的是令人尊敬的对手。
Unkillable Demon King hasn't lost to LPL
落后的情况下，后
and the
来
record
又
keeps
连追
going.
2分
Wow.
这样的画面，
진짜 LPL 상대로
太多
지지 않는 그거 진짜 뭔가
每每
있나?
当
와.
T1 陷入到悬
Dom
崖
is
边的
crashing
时候，又总能力挽狂澜的赢下最后的胜利。所以我想知道的是，
Dom
这到底
worst
应
day
该是怎么做
worst
到
day
的？
ever for Dom is someone go check on I will dominate.
Today, T1 had
T1 haters in
walls,
shambles.
going all the way down to 1 and 2.
Faker haters.
And then
Kuma haters.
managed to bounce back and win 2
오늘
games
haters.
in a
오늘
row.
haters.
T1 always finds a way to clutch in such situations. How are you able to make it
Dom
happen today?
despair.
오늘 사실 질 수도 있다고 생각하면서 경기를 왔고 또 최대한 그래도 저희가 할 수 있는 최선을 다하자는 마음가짐으로 경기를 임했던 것 같고 그리고 팀원들도 다들 집중력 있게 잘 해줬으면서 저희가 그리고 또 5세트 같은 경우에도 아타칸을 먹는 거나 그런 부분에서
Faker's like
인적인 요소도
so
많이 작용을
calm.
했기 때문에
You can see from the interview. He doesn't let it affect him. We were getting affected for sure, but Faker,
to myself, maybe
he was calm and it showed in his gameplay. Like his Mel gameplay. He was and he was just very calm about leveling up and then pressing R and just
my teammates that
positioning to late and die there.
maintaining their focus. And in game 5, for example, we were able to take the Otacon, which
I know I'm glazing Faker, but the game's over now, so I can glaze him all I want, right? Oh, the Needle King, thanks for the $10.
全球总决赛的第900次助攻。
Oh my gosh.
今年是 Faker 第14全球总决赛之旅了。过往的全球总决赛 ，Faker 已经拿到了
페이커 카페에 갔다 왔습니다. 카페에 간 건 아니고 집에서 커피를 마셨는데 커피도 마신 것도 아니고.
是夺冠次数最多的选手。现在也在向着自己的第6冠发起冲击。我最后一个问题想知道的是，全球总决赛对你的意义是什么？
사실은 이번 월드는 선수님 통상적으로
This year's Worlds, you were able to hit 900 assist milestone. This is your 10th
Oh, Genji T1 in the finals again? Okay, come on, guys. We haven't even got through the semi-finals yet. Okay, we don't know yet.
What does this year's Worlds mean?
Calm down.
저는 이제 프로게이머들이
4강부터 이기고 나서 얘기하자고. 결승부터 여러분 김치국
올라온
마시면 안
기회를
되고.
얻은 만큼
Let's listen to Faker.
또 그 기회를 잘 잡아서 많은 분들께 좋은 모습을 보여드려야 되는 자리라고 생각하면서 남은 경기도 잘 준비해 볼 것 같습니다.
His interview is like so PR though.
Stage for every professional player, and I got
his interview like answers are just like
participate
all
in
the
this
right
one,
answers.
so I want to make
doesn't
the
cause
best out
any
of it.
drama.
I will keep on doing my best in the upcoming matches as well.
努力，我想一直在感染着无数的召唤师们，也希望 Faker 能够在今年的全球总决赛有更加出色的表现。我们最后掌声再次送给，时至今日，他仍然是英雄联盟最长的山、最高的山、最长的河。再一次的恭喜 T1 赢下了今天2场比赛的胜利。以上就是今天赛后采访的全部内容。
Thank you for the $30, Minty one. Oh my gosh, Faker's bowing to the crowd. Faker
They
선수.
love him
와.
over here and everywhere, but our GOAT is only
Goat
dropping
is
PR.
bowing.
Yeah, come on. I know he's.
와,
I know
고개
Faker,
숙여서 이거
You're very funny. I've seen enough
팬분들한테
LCK
인사를
content to
해주는
know that you can
세상이요.
do better. That was. We've heard these exact answers for 10
He's so
years.
like he's.
To be fair,
The reason is because like the moment Faker says anything at all that's mildly controversial, everyone just instant jumps on him.
We gotta be a little
It's
bit
I'm not
lucky.
even joking. Remember like his interview with Ashley Kang? Ashley Kang? Like,
I thought we were gonna lose.
no hate on Ashley, but the way she translated made Faker's interview sound really weird, and everyone's sort of hating on Faker, and then like what? It's like really weird. I think even after that he became even more careful during
There were the biggest
interviews.
question marks next to his name, Emily, but he erased them.
Yeah, going into this
Can't wait to
match, we're
Chinese
like,
streamers
you know,
reacting to
of
T1
all
beating
people,
AL at
Carrier,
feviknight.
who's been a world mainstay, is not looking as clean or as
We're
strong
all
as he
gonna
did
be
domestically
watching
or at previous
this series
internationals.
again and again
He
and
was
again
so
for months
good
and years.
today.
Let's be
Setting up
real.
these fights.
이거는 계속 또 보고 봐야지.
Nocturne Nico combo was insane. So
이거는
yeah,
유튜브를
I mean,
보고
shout out to Carrier.
다시
The entire
보기
team played
또
well, but I
보고
thought Carrier was a huge
중국
difference
스트리머들
maker alongside
리액션도
great partner
보고
Kavishi.
캐드로님 리액션 보고 watch Casual's reaction, watch Dominate, I will dominate.
There were so
Hate
many
watching.
Faker moments. I think if
Molding.
Guma didn't play the Ash the way that
Waving
he
at us.
did, as
Not at
the
us, but
crowd
at everybody.
is going
We
crazy.
missed it because we were looking at open
심장이
player of the
너무 안 좋다,
series, but
진짜.
Faker actually went around the stadium bowing to every part of the audience.
We can enjoy
for
today,
the
but
honor
tomorrow
of
is
the
semi-finals again, by the way.
Yeah,
Same
it
time
was
as today,
absolutely lovely.
same exact time the semi-finals will
It's
start.
always so double, right?
And I
Because
believe
I
it's
really
gonna
saw
be
the AL
on
story,
KT
you
Genji,
know,
right?
the
KT Genji
treacherous
tomorrow, and
journey
then
that they
the
have
day after
overcome,
is
the
gonna
fact
be
that a lot of
T1
those members
into
had
TES.
the
The
revenge that
TT.
they wanted to exact upon Faker and
T1
upon
into
T1,
T100 and now
to fall
T1
short
into
at the
TES.
final hurdle, because
I mean, I
that is
apologize for
really
not
what it was.
believing.
It is
It's
what
okay.
Worlds is
I
all
mean,
about.
I
It's
could
tragic
barely
along
watch
the
the
way.
game at
We
the
were
end.
like 3 Jinx autos. in some
I
of
don't know if
these
you
fights
noticed,
today.
but game
Not
one, I was
as
just
a
like
dig on,
mega
but just more
gulping.
so
I was
to
like,
indicate how close was. I think single auto at any point
I was
from
gulping on
anyone
repeat
could have
and I
changed it.
could've
And it
walked
could have been
away.
Tabe, you know, sprinting around.
Yo, Cecil, thanks for the
going
packs. I really
crazy.
appreciate it. Welcome to the
And
Meet the
that is
Family.
why,
If you guys are new
you
to the
know,
stream, make
moments
sure
like
to
this, you
follow,
just don't
and we're gonna
forget,
be
like,
watching the rest of
the
Worlds.
heartache,
No matter what happens to T1,
the
obviously I'm a T1 fan
intensity,
for 10
the
years
back
now,
and
but
forth that we're so
even if
back, it's so
something
over.
happens,
The
I
pendulum
don't want to
swings.
say anything. I don't want to jinx it.
Some of my
But
favorite best of fives
we're
in
gonna
the
keep
history of
watching
Worlds,
Worlds
I
no
have
matter
to
what,
say,
because
and
we
I hope
always
it
watch
kicks
Worlds.
us off for a bunch of
Post
best
my
of fives
meme
as
at
we
Friday
head
night. Okay, yo, one sec.
people directly into the semifinals
Where's the meme?
tomorrow. KT versus Genji, and then on Sunday, no break, and then on Sunday, TES. Now, really, the last hope of the
I don't get the
LPL.
meme. Like I can't post a
versus
meme, but I don't
T1
You guys
understand.
can't see it yet, but Mao is staring at me. To talk
There it
about
is,
TES.
there it
I
is.
do want to highlight. There's
겐지
so
KT
many,
네.
like, yes, we're going to
오,
do
4시
the whole
여러분,
can
기억하세요.
TES do their thing, overcome the narrative of
So,
their
Femi, what are you
organization,
doing
blah,
for
blah, blah.
weekend?
No, I want to talk
What are you
about
doing on
Jackie Love.
Halloween?
Because this is a person
Watching
who
League
has
of Legends.
experienced, was kind of the missing piece
Watching
in
the cinema.
an IG roster in 2018. In his debut
KT win
year,
easy?
reached
I don't know
those
about that.
highest heights with his debut
KT vs
team,
Genji?
and is now
Genji's too
searching
strong? You think
to
so?
regain that, right? And I think
We'll
that's
see if
an
KT can
amazing
pull off a miracle
story,
tomorrow.
especially with all the things he said about
Undefeated,
potentially
by the
taking a
way.
break
KT's
going forward.
undefeated.
Sorry, I have a lot to say.
Your
about
nerves
this
are not
team,
gonna
guys.
survive.
His
Not only that, I
honk,
wanna
oh,
highlight the same for
Faker.
KT, right?
No, okay,
Yes.
no, get
Faker.
KT out of here.
We get Fakers ring around the arena. We get
He's
the
just
talking
bowing
about
again
KT.
and again
Look
to
at-
the
we have
crowd
to
and
do
the
that.
fans.
KT's in semis.
The
Can we get
goats,
a nerve
man.
check on Emily? Because after KT versus Genji and TES versus T1, I think she's going to be a little pile of emotions, no matter of how it goes. But hey, that's what we do it
할로윈
for.
파티는 무슨
That's
롤드
almost as
롤드컵
fun
파티.
as this. Thank you so much. for being
최고의
on our
할로윈이다.
side.
진짜
And of
오늘이
course, tomorrow
정말
we were determined
지금까지
the
역대
first
최고의
team
할로윈이
off to
아닌가.
play in our
T1
grand
팬이라면.
finals. This will kick off at
AL
3 p.m.
팬들은 좀
local at
아쉽죠.
8 a.m.
LPL이나
CET.
AL 팬들.
At midnight
I mean,
PDT.
today is the
And we'll
best
be live
Halloween
this time
ever
30
for
minutes
T1
ahead of the
fans.
first game because our pre-shows are getting a little
Anyways, have a
longer.
good
And
rest of
that
the
is
Halloween
not
and
it for today.
have a
If
good
you
rest of the
wanna
weekend.
watch
I'll be
more
catching
League of
us tomorrow for
Legends,
the
you
4
can stick
p.m.
around because the League of
co-streaming.
Legends Game
I do want to
Changers
upload this
2025 Rising
on
Finals is
YouTube, I
live
think,
now
100%.
from
I try to
Paris
upload
Games
T1 vs
Week.
Koi, but I
Now
missed out on the
Eterna versus
timing.
G2 Hell. You can head over
But I think we'll 100% be
twitch.tv/LEC
uploading this one
to
for
watch.
sure.
Thank you so
100%.
much. We'll see
Both
you
cases?
tomorrow
Yeah.
to kick off the semifinals of World Worlds 2025.
Thanks for joining in. 다들 즐겁게 봐주셨으면은 다들 한 번씩 구독이나 좋아요 부탁드립니다. 그리고 내일 다시 오도록 할게요. KT 대 젠지! 젠지 대 KT! 와 진짜 초비 선수도 지금 역사를 써내려 가고 있거든요. Trophy is also writing history, but there's also BDD. BDD, after all these years, can you do it? Can you pull off a miracle? 정배는 근데 젠지가 한 90%이지 않을까? KTS가 10% 보지 않을까요? 이게 하나 상대로도 너무 세 보여가지고 젠지가. 해봐요, 오케이. 야, T1 fans, go sleep, go rest, chill. Enjoy. Don't worry about semifinals just yet. Worry about it in 2 days. 우리는 좀 진짜 this is me. 팬분들 저거 오열하는 저 모습이 우리가 아닌가라는 생각이 들 정도로 I don't even know why, but I was actually tearing up a little bit at the end. 진짜 제가 원래 웬만하면 별로 안 우는 성격인데 막 끝에 가서 진짜 뭔가 있더라고요. 막 심장이 막 울렸어. 야, 젠지 KT by the way. 젠지 KT tomorrow. My guys, thanks for watching. 보인가?